Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
King and Queen of the Pirates by Bleach Anime Fan 1. Once there was a legendary pirate by the name of Goldie Roger. Before he died, he had left a treasure at a place called One Piece. However, many pirates from all over the world has set sail to find it. Monkey D. Luffy and his twin sister Monkey D. Aya promised themselves that they will be the ones to find it and become king and queen of the pirates. Adios.
Dory managed to get back onto his feet, then he began to walk over to the giant rib cage behind him, and Vivi and Luffy watched, wondering what the giant was up to. "What is he doing?" Luffy asked. They gasped when they saw Dory lift up a large boulder, holding it above his head. Vivi backed away when she saw the giant heading towards Luffy and her. "He lifted that huge rock. That's so cool," Luffy exclaimed in amazement. Luffy!" she screamed when she saw Dory lowering the rock down and ran. The boulder slammed down on Luffy, pinning the lower half of his body underneath of it. "Come on, what are you doing? Get this rock off of me," Luffy shouted. He struggled as he tried to free himself, but to no avail. Dory began to walk away, leaving the two as he was going to fight Broggy again. "It's been over a century since we started the battle. This duel, injured or not, I cannot run away from this fight. To do so would be like running away from the title of warrior. If I was no longer a warrior of Elbaf, then I will no longer know who I am. I'm sorry I suspected you of causing the explosion. I now know that this was judgment. A judgment from Elbaf, the god of war. I didn't have the god's protection, and that's all. Listen to me. God of protection and judgment has nothing to do to what's going on. If a god tells you to just run off and die, would you? Someone interfered with your duel. And a duel that isn't fair isn't a fight anymore, isn't that right?" Luffy shouted. "Silence!" Dory roared as he glared down at Luffy. "What do you know of this? You're a human and you haven't been living on this earth for more than 2 decades. How can you possibly hope to understand the ways of the warriors of Elbaf?" Luffy tried again to get the boulder off of him as he punched at it. He saw Dory walk away, heading towards the battleground. "Get this darn thing off me. Hey, old guy. Listen to me, lift this rock already. Come on, get back here. You can't leave me trapped like this." "Alright then, time to go." Broggy grinned as he headed towards the fight to meet with Dory. "Go, Master Broggy. Show this guy," Usopp cheered him on. "You bet, Usopp. I'm going to beat him for sure this time," Broggy smiled. "Go get him, you great warrior of Elbaf. The might Broggy always defeats his opponents. You can do this." "What is the point of this pointless fight?" Nami asked. Usopp gasped at her. "How can you say something like this is pointless? Broggy is a great warrior, and that's just what I'm going to be someday. You have no right to say that, you idiot. Let's focus on getting back to the ship. Waiting for a year, there's no freaking way. It's completely unacceptable. We need to get everyone back on the ship and come up with a plan," Nami said. "Now hold on a second. I for one don't think that we stand a chance fighting against dinosaurs. Cutting through the jungle in order to get back on the Mary won't do us any good if we get killed on the way, will it?" Usopp said, a little nervous. "What's with all that brave warrior of the sea stuff you've been going on about?" Aya smirked. Usopp narrowed his eyes at her. "I said that someday I will be a brave warrior of the sea. Besides, even a brave warrior has to have enough sense not to get killed. Luffy's at that other giant's place. We should probably head over there." Nami walked away, leaving the two as she headed to where she saw the other giant approaching, assuming that his camp was in that direction. She ignored Usopp as he continued to ramble on. "Even if I should lose everything one day and must face a horrible, tragic death, alone on a deserted island, that is when I know Captain Usopp will have been a brave warrior of the sea." He felt a tug on the straps of his overalls as Aya dragged him, following after Nami. "Come on, Mr. Brave Warrior. Now we must go and find my stupid brother." The two giants met with each other, getting ready to face off again. "Dory, how was your drink? Hit the spot, didn't it?" Broggy grinned. "Yes, it tasted almost godly." Dory smirked. "Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm feeling very lucky," Broggy chuckled. "Speaking of gods, I believe I've met Freya." Dory's eyes widened a little before chuckling with him. Freya? Really? Then let's test that luck. The two began to clash with each other, swinging their weapons. Move, you stupid rock. Come on, of course. Just when I meet a great warrior this happens. Luffy growled as he continued to push the boulder off of him. It still wouldn't budge. Just calm down. Vivi told him. Who is it? Who would dare interfere? I'll kill them, Luffy shouted. Hey, Luffy, Karu's missing. Vivi shouted when she noticed that her bird companion was nowhere to be seen. Zoro and L continued to walk around the woods. They were completely lost as Zoro led them in further. This isn't good. We're lost. This tree looks familiar, but it's kind of hard to tell in this place. I think we're supposed to take a left with a tree wrapped in vines, L pointed out. Well, smart ass, why don't you lead then? Zoro growled at him. L looked over the swordsman's shoulder when he noticed a figure leaning against a tree. Isn't that Nami? He asked. Zoro looked to where he was looking and saw her standing silently with her arms crossed. Nami, hey, it is her. Hey Nami, Zoro smiled as he called out, walking over to her. L frowned in suspicion but quietly followed a few feet behind the swordsman. Seems like we've got lost. Looks like you've got some pretty good timing. I wasn't sure what we were going to do. So, what are you doing in this area anyway? Huh? Nami? Nami didn't answer or even respond when the two approached. L's eyes widened when he realized that this wasn't Nami but a wax imitation of her. He gritted his teeth in frustration. It's a trap. Something shot out from the bushes, flying towards Zoro and L, trapping them. Nami, Aya and Usopp continued on the woods as they headed towards the other giant's camp. Then Usopp heard something in leaves. Oh crap! It's another dinosaur! He screamed. Get away! Get away! Get away! He took off, leaving Nami and Aya behind as he sped off. Usopp, wait up! Nami cried out. Aya twitched in irritation before she heard the noise coming from the bushes. Then Nami noticed Luffy leaning against a tree. She smiled, running over to him. Luffy, it's a relief to see you. What are you doing out here anyway? Luffy didn't answer her. Something shot out at the two girls. Nami, watch out! Aya pushed Nami out of the way before she was captured, encased in a white gel-like substance. Aya! Nami screamed before she was caught as well. Usopp screamed as he ran out of the woods, and Luffy and Vivi saw him running towards them before he crashed into the boulder and fell on the ground. The sniper groaned, holding his head painfully before he saw Luffy trapped under the rock. He quickly rushed over to him. Luffy, he screamed. Luffy, have terrible news. A dinosaur ate Nami? Luffy's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What? No way! He exclaimed. We were running in the jungle to get away from the dinosaur, then suddenly I turned around, she was gone. It must have gotten her. What about Aya? Wasn't she with you as well? Where is she? Luffy asked him. Usopp's eyes widened before he looked around, noticing that Aya wasn't with him. He left her. He left her alone. What kind of a boyfriend was he? She could be eaten, ripped apart, or inside of a dinosaur's stomach right now. Vivi walked over to the two. Listen, calm down. Just listen to me for a second, will you? If they were there 1 minute, then gone the next, then you can't know for sure what happened. Well, no, it's not. I can stop and check. I would have been eaten too. It was either a dinosaur or some other wild beast. What else could it possibly be? Usopp shouted. I don't know for sure, but if Baroque Works followed us from Whiskey Peak, it would make sense for them to capture Nami and not you. I think that we're in grave danger. We should go, Vivi told them. Luffy and Usopp's the Baroque Works are on the island with us. Wait, but why capture Nami and Aya but not me? Usopp sputtered. Because you haven't gotten in their way. Most likely you weren't on their assassination list. Now that I think about it, I bet that booby-trapped alcohol was meant for us instead, Vivi explained. What do you mean about the alcohol? Usopp questioned. Bragi gave Dory some of your alcohol that must have been tampered with, because when Dory drank the barrels they exploded, Vivi told him. No way. You mean they actually exploded inside the guy? Usopp exclaimed. Wait, he was injured that badly and he still went to go fight. I tried to stop him and that's how I ended up like this, Luffy said. This is horrible. Those two have been fighting for 100 years and it always ended in a draw. Plus, their duel is fought in the most honored part in the whole world, Usopp shouted. Yes. Luffy replied. There's no way they can settle it once and for all like this. Usopp gritted his teeth. Luffy tried again to pull himself out of the rock. Stop it, Luffy, Vivi shouted. Who was it? Who did this? The Straw Hat captain growled, enraged. You're right, Luffy. I don't know what we're dealing with, but I'm going to take care of it myself, Usopp said. But I'll come too, Usopp, Vivi answered. The sniper smiled in relief that he wasn't going alone. Good. That's very reassuring. You're not going anywhere. The three looked up to see the two Baroque Works agents, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. You guys again? Luffy shouted. Vivi gasped in horror and in shock when she saw her bird companion completely knocked out and beaten to a pulp. Karoo, she cried out. You can have him back. We don't need him anymore. Mr. Five tossed the bird on the ground and Vivi rushed over to her bird. Why you? She growled, angrily. Luffy, who are these guys? Usopp shouted. They're bullies from the last island, Luffy told him. Karoo never did anything to you. Why did you have to do this to him? Vivi shouted, angrily at the two agents. You're right. We have nothing against your ugly bird, but we needed to get our hands on that little Straw Hat friend of yours and his sister. The plan was to lure the both of you into the jungle by having this bird of yours squawk for help, but he wouldn't cooperate. But then we realized that the Straw Hat was already trapped here waiting for us. So, we didn't need that thing anymore, Mr. Five said. What a dumb bird. Miss Valentine laughed as she taunted Vivi. I'll kill you, Vivi growled. Were you the ones who planted a bomb that injured the giant Dory? Usopp shouted. Yeah, that's us. Who is this guy? Is he on the list? Miss Valentine asked. Usopp tensed up. No, but he's clearly a friend of theirs. Let's just get rid of him, Mr. Five replied. How dare you interfere with a proud warrior duel? Usopp shouted. It was you. I'll kick your asses, Luffy shouted at the two agents. How about I get rid of you instead? Vivi shouted. Ah, it's just so cute when you fight, Miss Wednesday. Miss Valentine stopped her. She really thinks that she stands a chance against agents like us, Mr. Five smirked. Exploding star. Usopp fired at Mr. Five and it exploded. Miss Valentine jumped into the air, floating above them. Mr. Five fired one of his booger bombs at the sniper and exploded. Usopp! Luffy cried out. Miss Valentine floated above Usopp then dropped down fast on top of him. 10,000 kilograms drop. She smashed Usopp into the ground, creating a crater. Vivi charged at Mr. Five with her weapon, but the agent tripped her. Vivi was grabbed roughly by the throat as Mr. Five held her up in the air. It's over now. There's no need to get so upset right now, princess. We aren't planning to kill you yet. We only came here to abduct you. Those were Mr. Three's explicit orders. Mr. Three? The wax fruit man? He's here on the island with us? Vivi's eyes widened and she gasped. That's right. Mr. Three, the candle man. His body creates wax, Mr. Five said. The candle man? Luffy questioned. Broggy threw a blow of his axe and landed a hit on Dory's shoulder. Dory cried out in pain. Broggy watched in disbelief as he saw his rival giant fell back and crashed onto the ground. He had won. After so many endless duels, Broggy had finally defeated Dory. Broggy began to cry, but it wasn't tears of happiness. There was no way that Dory could be beaten so easily like this. The giant had noticed that his rival's movements were a little slow as they fought, like he had been seriously injured. Then there was a slow clap and the giant turned and looked down to see a man, sipping a cup of tea. He was wearing blue glasses, a blue and white striped vest with frill, tan pants. His hair looked like it was made of wax shaped into the number 3 with a small flame burning at the top. There was a child with him as well having a picnic. She was wearing a pink hat, red hair tied in 2 braids, blue shirt with white clouds over a dark blue shirt with the word Golden written on it, maroon skirt with blue and white striped stockings and red shoes, Miss Goldenweek. Congratulations on your victory. Are those tears of joy? Mr. Three chuckled. Did you do this? Broggy growled. The man smirked. Broggy threw down his axe to attack. The candle man released his power and shot out some wax, encasing the giant Broggy with it. He slipped and fell onto the ground and more wax pinned the giant down, trapping him. "You guys are going to pay for this," Luffy shouted enraged. Miss Valentine laughed as she twisted Vivi's arm hard, holding her. Vivi glared at her. "Stand still like a good little girl. Did you actually think that someone like you could escape from an organization like Baroque Works? After all, your friend over there has a big bounty on his head, and look at what happened to him, and now all we need is his sister. You should learn to mind your own business, you pathetic group of wannabe pirates. It would be quite beneficial if you go. And we've captured the other girl you brought along with you as well," Mr. 5 said. Luffy's eyes widened. "So they've got Nami." Luffy clenched his fists. "So you caught Zoro?" he asked. "Yes," Mr. 5 answered. "Then in that case you're in more trouble than you thought," Luffy replied. "Let's see what he got after one of my kicking bombs blows up that little face of yours," Mr. 5 said. "Whatever tricks you got, I'm going to kick your ass," Luffy shouted, glaring up at him, smirking, then he spit on the agent's shoe. "This should be fun." Miss Valentine smirked. Mr. 5 silently looked down at Luffy, then kicked Luffy hard in the face, repeatedly. He created more explosions as he hit him. "Luffy!" Vivi cried out. Luffy weakly reached out trying to grab the agent but passed out. "You weak little fool," Mr. 5 smirked down at him. "Luffy! Usopp, Karoo!" Vivi cried out and she was dragged away by the two agents. Broggy growled as he tried to break free of his wax, but it was too strong. Mr. 3 laughed at the giant's attempts, mocking him. "Damn you!" Broggy shouted. "Struggling is pointless. Once my candle wax solidifies around you, it'll become hard as iron. It's impossible to break though," he explained, then smirked. "You let your guard down, Red Ogre." Broggy's eyes widened before he glared at the Candleman. "Did you know that both of your bounties is still collectible?" "You dirty little," Broggy growled. "Red Ogre?" Aya murmured. Sidori and Broggy were wanted by the Marines as well. Aya was lying on the ground, her hands and legs were encased in wax as well, unable to fight or escape. "So that's what you were after, eh, Mr. 3? Aya turned her head and her eyes widened to see Vivi, captured as well by Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 as they dragged her over. "We've caught the tenacious witch," Miss Valentine chuckled evilly. "You coward! You planted that bomb into Dory's drink," Vivi exclaimed, furiously. Broggy's eyes widened in shock. "Drink? The alcohol that I gave him?" he said before he started to tear up a little. "Dory, I'm so sorry." "You big mouth! You gave away my secret," Mr. 3 shouted, and he shot out a stream of wax at Vivi, trapping her legs. Vivi fell to the ground, unable to move as well. Mr. 5, bring the girl and the two swordsmen," Mr. 3 told the agent, and he shot out some wax, creating a large cake with a giant pumpkin head with candles spinning at the top. Giant candle cake. Mr. 5 dragged Zoro, Nami and L and tossed them roughly down next to Vivi. "It's still sad. Idiots like these should have been a lot easier for me to catch. Should have caught them the first time," Mr. 5 said. "No need to be ashamed, you can't help the fact that you're weak after all," Mr. 3 mocked him. Nami sat up, seeing the giant wax cake in front of her. "What is that?" she shouted. "It's nothing, now please hurry and get the candles set up," Mr. 3 ordered the two agents. "Candles? What is that thing?" Nami demanded before she was picked up by Mr. 5, as he grabbed Zoro. "Nothing good," L replied. Miss Valentine grabbed L and Vivi, pulling them over to the cake as well. "Vivi, what happened? I thought that you were with Luffy," Nami shouted. "I was, but..." Vivi tried to explain before Mr. 5 cut her off. "If you're worried about that straw hat, I saw to him myself. He didn't put up much of a fight either," he smirked. Nami's eyes widened. "You what? Welcome one and all to my famous candle service show," Mr. 3 exclaimed, excitedly. Nami, Zoro, L and Vivi were placed onto the wax cake. "I guess this is what it feels like to be a candle stuck on a birthday cake," Zoro replied. "Guys, what's that spinning up there? I can't move either." "Great," Nami sighed. "It's not surprising to me if they don't want us moving around, that's what captured means. Damn, this stuff's hard and I can't get enough strength in my swings at this angle," Zoro said. The spinning pumpkin head began to spin faster and faster, and it began to sprinkle down white particles down on the group. Something's falling. Nami shouted. I do hope you enjoy my candle service. You may have noticed the wax falling from above. You'll be eventually turned into waxed figures. You'll become perfectly lifelike statues for my collection, something that even I couldn't achieve on my own. I'll literally capture your spirits encased forever in wax shells. It will be a true masterpiece. You will die for my art, Mr. 3 said. I don't think so, you freak. I have no interest in dying or becoming art. Hey giant, why are you laying there doing nothing when you could be beating the crap out of this candle guy? L shouted to Broggy. Broggy tried to break his wax casing, again, but it was too strong. The white substance were falling on him was starting to encase the giant in more wax. He's going to make one huge statue, Zoro commented. You can try to convince him, but it's absolutely useless. You see, he just realized how unfairly he won his last fight and now he's lost the heart to celebrate. He killed his dear friend Dory, with who he fought for 100 years. Dory was injured but he didn't notice. Just imagine how much pain that Dory must have been in. He didn't stand a chance. He did show a few tears, perhaps you were crying for your friend. And now it's no use, there's no undoing it, he's dead and it's all your fault, Mr. 3 shouted. I should have seen it. I knew that something strange was going on. From the moment that we first began to fight, I knew that Dory was hiding something, but I didn't know what it was, Broggy said. You said that you knew it? You're lying. If you knew that something was wrong, why didn't you stop the fight? Why didn't you give him a chance to rest? I didn't see one chance of pity once you cut him down, Mr. 3 smirked. You know nothing about honorable duels. Someone like you would never understand my tears. What do you know about the way of Elbath? You think that I would shame a warrior who hid the fact that he was beaten so he can continue to fight? Only a truly great warrior would go to such lengths. Now I know what really happened and I must do something about it. I'm going to punch your face with my own 2 hands. That's the least that I can do for Dory, my dear friend, Broggy shouted, angrily. Mr. 5 fired a bomb at the giant, exploding him. Broggy, Nami shouted. His chatter was getting on my nerves. The agent frowned. You bastard, Aya shouted, angrily. Mr. 3 looked down at her as he smirked and stepped his foot down on Aya's head. Such a shame, you would have been a perfect candle statue. Let me out of this, you jerk, Aya growled. Your art are a piece of crap. Mr. 3 glared down at her angrily and kicked Aya hard in the head. Aya flopped and rolled on the ground. Mr. 3 kicked Aya hard again in the chest, making her spit out blood. Aya! Nami cried out in horror. L gritted his teeth, glaring at the Candleman, so did Zoro. Hey, we can't rough her up too much or the boss will get mad, Mr. 5 told Mr. 3. Luffy groaned as he lifted his head, waking up. He looked over and the sniper, who was still buried in the ground. Usopp. Luffy called out to the Usopp. Usopp, he has to pay for this. Hell yeah, these jerks have to pay. Usopp groaned. Luffy looked up, seeing Karoo standing over him, madly pecking the ground. Are you mad, too? Karoo made an angry quack answering Luffy. Luffy grinned. Alright then, it's settled. Let's go beat them senseless, Luffy shouted. Broggy let out an enraged roar as he struggled with his wax holdings. It started to crack a little, going to require a complete restraint. Mr. 3 smirked. The agent created several swords made out wax and Broggy's hands and feet were stabbed, pinned to the ground. Broggy cried out in pain. You really are despicable, Vivi shouted at him. Now let's get these candles going faster. It's time to turn these people into beautiful artistically waxed statues. Mr. 3 laughed evilly. The pumpkin above the group began to spin more faster, raining down more white powder, covering L, Nami, Zoro and Vivi. Not to worry anyone, but my chest is starting to hurt, L said. Mine as well. Nami coughed as she was struggling to breathe herself. The wax is starting to get into our lungs. At this rate he's going to turn us into wax from the inside out. Vivi cried out. Mr. 3 smirked. Nami, Zoro, Vivi, L, Aya shouted. Yes. Make it look like you're in much pain as possible. That's perfect. Expressions of agony are what sears through to my heart. The finished product will be simply splendid, Mr. 3 laughed. You guys are going to regret this. You're going to pay for what you did to Broggy and Dory and what you did to us, Nami shouted. Scream all you want, little girl. No one can help you now. This isn't good. My hands won't move. Can't we do something? I don't want to die like this, Nami said. My body's already beginning to turn stiff. What are we supposed to do? Vivi exclaimed. Zoro, do something! Nami shouted at the swordsman. Zoro glanced over at Bragi. Nearly half of the giant's body was almost engulfed in wax. Hey, giant! You can still move, right? Good, so can I say that we take them down together? What do you think? Zoro asked him. Hold on second, what are you doing? Are you seriously? Nami sputtered. Yeah, Zoro said with a serious look in his eyes. Quit messing around. You're not going to cut your own legs off, Nami shouted. I'm not messing around at all. It's the only to get us out of this situation. Are you in or out? Zoro asked. Are you insane? No way. Even if you get down from here you won't get far without legs? Vivi hissed. There's no way that we know for sure if we don't try. So are you saying that you'd rather just sit here and die? Why should we make it easy for those guys to kill us? Dying quietly without a struggle doesn't make you any less dead, right? Zoro smirked. He's bluffing. There's no way he would do something as crazy as that, the Candleman said. Alright, I'm in. Let's hack them to pieces, Bragi shouted. You're not serious, are you? How are you planning to fight them afterwards? Nami shouted. Who knows? But I plan to win, Zoro said. Wait, I'll fight with you, L shouted. I'm with you too. Vivi shouted as well. You what? Nami exclaimed. Zoro smirked and nodded. Good, get ready. Let's do it, Bragi roared. He tried to free his hands from the swords that were pinning him down while Zoro aimed his swords at his legs. Nami squeezed her eyes tightly, looking away. Don't be foolish, Mr. 3 shouted. Suddenly, a loud crack was heard and everyone saw Luffy, Usopp, riding Karoo, crash through the trees. The three lost control and sped past the agents. When I come back, I'm gonna kick your asses, Luffy shouted. The three smashed into the ground. Luffy stood up, gripping his hat on his head, and Usopp stood up next to him along with Karoo. Let's get him, Usopp. Yeah, the sniper shouted as well. His eyes widened seeing Aya on the ground, bleeding from her head and beaten up. Are you okay? Usopp called out to her. Aya smirked. Could be better. Luffy, Usopp, Nami called out to them. We're here, Bragi. Don't worry, we'll pick up where you left off, Usopp shouted. He flipped his goggles on his eyes, pulling out his slingshot, glaring at the agents. Bragi smirked. Thanks, Usopp. These guys messed up the best duel ever. They're in some serious trouble and they're going to answer to me. Luffy glared furiously at the three agents. So you're the one with the highest bounty in the East Blue? They're just giving it out to anyone now. This is tragic really, Mr. 3 said. Your head's on fire, Luffy exclaimed. Shut up you, Mr. 3 snarled. Luffy, can you hurry up and break this pillar? We're about to turn into wax statues here, Nami shouted. Luffy blinked up at her confused. Oh, you guys in trouble? No trouble at all, Zoro replied, sarcastically. Luffy noticed blood spilling out the swordsman's legs. Wait, Zoro, your legs? Luffy shouted. Yeah, I made it about halfway through I'd say, the swordsman said. How is that exactly? Is that no trouble at all? Nami shouted. So Luffy, what do you think? Go ahead and take care of this pillar for us. I think I've done enough, Zoro replied, ignoring Nami. Yeah, no problem, Luffy shouted, grinning. I wouldn't be so sure, Mr. 3 said. I don't know what it is, but let's break it, Luffy shouted. Right. Let's do it. Usopp the brave warrior of the sea is ready to fight, Usopp shouted. Hurry, will you? We're dying here. Nami turned her head and noticed Zoro posing with his sword in the air. Zoro, why are you standing like that? Nami asked him. If I'm going to be a statue, I prefer this pose, Zoro said. This is no time to be playing around, Vivi hissed. Who said anything about playing? Zoro said. Do you think you could at least do something about all this blood? I'm getting nauseous just looking at it, Nami said. So quit looking at it then, L shouted at her. It's kind of hard to ignore. Did you still think it was a bright idea to cut your own legs off so we can escape from here? Nami asked Zoro. That wasn't the point. I was gonna cut them off so that we could fight, the swordsman explained. Oh, is that the plan? Because that's an even worse idea, Nami shouted. Whatever, seriously. Sometimes I think you were born without any common sense at all, Nami retorted. Hey swords guy, is that all the fight you got in Yaw? Vivi asked. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let someone else take over from here, Elle said. They don't seem terribly worried about what's going to happen to them, Mr. 3, Miss Goldenweek said. And you don't seem terribly worried about making sure it happens, Miss Goldenweek, Mr. 3 shouted. If you want to die in a cool pose, Nami, you better hurry up, Zoro told her. I've got other things to worry about, Nami shouted at him. Mr. Bushido, could you please take this a little more seriously? Vivi agreed as well. Hey, your pose could use a little work too, Zoro replied. Shut up about the posing already, Nami shouted. Luffy pounded his fists together, staring down the agents. Alright, Mr. 3, we'll be happy to take care of the Straw Hat Kid, Mr. 5 said. Take care of him? Please don't be ridiculous. I sent you to take care of him once already and look, he's standing in front of us alive and well and interfering with my artistic work. I think it's clear that you can't handle him. He's obviously too much for you, wouldn't you agree? You two can deal with the others if you think that you're up to it. I'll take care of him. I think a Straw Hat Luffy statue would make an excellent addition to my collection. Mr. 3 smirked. I think I have way more than enough of you, and if you cretins know what's good for Yaw, you'd give up now, Usopp shouted. Is that right? Mr. 5 frowned. Let's go, Usopp shouted. He and Karoo quickly ran, hiding behind some trees a few feet away. "K, we're safely in position now. We've got your back, Luffy." Luffy turned his back at Usopp, confused. Did you say something? Mr. 3 threw some wax at Luffy, trapping the Straw Hat's legs. Luffy, Nami shouted. He got caught already, Zoro exclaimed in disbelief. Moron, Nami shouted. What is this stuff? Whatever it is, it's nice and heavy, Luffy said. He lifted his legs up, seeing the wax was in the shape of a hammer. Almost too simple. Alright, just once more, Mr. 3 fired again, but Luffy dodged out of the way as he stretched his arm towards Broggy. Yeah, this should be perfect, Luffy grinned. Getting an idea? Hey giant guy, swing me. Luffy grabbed the sword and started to spin around it, going faster and faster. What is he doing now? Elle asked. Gum Gum Hammer. Luffy flung himself directly at the spinning pumpkin above the group, smashing right into it. Alright. No, I don't want to die, Nami cried out. The debris started to rain down as the top layer of the cake crumbled down. Nami and Vivi screamed while Elle and Zoro's eyes widened as the pumpkin came down. Hey, that thing on my legs broke at the same time. Luffy smiled as he landed on a wax sword and kicked out his legs, happy now that they were free. He looked back to see the 4 Straw Hats still on the wax cake and blinked confused. Wait, why are they still there? The pumpkin head dropped to a layer just above the group's heads, still spinning wildly. We're okay now, Zoro replied. We didn't die. Nami sighed in relief. We're still alive, but that really didn't help at all, Elle said. That was a close one, but why didn't you guys run away? Luffy asked. Because we're stuck here, isn't that obvious? Nami hissed, angrily. Oh, really, is that what's going on? The only thing that you guys were saying was that I needed to break the pillar. So that's what I did, Luffy explained. Mr. Bushido, do you think it's a good idea to put our lives on that guy's hands? Vivi asked the swordsman. Well, we don't exactly have much of a choice, do we? I don't know about you, but I'm having a little bit of trouble moving right now, Zoro said. Nami's eyes widened as she couldn't move her body. It was covered in more wax as well, even faster than before. So was Elle's, Zoro's and Vivi's. I can't move. What's happening? My body, I don't know. It won't move. I can't move at all, Nami exclaimed. You fools. All you did was move the candles closer. By doing so you released the solidifying process. You're going to become wax figures even sooner now. Well done, Mr. 3 laughed. That guy, I want to punch him. Right in his smug little face, Usopp gritted his teeth. Wait, you guys are going to turn into wax figures, Luffy exclaimed. That's what we've been trying to tell you, Vivi shouted. Please, just hurry up and destroy this thing, Luffy, Nami shouted. Luffy nodded. Yeah, I'm on it. I don't think so, Straw Hat, now get out of my way, Mr. 3 shouted. Wax harpoon, and fired it at Luffy. Exploding star. Usopp fired a shot at the Candleman, but Mr. Five stepped in and ate it. Luffy dodged out of the harpoon's way and it snapped the handle of the sword that was pinning Broggy down. "That's not very flavorful. Your gunpowder must not be very good," Mr. Five said. Usopp gaped and his mouth dropped in shock. "There's no way. He ate it," the sniper shouted. "This isn't really looking good for us, guys. The damn thing is speeding up." "Good thing I got my pose ready," Zoro said. "Moron," Nami shouted at him. "Luffy, hurry," Vivi cried out. "Right. This thing will have to go. I'm on it now," Luffy shouted, stretching his arms back. Gum Gum Bazooka. He fired his fists, but Mr. 3 created a wall of wax, blocking Luffy's attack. "Hey, out of my way. I was just thinking the same thing. I will greatly appreciate it if you would quit interfering," Mr. 3 said and fired at Luffy again. Luffy caught it with his fist on purpose, surprising the agent. "I got a mallet," he grinned and began to throw back the hammer. Mr. 3 quickly put up another wall of wax. Gum Gum Hammer. Luffy smashed his fist against the wall, shattering it and slamming it into Mr. 3, sending the agent flying. Usopp cheered and Aya smiled. "Mr. 3. Miss Valentine shouted. "No way," Mr. 3 exclaimed. "Luffy, hurry up and break thing before we die up here," Nami quickly shouted out to him. No," Luffy said. Nami's eyes widened in shock. "Quit joking around and hurry." "Nah." Luffy answered her. Aya blinked, confused as well. "What do you mean you don't want to help them?" she shouted. "Quit being an idiot, now's not really a good time," Zoro shouted. "Luffy, please just do it," Nami called out to him again. "Not now, I just don't feel like saving you," Luffy replied. Nami stared at him in disbelief. "Luffy, what's wrong?" "My color's trap," Miss Goldenweek said. "Luffy, there's no time to be spacing out now. Do something about this already," Zoro shouted. "Yeah, I know," Luffy replied. "Then why are you just standing there? Come on, Luffy," Nami shouted. "I know what I should do, but I don't feel like it," Luffy told her. "Luffy, why do you keep saying that? We're about to turn into wax statues. Do you understand me? We're going to die?" Nami pleaded. "Yeah, but for some reason I can't get motivated to help," Luffy explained. "What do you mean, can't get motivated?" Zoro shouted. Usopp watched confused as well, staring at Luffy in disbelief. "What's going on here? What is wrong with him? Our friends are going to die if he doesn't do something to help them soon. I have to snap him out of it. Let's go, Karoo." He was about to fiat Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine quickly appeared in front of him, blocking Usopp. Usopp let out a startled squeak. So did Karoo. "Where did you two come from?" "Just give up, your friend has already fallen into a nasty trap," Mr. 5 replied. "That's right. Haven't you already figured out what he's standing on?" Miss Valentine chuckled darkly. Usopp glanced over to Luffy and noticed that he was standing inside of a strange black circle that was painted on the ground. "Standing on? There's a strange black pattern on the ground. I don't get it. What's so important about that thing?" Usopp questioned. "You really don't get it all, do you?" Mr. 5 said. Miss Valentine giggled. "What's so funny?" Usopp demanded. "Me. That's what's funny, it's just me. You and your friends don't stand a chance of escaping now." Mr. 5 fired a bomb at Usopp and Karoo. Usopp screamed, dodging out of the blast along with Vivi's bird. "Karoo, let's make a run for it." The two quickly ran into the woods. "That's just great, now they're running away," Miss Valentine growled. "Let's get them," Mr. 5 shouted. The two agents followed after the sniper and the bird. "Full speed ahead, Karoo," Usopp shouted. Karoo quickly ran before Usopp could get on him. Usopp quickly chased after the bird. "Hey, wait! I'm not on you. Slow down. Let me on. Just let me on, now." Miss Goldenweek's responsible. "I know that this is your doing," Vivi shouted at her. Miss Goldenweek stood beside Luffy, eating a rice cracker. Aya looked up at her. "What did you do to him?" she demanded. "It's my color's trap, betrayal black," the agent explained. "If you touch the paint, you'll want to betray your friends no matter what they might say, even if they beg and plead for help." "What are you talking about? I don't understand what's going on," Nami shouted. She's a painter. She uses her paint to create different emotions. Each color is a feeling. She can manipulate your mind. Just a splash of one of her colors and you'll be under her control, Vivi explained. Under her control? Well, that's not good. That simple-minded oaf is already too easy to control. The last thing he needs is someone controlling his mind. Zoro frowned. Does that mean all he has to do is get away from the paint and he'll be okay? Luffy, move away from there quickly, Nami shouted. Don't, Miss Goldenweek shouted. Luffy, listen, whatever you do please don't step outside the black circle. Alright? I'm begging you, Vivi told him. Nami turned to her confused. What are you saying? We don't want you to save us, Luffy, please stay away from us, Vivi shouted once more to Luffy. No way. Luffy began to move and stepped back outside of the circle. I get it now. You just need to say the exact opposite of what we wanted him to do, Elle said. Luffy blinked and looked at the others confused. Hey, what just happened? I was acting really strange. Luffy, help us now, Nami shouted. Okay, I'm on my way right now. Just before he could run to them, Miss Goldenweek quickly drew a yellow circle on Luffy's shirt. Luffy stopped in his tracks and busted out laughing. Never mind, I just want to laugh right now. Luffy, Vivi cried out. You moron, Nami shouted. What now? Zoro gritted his teeth. Colors trap again. Laughter yellow. The agent explained, you should have not stepped out of the circle. Now it's on his shirt. Luffy, quick take off your shirt, Elle shouted. I'd love to but right now I'm too busy laughing, Luffy snorted. This is getting bad. If the wax keeps falling at this rate we'll be lucky to stay alive for 5 minutes. Zoro said. Usopp busted through the woods, chasing after Karoo while the other 2 agents chased after them. Aya rolled out of the way before she was trampled and the sniper bumped into Luffy, smearing the paint on Captain's shirt. Look, when Usopp ran into Luffy the paint smudged, Nami shouted. Geez, what's going on? I felt all weird again, Luffy said, getting up, then he turned back and glared at the little girl. Hey painter girl, would you stop messing with me already? But you were having such a good time, wasn't it funny? She asked him. Well, yeah, it was kind of funny but stop, Luffy shouted. I've got to see about breaking that pumpkin now. Luffy threw back his fist about to punch the spinning pumpkin. Gum gum. Miss Goldenweek quickly drew a red circle on the ground next to Luffy. Another color's trap. Red. Luffy launched his fist, but it missed the spinning pumpkin, hitting the ground instead where the circle was. What are you aiming at? Nami shouted. I just can't let you break it. Mr. 3 wouldn't be happy about that at all, Miss Goldenweek said. What did you do? Luffy demanded. I made it so you can't control yourself to attack the bright red paint, just like a bull, the agent explained. That does it, I'm mad now, Luffy shouted. Gum gum bazooka, he missed again, connecting with the red circle. Having fun? Miss Goldenweek taunted. Ah, that's just great. At this rate, he's never going to beat her. Now all of his strength is useless, Nami hissed. Now to finish up, sadness blue. The last color's trap, tranquil green. The agent quickly drew a green circle on Luffy's back. Luffy hunched over and sat down next to Miss Goldenweek, who had a blanket spread out on the ground. The two began to drink a cup of tea, having a picnic. That's some good tea. Luffy sighed as he took a drink. Aya's mouth dropped a little in disbelief. Luffy, the 5 Straw Hats shouted at the captain. So, what happens now? Nami asked. See, I told you should have posed but now it's too late. You're going to die like that, Zoro said. You're still talking about that? Vivi shouted. Usopp continued to run from the other 2 agents along with Karoo. Mr. 5 fired a bomb at the sniper. My turn now. Special attack lead star. Usopp quickly fired and exploded it. We need to get back to Luffy and the others now. The 2 quickly sped off, heading back to the others. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine watched as the smoke cleared, seeing the 2 run off. I hate to use it on useless pests like him, but it looks like we might not have a choice now. This little beauty should be quite handy. A 44 caliber 6-shot flintlock revolver. It's a new model out in the South Blue. Continuous fire. When I shoot the bullets are invisible, Mr. 5 said and pulled out the revolver from his jacket. Luffy was acting so strange back there. Those two agents mentioned something about paint. The paint must have something to do with Luffy's behavior. There was also some yellow paint on his back when we crashed into him earlier. That's got to be the key. We just have to do something about the paint before it's too late, Usopp thought to himself. Hurry, he urged Vivi's bird to run faster, and the two quickly made it back to the others. Usopp's eyes widened to see L, Zoro, Bragi, Vivi and Nami were now wax statues. This is some seriously nice tea. Usopp heard Luffy sigh and turned to spot him with Miss Golden Week, sipping a cup of tea. Luffy, hey, wake up, Usopp shouted. It's nice tea, so nice, Luffy gritted through his teeth. He tried to put the cup down but couldn't, he had no control over his body. Why are you just drinking tea? Usopp shouted, furiously at Luffy, as he continued to ignore Usopp. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine came out of the woods. Mr. Five aimed his revolver at Usopp. Behind you, you idiot, Aya warned Usopp. Usopp noticed the agent fired his gun and quickly rode Karoo, dodging the bullets. Mr. Five fired at Usopp again. Karoo jumped into the air. Special attack exploding star. Usopp fired a shot. Miss Golden Week's eyes widened seeing that it was aimed at her. But the shot hit Luffy instead, catching him on fire. What an idiot. He missed the target and hit his friend, instead. Miss Valentine laughed. Usopp noticed the bomb agent didn't fire any more bullets from his gun, assuming that he was out. Good, that was the last of his bullets. Usopp sighed in relief. Did I forget to mention that my breath can also make explosions? Mr. Five said. Usopp's eyes widened seeing the agent spit into the barrel of the revolver, creating more bullets, and fired at Usopp and Karoo. Usopp and Vivi's bird were blasted back and landed on the ground near Aya. Usopp groaned as he pushed himself up. Damn, I can't believe this guy. He didn't have any bullets to begin with. Karoo, are you alright? Karoo made a weak squawk in response. Luffy, have you snapped out of it yet? Yeah, I'm good now, thanks. Luffy got up. His shirt was completely burned off and glared at the agents. So, his plan this whole time was to burn the colored trap on the Straw Hat's shirt. Miss Valentine frowned as she gritted her teeth. I'm tired this stupid paint. I'm not going to let you hurt any more of my friends. Now I'm really mad, Luffy shouted. Sanji and Ichi had made it back to the Mary and was waiting for everyone to return. This is getting weird. It's been a long time. No one's come back. I wonder what's going on. Sanji frowned. Maybe they're in trouble, Ichi suggested. This island's crazy. Anything could have happened to Nami, Aya, or Vivi and the others. I guess cooking this lizard may have to wait for a while. He hopped off the ship to go look for everyone. Ichi followed after him and the two headed deeper into the woods. Hey Nami, Aya, Vivi, can you hear me? Hey, beautiful ladies, if you can hear me, please just say something. A saber-tooth lunged out and attacked Sanji. The cook delivered a hard kick, beating the tiger up. Sanji and Ichi rode on the beast and Sanji continued to call out to the girls but received no response. Hey, there's a strange house up ahead, Ichi pointed out. In front of them, Sanji saw a cubed house made out of wax. The two hopped off the tiger and it ran away from the back into the woods. Sanji and Ichi stepped closer to the house. That's strange, what's this? Sanji questioned. It looks like a base of some kind, Ichi replied, picking his nose. Sanji's eyes widened and he quickly turned his head to Ichi only to have a booger flung at his face. What is wrong with you? Sanji shouted at him. Ichi blinked but shrugged his shoulders. Let's go inside, he grinned. Oh, you're mad, are you? Look at your friends. Being mad ain't going to do them any good, Mr. Five smirked. Oh yes it will. They're still alive, Luffy shouted. Are they now? Look again. All they need is some of Miss Golden Week's paint and they'll be perfect wax statues. You're too late to save them. They're gone and you know it, Mr. Five said. Mr. Five is right about that. Your friends are finished, and you were too late to help them and now it's your turn to die. Mr. Three shouted, getting back up again. His entire body was encased in wax armor, making him even taller as he approached Luffy. Usopp's eyes widened and screamed. Luffy's eyes widened, staring at it in awe. What the heck is that? Luffy shouted. I need an extra special paint job for my armor, Miss Golden Week. Mr. 3 told her. After that, can I take a break? She asked. Why yes, we can go for tea. I'd prefer if you stayed out of this actually. With this armor I'm utterly impervious to harm. This suit is hard of iron and it may be made out of wax, but it's impossible for anyone to pierce and you don't stand a chance against it, Mr. 3 said. Wow, that's so cool, Luffy exclaimed. Why are you admiring him? Usopp shouted. Idiot. Aya sighed. Luffy began to clash against Mr. 3, but his fist was bouncing off the agent's hard armor with each hit. Not good. Luffy's attacks won't work against that guy's armor. Usopp gritted his teeth in frustration. He coughed when some of the falling white particles went up his nose. The wax is choking me. Wait a minute. Usopp. Aya called out to him. He turned to her. Yeah. What happens to wax once fire hits it? She shouted. Usopp's eyes widened. Of course. Why didn't I realize it before now? It's all wax. Which means that it must be able to melt. Luffy. We need to use fire, no matter how hot it is. Wax is still wax. The others all hardened a few moments ago. We should still be able to save them, the sniper shouted to Luffy. No way, seriously. Luffy grinned. Yeah, that's correct, Miss Golden Week said. You idiot, don't tell them that, Mr. 3 hissed at her. Even if you just now realized it now, you have no hope. They have 30 seconds left at most and after that they're hardened. Mr. 3 replied, smirking. I'll save them right now. I don't need 30 seconds, Luffy shouted. I'll use a fire bullet. Usopp was about to fire but Mr. 5 shot Usopp. The bullet exploded blasting the sniper down. Usopp, no! Aya cried out and so did Luffy when they saw him fall to the ground. When we say that you don't stand a chance, it's best that you believe us, Mr. 5 said. Damn it! We're running out of time. Luffy shouted, gritting his teeth and continued to fight against Mr. 3. Just give up, Mr. 3 shouted. Karoo stood over Usopp, looking down at him, worried. Listen, I need you to grab hold of this rope, Karoo. Usopp told Vivi's bird, holding the rope in his hand and began to explain his plan to Karoo. Well, what's going on here? Miss Valentine smirked. Usopp and Karoo both squeaked. Now what are you two planning? Do you think I can try join in on the fun? Karoo. Get going. Usopp shouted. Karoo quickly ran, pulling the rope with him. Mr. 5 tried to fire at the bird but he dodged the agent's attacks as he ran wildly, wrapping the rope around the cake. I don't know why you bother, Miss Valentine replied. She sat down on top of Usopp's back, putting on more pressure. Ah, geez. The sniper groaned. I wonder just how much kilograms that you'll be able to endure. She smirked. 10 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms. Usopp felt like his spine was about to snap in two. Usopp! Aya shouted. She struggled trying to break the wax from her hands and feet. Your friends are a part of my collection now, accept it, Mr. 3 laughed. They're not, there's no way that I'm going to let you have my friends, Candle Boy. Luffy shouted then he grabbed the agent by his hair, dragging him over to Usopp. Hey, Usopp. I got some fire, we can use it. Hold on, that tiny little flame isn't going to work quickly enough. Go to where Karoo is at. The rope. Light that on fire, Usopp shouted. How is that supposed to help us? Luffy shouted. Just trust me on this. I covered the whole thing in oil, Usopp explained. Okay everyone, it's time to wake up. Luffy quickly the agent, who was kicking and screaming trying to break free. It's the only way. They should be alright, Usopp said, hopefully. Stop it. Let go. The Candleman shouted. Luffy flung the agent slamming him to the ground and ignited the rope with Mr. 3's hair and the entire cake was engulfed in flames. Oops. I hope the others don't get all burned up, Luffy grimaced. Curse you, you stupid Straw Hat Pirate. You destroyed my precious candle set. How dare you, you'll pay for this. Mr. 3 shouted, furiously. His wax armor was melting away from the heat and slipped from his body. He quickly escaped and ran. No, you're not getting away with this, Luffy shouted, angrily, chasing the agent into the woods. Karoo quickly followed Luffy, chasing after the agent. Damn it! How dare you mock Baroque Works agents, Mr. 5 growled. Miss G Usopp in the face as she sat on top of him. I'm sick and tired of dealing with you and your friends, got that? Miss Valentine growled, glaring down at the sniper. Okay, playtime is really over now. I'm going to break that scrawny little neck of yours into a million pieces. She quickly hopped into the air and began to float down, plummeting faster as she added more pressure. 10,000 kilogram drop. Usopp groaned as he tried to move, but he was completely exhausted. He closed his tightly as the woman dropped closer, about to get crushed. At least Aya was safe. That's all that matters. Suddenly, two figures jumped out of the cake and smacked Miss Valentine off course from Usopp. Usopp saw her crashed into the ground and quickly looked up to see Nami and Vivi land on the ground. The two girls were a little burnt and singed from the fire, and Nami's shirt was completely gone, wearing a bra instead. That was really hot. Vivi smiled. Couldn't you have thought of a better plan? Nami smirked. Aren't you just a little bit grateful? Usopp growled. You have a point there, thanks, Nami winked. It's amazing. I can't believe that we're actually alive, Vivi said. Got out of the wax, did you? Well, I've had enough. We cannot afford to screw up our mission anymore. Mr. 5 shouted, aiming at 3 Straw Hats. Hey, Mr. 5. Special attack exploding star. Usopp got up and fired at the agent. You fool. Haven't you figured it out that your pathetic attacks don't affect me at all? The agent said and caught the shot in his mouth. You took the bait. Usopp smirked at him. I'm sorry, I just told a little lie. That wasn't an exploding star. That was a special Tabasco star. Mr. 5 let out a scream. Hot, hot, hot. I had to learn how effective that thing was the hard way, Usopp laughed. Damn you, you stupid pirate. I refuse to let you make a mockery of me, Mr. 5 exclaimed. He charged at Usopp, grabbing him. Time for a full body explosion. There will be nothing left of you, Usopp screamed as he struggled to break out the agent's grip. Let go of me, Usopp cried out. Let him go, Nami shouted. Then someone tapped the agent's shoulder from behind. Mr. 5 quickly turned around only to met with a hard fist to the face. Mr. 5 released Usopp and was sent flying. Usopp grinned, looking up to see Aya now free from her wax. Aya, he cried out, hugging her tightly. I'm sorry that I left you. But Usopp was met to a kiss on the lips, shutting him up. I forgive you. She told him. Aw man. I wanted to test out my flaming swords. The two heard Zoro pout and turned to see the swordsman and L, standing next to the girls. Zoro? Aya called out to him. Hey, glad to see it that you made it out alive. Usopp told LL nodded. Yeah. Then the group saw Bragi starting to move as he got up. Master? So now it seems, 2 foes are left, Bragi chuckled. Luffy and Karoo continued to chase after Mr. 3. Bird, let's get M. Real men don't interfere with someone else's fight. Luffy shouted. Then the Straw Hat's eyes widened in surprise and he stopped. What's going on? In front of Luffy were multiple wax statues of Mr. 3 scattered around. The real one was hiding amongst them. But where? Luffy continued to search through them. The agent laughed. Can you figure it which one is the real one? I'd say you went up against the wrong people. You're not much for my intellectual prowess and artistic ability. You're just another buffoon who acts on blind instincts and uses his own brawn to solve his own problems. You can't hope to catch on intellectual guy like me, Mr. 3 shouted. I am a Baroque works agent. Every assignment that is given to me I see it through to its end. If you think you're ready, then just step forward. That's right, just take a step and as soon as your back is turned, I'm going to stab you. Right through that pathetic and noble little heart of yours. He finished, laughing, evilly. Luffy lifted his leg up and threw it back, then shot it straight forward. His foot slammed right into Mr. 3's face, making an imprint, and knocked the agent into the tree. How did you know that this is where I was? He groaned and fell to the ground unconscious. Instinct. Sanji sighed as he drank from his tea, while he and Ichi were inside the wax base. A perfect addition to the afternoon. Wait, what am I doing? I shouldn't be sitting here all relaxing, casually sipping tea without a care in the world. Nami, Aya, Vivi and the others could be waiting right now for me to come and help them. I am still curious about one thing though. What is a nice relaxing place like this doing smack in the middle of a creepy jungle? Sanji questioned. Why do you think a house like this is in the woods? Ichi asked. Let's look around. Sanji told him. While Sanji was searching for clues, Ichi stood up and his foot tapped into a basket lying on the floor near the table. Sanji walked over and opened the basket, revealing a snail with a microphone attached to it inside. A den mushi snail? The snail began to ring. Yeah, hello, you've reached the crab cafe. Can I take your order? Sanji answered. You can quit fooling around now, jackass. Now then, your report is a little bit late, don't you think? Another voice replied on the other end. My report? And just to whom am I exactly speaking to? Sanji asked. Me. Mr. Zero. Streams of tears bursted out Broggy's eyes as he bawled very loudly. Whoa, look at that. His tears are making a rainbow. Luffy gasped. Nami cringed and covered her ears with her hands, along with Vivi. He's literally creating a waterfall. Zoro commented. Suddenly, Dory groaned, shocking everyone to see that he was still alive. The giant slowly sat up, sitting next to Broggy, holding his wounded shoulder. Dory, you're alive, Broggy exclaimed. Dory smirked. I must have lost consciousness. Sanji's and Ichi's eyes widened. Ichi's eyes darted at the snail, then back to Sanji, going back and forth nervously. Sanji frowned, trying to remember where he had heard that name before. Mr. Zero? I've heard that name somewhere before. Wasn't that the name of the boss that Vivi was so frightened of? That would mean that the person on the other end is one of the second warlords of the sea, Crocodile. It's been a long time since I've heard from you, Mr. 3. What's happening on that island? Mr. Zero asked, waiting. Answer it. Ichi keeked when Sanji quickly slammed his hand on his mouth. I'm getting to it, now be quiet. He hissed through his teeth, whispering. Sanji's eyes darted towards the snail again. Well, are you going to answer me? When I ask a question, I expect an answer. Have you eliminated Princess Vivi and the Straw Hats as you were ordered? Mr. Zero asked again. Sanji quickly picked up the receiver and answered. Oh, yeah. The mission was successful. I eliminated all of those pesky brats like you said to, they shouldn't be a problem anymore. I see. Then I assume you left the Straw Hat Aya alive, correct? Sanji narrowed his eyes when Aya was mentioned before responding. Yes, just like you said to, I have her tied up as we speak. The Unluckies are heading your way to confirmation the success of your mission and to deliver a certain package, Mr. Zero said. The Unluckies? Package? Sanji questioned. It's an eternal pose that will point to Alabasta Kingdom. Once that arrives, you and Miss Golden Week will head to Alabasta. It's time for the next phase of the plan. Details will follow after you reach Alabasta. Wait for my orders. Mr. Cook, Sanji felt a tap his shoulder and he turned his head towards him, irritated. What is it? His eyes widened to where Ichi was pointing to see two creatures, sitting in the windows, staring back them. A vulture and an otter. Oh, what are those? Sanji murmured. The bird opened its wings, pulling down two rockets strapped to them, while the otter pulled out some knives. Mr. 3, what was that? It's nothing, really, Sanji answered before the bird fired at Sanji and Ichi. Ichi screamed and quickly ducked for cover while Sanji ducked behind the table. What the hell? The otter jumped at Sanji with his weapon. So I guess you're trying to kill me. Well, unlucky, bring it on. He kicked the otter back, slamming it into the wall, knocking it unconscious. The vulture was preparing to fire again, but Ichi grabbed one of its wings, knocking it off course of Sanji. Sanji charged at the bird, grabbing its head with his legs. What are you going to do now, you oversized chicken? He broke its neck and the unlucky flopped on the floor. Hey, what's going on? Answer me, Mr. 3, Mr. Zero demanded, waiting for an answer. Sanji quickly ran over to the snail and picked it up. Hey, it's nothing, it's just that damn Straw Hat was still alive. It's okay. I finished him off, no need to worry. What do you mean he was still alive? I believe that just a moment ago you said that your mission was successful, isn't that right? Mr. Zero questioned him. Yes, that is what I've said. I thought that he was finished, but that Straw Hat guy is a lot tougher than you expect, Sanji assured him. Then the report you gave me was a complete lie? Yeah, I guess, if you put it that way. But now I've gotten rid of that Straw Hat for sure. So, there is no need to send anyone else after him. Sanji laughed. Very well. Take the pose and the girl and head straight to Alabasta, immediately. You understand me? Mr. Zero told him. Sanji frowned as he thought to himself. What does this guy want with Aya? He's not getting his hands on her, that's for sure. How are you still alive? Usopp exclaimed. The weapons. They saved me, Dory told him. Usopp blinked before glancing over at the giant's weapons buried in the ground. Weapons? Oh, yeah? Not even weapons made in Elbaf can hold up for 100 years after a giant's duel to the death with them. That must be dull by now, he smiled. It's a miracle, really. I'm so glad that you're alive, Dory. It's a miracle. Broggy grinned in relief as well. Come on, this wasn't a miracle. The fact that those weapons were used for a century, fighting with them is the miraculous part. They should be scrapped by now. I'm surprised that they've lasted this long, Zoro said. What a day this was. Thank you, God of Elbaf, for this wonderful day, Broggy shouted, happily. Dory narrowed his eyes at his rival. Is that true? You're saying that fighting me while I was injured, cutting me down and knocking me out was wonderful? Don't be an idiot, Dory, that's not what I was saying, and you know it. Broggy smacked his fist on Dory's injured shoulder, making the giant groan out in pain. Would you keep your hands off my wound? Try doing that again and see how far you get, he growled. I can take you down in a heartbeat, Broggy shouted back. The two started to butt heads with each other and punching each other back and forth. You two are fighting again, already, Nami shouted, in disbelief. Sanji placed the snail down on the table and Ichi followed after him. They've hung up. I wonder who these guys were. They sure are funny looking, Sanji said as the two were leaving. They're after Miss Aya. We can't them get her, Ichi sputtered, worriedly. Relax, we're not going to let these guys get her. Sanji tried to calm him down, then his foot tapped against something. He looked down to see a log pose on the floor and picked it up to see that it was marked for Alabasta. Huh? Well, what do we have here? Dory laughed and so did Broggy. We've been fighting for so long that we've completely forgotten about the bounties that were put on our heads. The Baroque agents were here because of me. It's my fault. Vivi sighed, looking down sadly. Nami stopped her, pinching her cheek. None of that. The two girls noticed Usopp and Luffy snacking on some crackers that Miss Golden Week had left behind. Guys, where did you get those? Nami shouted. The two shrugged. I don't know. Found them, Luffy told her. Nami sighed and turned back to Vivi. See? Nobody's blaming you. Vivi smiled and nodded. Then Nami groaned. Her hand raised to her side, and she looked down to see a small red mark and scratched it. Just a bug bite. Nothing to worry about, she thought to herself. I still can't believe we have to wait for a year for the log pose to reset, Zoro frowned. I know, and that's something that we should be worried about, Nami called out to Luffy and Usopp, who were fighting and rolling around on the ground. You helped save us from those other guys. We like to return the favor, Broggy grinned. Can you guys do something about our log pose, so we won't be stuck here? Luffy asked. Hey, where are the two agents? Aya asked. Everyone noticed that the agents were no longer around. We can't help you with that, Dory answered. Nami, Vivi, Aya, my love, I am here to rescue you. Everyone saw Sanji come out of the woods with his arms stretched out, smiling. Sanji, Luffy smiled and waved. You're all still okay. I'm so happy, Sanji shouted. Of course, he's happy, useless jerk. He shows up after we'd taken care of everything, Usopp growled. Then Sanji noticed the giants and quickly ran over, standing in front of Aya. He glared up at them. Are one of you guys, Mr. 3? He demanded. Whoa, hang on. How did you know about Mr. 3? Nami asked him. Sanji quickly turned to her with hearts popping out of his eyes. Nami, amazing in that outfit. Say that again, she growled, getting ready to punch him. Sanji took off his coat and put it on her. If you stand around here all day dressed like that, you'll catch a cold. Here, take my coat. Oh, thanks. I've been a little busy. I finished talking to that Mr. Zero guy over a transponder snail, Sanji explained to them. Mr. Zero? Vivi exclaimed, trembling. I was talking to him in this weird hideout that me and Ichi found in the jungle. He thought that I was this guy Mr. 3, so I pretended to be him. Since I've had him on the line, I've told him that we were all dead. Sanji finished. So, he won't send people after us anymore, Vivi said in relief. We're finally free of people chasing us, but now we can't go anywhere anyway. That's just great, Usopp cried. We can't go. Why? Is there something that we need to take care of here? Sanji smiled. That's a real shame after I managed to get a hold of this thing. He pulled out the eternal log pose for Alabasta, showing it to everyone. Everyone's mouth dropped to the ground and gaped at him in shock and disbelief. An eternal pose to Alabasta. All right. Luffy cheered and so did everyone else. Let's set sail. But let's have rice cracker party first. We don't have time for that. Come on, Captain, we don't have time to be sitting here. Nami said to Luffy. Luffy pouted. Can't we hang around a little longer? He whined. Nami slapped the cracker out of his hand. No, hey, do anyone know where those other 2 agents went? Aya asked when she noticed that they were nowhere to be seen. Who cares? They've ran off with their tail behind their legs, Zoro replied. A loud shot was heard, startling everyone. Aya saw a quick flash before she was shoved out of the way. Move it, she was pushed over to Luffy and Usopp. Usopp quickly caught her before she fell to the ground. Who did that? Luffy exclaimed. Aya quickly sat up to see L drop with a thud, landing on his back. L! She screamed and quickly ran over to him, and so did Usopp. Wondering what happened, L groaned as he held his side that was bleeding out from the bullet. Aya quickly put pressure to the wound. Usopp handed her some bandages so she could wrap up the wound. Ichi was crying and wildly panicking as he stood over L. L, don't die, don't die, don't die, whatever you do, you can't die, not right now. Would somebody shut him up? L groaned, gritting his teeth. Zoro saw something moving in the shadows of the woods and saw Mr. 5 running off with Miss Golden Week. Get back here, the swordsman growled, about to chase after them, but Nami and Vivi stopped him. We don't have time to go after them. L needs a doctor, she shouted. But we don't have one, Usopp shouted. Then let's go find one, Luffy shouted. Aya quickly grabbed Ichi as he was frantically running around, pulling him down to her. Ichi, if you want to help then go and get the ship ready, she told him. Ichi quickly nodded and took off. Yes, of course, I'll go get it ready, and L stay away from the light. Go, everyone shouted at him, and Ichi immediately took off. We'll go after him to make he doesn't mess anything up, Zoro replied, and he and Sanji followed after Ichi. Or get lost, Sanji shouted. And don't forget I won that hunting contest. Dory and Brogy's eyes widened and the two looked at each other in realization as they remembered the entire reason they were here fighting each other. A hunting contest of which catch of theirs was bigger. Aya and Usopp helped L up to his feet, supporting him as they helped L walk to the ship. We're going to go, giant guy and round giant, Luffy told Dory and Broggy. Busy little buggers, aren't y'all? Broggy grinned. I wish that you guys could stick around for a little longer. I hope that your country's safe, girl, Dory said. Vivi smiled. Thank you. I promise that we'll meet again on Elbaf someday, Usopp shouted. The giants watched the crew leave and looked at each other. Our friends are setting sail, Broggy said sadly. Well, we can't leave them to the monster that lives in the sea to the west, Dory replied. Everyone made back to the ship and Usopp and Aya quickly took L to the medical room and laid him down on the bed. The two came out to see everyone on the ship ready to set sail. We need to hurry, Aya told them. Then let's set sail, Luffy shouted. The flags dropped down from the mast and the Mary started to leave the island as it began to sail away. Luffy spotted the giants standing on the shore of the island, looking out towards them. Hey, it's our giant friends. They've come to see us off, he pointed out. Do not go to the island ahead of this one, Dory warned. Trust in us and set sail straight ahead, no matter what happens, keeping sailing straight, Broggy shouted. You've risked your lives and protected our pride so that it would remain untarnished. We shall do the same, and we must not let your flag of pride be tarnished either, Dory shouted. Sail straight ahead, Luffy shouted. Just as they were leaving the coast of the island, Nami spotted something huge slowly rising from out of the water. Look, up ahead, she cried out. Dory and Broggy both pulled out their weapons. One day in the future, Broggy said to them. Let us meet again. Dory finished. A giant goldfish rose out of the water. A goldfish? Why do I feel like I've heard that before? Usopp exclaimed in shock. It's going to eat us alive. We need to get to the helm, Usopp, Nami shouted to him. Usopp gripped the railings, tightly, slightly trembling, scared. Aya reached over and placed her hand on top of his. Usopp squeezed it tightly, glancing over at her, then kept his eyes on the large fish. No, we need to keep going straight. All right, Luffy? He looked at the Straw Hat Captain. Luffy nodded, smiling. You bet. The goldfish opened its mouth, and the ship was sailing directly into it. Nami cried and began to eat on a cracker. Sanji looked up at Luffy. Luffy, are you sure those giants are trustworthy? He shouted. It's too late to do anything now, Nami screamed. The giant fish closed its mouth, trapping everyone in the merry inside of it. Dory and Broggy both raised their weapons and slammed them into the ocean. They created a large shockwave, punching a giant hole in the fish's head, freeing everyone. Wahoo! We're flying, Luffy shouted as the Merry flew in the air. They cut the ocean itself. So this is the power of Elbaf's warriors, Usopp cried in amazement but also relieved to be alive and not eaten. Absolutely amazing. Now go! Dory and Broggy shouted, grinning and laughing as they watched the Merry sail away. Guys, listen up. I will go to Elbaf someday, to the village of warriors, Usopp declared. Yeah, I can't wait, Luffy grinned, excited as well. How do they get so much energy? After everything's happened, I'm exhausted. Nami sighed and turned to Vivi, who was standing beside her. Vivi, can you watch this for me? Nami asked her and handed out the log post to her. Sure. Vivi took it from Nami. You're on your way. Soon, you'll return to Alabasta. Assuming that we make it there safely and without any more surprises, Nami smiled. Yes, everyone is counting on me. I have to. Vivi spoke. You'll get home but there's no need to push yourself so hard. You got me, Sanji said, coming out of the kitchen, carrying a tray of drinks and walked over to the girls. Here, you go. Try these sweets, they'll help you relax. I made some delicious tarts. Thank you. Nami and Vivi thanked him. Luffy, Usopp and Karoo immediately ran over to the chef. Sanji frowned and pointed to the kitchen. Yours are in the kitchen, now go. The three of them quickly bolted heading to the kitchen. Sanji, Vivi and Nami heard footsteps above them and looked up to see Aya when she came out of the medical room. Aya, how is he? Vivi asked her. Aya shook her head and walked over to the group. Not good. El's not going to make it all the way to Alabasta. He needs a doctor, now, she insisted. I've made some snacks. Are you hungry? Sanji asked. Thank you but no, he'll be alright. El seems like a tough guy to let a bullet stop him, Sanji assured her. But it's my fault that he's hurt in the first place. I should have been more aware, Aya shouted. Hey, nobody can see the future. These things happen. It's no one's fault but those damn agents. Stop blaming yourself. El made his choice to protect you, although I should have been the one, Sanji said before he was cut off by Aya. Sanji, don't say that. I better go and make sure those three idiots aren't making a mess in the kitchen. See you girls later. He walked away leaving the girls and went back to the kitchen. Nami, are you alright? Aya asked her. Just tired? Damn it all. If only I was stronger, I wouldn't have left anyone hanging. I'm so weak. I've got to get stronger, strong enough to cut through steel, Zoro growled as he continued to train. Vivi, Aya, I'm sorry, but I need to lie down, Nami told them. I understand. Go and get some rest. I'll keep an eye on the log pose. Vivi spoke. Nami suddenly collapsed on the deck, startling Vivi and Aya who immediately rushed over to her. Nami, Aya shouted. She's not responding. Vivi quickly felt Nami's forehead and her eyes widened. She's burning up, Vivi shouted. Everyone, come quick. Nami fell. Aya shouted. What's wrong, Aya? Is everything okay? Luffy asked concerned. Nami has an awful fever. Vivi cried out. Luffy's eyes widened along with Sanji's and Usopp's. What? Nami's sick? Luffy exclaimed. This is not good, Zoro frowned. It's most likely the climate. Sailors from the Grand Line aren't used to the strange water and can become quite ill. There are countless stories of tough victorious pirates who suddenly died. Their immune systems were attacked and ravaged by plagues and fevers. Ignoring a symptom can make even a slightest cold deadly. Vivi explained. Nami, Sanji cried. Is there anyone aboard this ship with the slightest amount of medical experience? Vivi asked everyone. Luffy and Usopp both pointed at Aya. She quickly snapped her head at them. What are you pointing at me for? Aya shouted. Come on, Aya. You've been with the Marines. They must have taught you something, Luffy said. Yeah, and you treated me when I got hurt, the sniper spoke. Yes, I was trained in the Marines, getting constantly hurt or help other soldiers who were injured, but I'm not a doctor, Aya shouted. You helped L, didn't you? Luffy asked her. L is still not out of the woods yet, he still has a bullet in him, she reminded him. Nami's out at the moment, so you're all we've got, Luffy insisted. Just tell me what I need to do. Vivi told her. Maybe a little meat will help, right Sanji? Luffy suggested. It does have protein that helps the body operate properly. I do. There are certain kinds of foods that can help with illnesses. But I can't make that judgment. She needs to diagnose by a doctor, which I'm not. Besides, if my cooking made that big a difference she'd never get sick. I'd put 100 times more care into preparing her and Aya's meals than you two losers. Then make a soup. We're going to need some cold water and rags to keep it down and for her to drink to stay hydrated, Aya said. While you're helping her, I'll take over for L, Vivi spoke. Thanks, Vivi. Vivi checked Nami's temperature again. Her forehead was burning up and was sweating. This isn't good. Her fever's 104. There's doctors and nurses in Alabasta, right? How much longer do you have to get there? Sanji asked her. I don't know. Maybe a week, but that's too long, Vivi told them. What about that island the giants were talking about? Aya pointed out. Usopp's eyes widened. The one they specifically told us not to go to, I don't know. We don't have a choice. Nami's fever is too high, and it could get life-threatening, Vivi sighed. Nami's going to die, Luffy screeched. Will you calm down? Vivi shouted. We have to go to that island, Luffy shouted. I can take us there. Everyone saw Nami had waken up and she struggled to sit up on the bed. Nami, you are feeling better, Luffy grinned and ran over to the bedside. She's still sick, you moron, Usopp shouted. Nami gestured over to her desk, telling Vivi to open it for her. In my drawer, there's a paper. Vivi walked over and opened the door and she saw a newspaper inside of it and pulled it out and read it. The princess' eyes widened. No, it's not possible. Is there something wrong? Luffy asked. Is it about Alabasta? Sanji asked as well. According to this article, 300,000 royal soldiers have defected to the resistance. Until now, we've been enrolling in a cold war with 600,000 royal soldiers against 400,000 rebels. The balance has shifted. Vivi explained, still in disbelief. That paper is 3 days old. I'm sorry I didn't say something earlier. I didn't want to upset you. There's nothing that we can do right now, and we can't go any faster, you understand, Luffy? Nami told him. Things are bad or beyond our control? Luffy said, unsure. Nami smiled, weakly. Maybe you do understand. Good. Nami, you need to see a doctor, right away, Sanji insisted. I'm fine. The thermometer is broken, and nobody gets a temperature of 104. It's impossible, she replied. Aya frowned at her. That's not true, Nami. And you do? Nami questioned her. Yes. You need to get back to bed or you're going to collapse again. I'm telling you, I'm fine. Nami slapped Aya's hand away from her and she slowly got up from the bed. It took a couple of steps before Nami stumbled and fell. Luffy caught her before she hit the floor. Nami, Vivi cried out. Vivi, I know that you're worried about your country, but we need to focus on getting a doctor. I'm sorry. I had told her. Vivi bit her lip and looked down, avoiding everyone's gaze on her. I understand. But there's millions of people who are counting on me to make it back to them. I don't know what to do, she shouted. There's a million people there, Luffy exclaimed, shocked. The ship continued to sail and Aya took over for Vivi, watching over the log pose, helping Zoro steer the ship. Then Nami, now awakened, stepped out and stumbled. Nami, get back to bed. Aya told her. Nami ignored her and walked past Aya, staring out to the ocean. The air. It's changed, she murmured. Aya stared at her, confused. Changed? Nami, you're not making any sense. Get everyone out here now, Nami shouted. Guys, get out here, Nami says something's wrong. Aya shouted and Sanji, Usopp, Luffy, and Zoro quickly came out on the deck, wondering what was going on. Nami, what's up? The sun is shining, and the waves are quiet, Usopp said. The wind. Nami answered. Wind? There's a powerful wind, that's heading right this way. We need to. Luffy felt her forehead and quickly pulled it away as if it burned him. Your head's on fire. You gotta stay in bed so we can get you a doctor, he shouted. Nami pushed him away. Maybe you should mind your own business. I'm fine. Now pull the damn ropes, she growled. Nami, I know that you're acting brave for Vivi, but if you keep pushing your body won't have a chance to heal, Sanji told her, concerned as well. I told you guys I'm fine, Nami snapped. Nami, please listen to them, Usopp spoke before Nami cut him off. Not another word, damn it. Hurry and move the ship, she ordered everyone. Everyone quickly scrambled to pull the sails to turn the ship. You heard her. Something's heading this way. Something big, Nami murmured weakly. While everyone was running around on deck, Vivi was helping Ichi take care of Elle in the medical room. She replaced a new bandage on Elle's wound. Ichi was crying beside her, begging and pleading to Elle not to die. I need to get home before time runs out, Vivi sighed desperately. Then the two of them heard Elle make a noise. Elle? Ichi asked him. Elle groaned as he stirred in his sleep. Your home will be fine. Vivi's eyes widened. Everything will be fine? You're not making any sense. Elle, don't talk anymore, you need rest, Ichi said, worried. Everything will be okay, he murmured again before going unconscious, again. Elle, Ichi cried. Vivi stood up and headed towards the door. Stay with him. She left the medical room and saw everyone on deck scrambling around. Everyone, listen to me, I hate to ask you guys a favor, but Elle's fading in and out. He needs a doctor. My home can wait for a bit, Vivi said. Vivi, what are saying? Nami said. Change course to the island. So many people have sacrificed themselves for me. I can't lose another, Vivi shouted. Vivi. Then it's settled, head towards the island. We need to get a doctor so Nami and Elle can get better again, then we head to Alabasta. After all, we need Nami at the helm to move at top speed, Sanji said. Right. No one can make a ship move faster like Nami, Luffy grinned. Those are wise words, Vivi. You're beautiful and brave, Sanji smiled. The girl's got guts. Zoro smirked. Thank you, Vivi, Nami spoke. Don't overexert yourself, Nami, Vivi told her, helping her stand. What the hell is that? Sanji shouted. Everyone turned to look at what the cook was looking at and their eyes went wide in disbelief. Several yards away from them was a large swirling cyclone. It's a cyclone, Vivi screamed. It's huge, Luffy shouted. If we had gone on that path, Usopp gulped. We'd be dead right now, Zoro said. Incredible. Cyclones in the Grand Line are said to be impossible to predict, but somehow Nami did, Vivi said, looking down at Nami in disbelief. Alright. What are we waiting for? Let's get to that island and find a doctor, Luffy shouted. Vivi took Nami back into her room and laid her back on the bed. The air began to feel a little colder as they headed towards the island to find a doctor. A heavy fog began to roll in, making it harder to see. Zoro was keeping watch up in the crow's nest, while Usopp and Luffy were shoveling some snow off the deck. Do you see any doctors yet? Luffy shouted up to the swordsman. Luffy, you can't be serious. Usopp frowned. Guys, what do you think about people standing on the water? Zoro asked. Standing on water? Is that even possible? The Straw Hat Captain questioned. What kind of question is that? It's impossible, of course, Usopp said. Well, then, what's that? Zoro pointed out. Luffy and Usopp turned to where Zoro was pointing and saw a figure standing in the water in front of the ship as it slowly sailed towards the person. There was an actual person standing in the middle of the ocean, watching them. Both Usopp and Luffy blinked in confusion. Do you think he's a doctor? Luffy asked again. Luffy and Usopp both blinked, taking another look to see if they weren't imagining things. There was man really standing in the middle of the ocean. He had a sad expression on his face and wavy lips, wearing a checkered green and blue jester-like costume with purple lining at the sleeves. A white winter coat with purple lining tied against his chest, dark green pants and blue shoes with white buckles. Strapped behind his back he had a bow and some arrows in a bag. Aya came out from the medical room and stepped outside on the deck, wearing a light purple coat, and saw she the man as well. "Hello, sure is chilly today, isn't it?" the man shouted out. "Yeah, it is chilly, today," Luffy replied. "I'd say it's freezing," Usopp murmured. Suddenly, a large dome-shaped metal ship rose out from the water in front of the Going Merry. It was knocked back by the large waves, rocking back and forth. "What is that thing?" "A watermelon," Luffy shouted. "Why are we shaking?" Vivi exclaimed as she was looking after Nami, feeling the violent tremors from the ship rocking. Sanji quickly grabbed the bed to keep Nami from falling out of it. "Hold the rudder steady. If anything happens to Nami, I'll hold every one of you responsible," Sanji shouted to everyone outside. But he received no response. What was going on out there? He wondered to himself. "What the hell is that? A ship?" Zoro questioned. The dome began to transform, growing large and expanding out, turning into a pirate's ship with multiple sails and a hippo with a crown on its figurehead. "Oh, crap. It's a pirate ship," Usopp cried out. "It's huge," Luffy cried out. "Great, just what we needed," Aya murmured. A large overweight man with dark violet hair and a cylinder tin-shaped jaw hopped off from his ship and landed on the railings of the Merry. He was dressed in tin-plated armor and a hooded white woolly hippo cape, wearing thick brown gloves and purple and orange woolen shorts with a brown belt around his waist and brown boots with some white fur. "What's the matter? Don't tell me my underwater raid ship surprised you," he smirked. "Vivi, you're in charge," Sanji told her. Vivi tried to stop him. "Hey, what's going?" But Sanji was already gone and ran onto the deck. His eyes widened and he stopped. He sighed and pulled out a match, relighting his cigarette. There were several guns were pointed at his face. "So, what's going on?" he asked Luffy, Zoro, Aya, and Usopp, seeing the pirates surrounding everyone on board. "Well, we're under attack and it's still snowing," Luffy told him. "And we're completely surrounded," Aya spoke. "Yeah, the guns pointed at my face kind of gave it away." "What now?" Sanji asked. "You call yourselves a band of pirates? That's amusing. I only count 5 of you." Wapol laughed, looking at the Straw Hat crew. "Sort of strange that your group would have few members." He pulled out a small sword with a large piece of meat on it and ate the whole thing, including the blade. Everyone stared in disbelief and in shock at what they had just saw and cringed. "My mouth hurts just watching him," Usopp exclaimed. "What kind of guy would eat knives?" Luffy cringed. "I'll keep this simple. My men and I here wish to travel to Drum Kingdom. You wouldn't happen to have an eternal log pose or a log pose, would you?" Wapol asked them. "No, we don't have one," Aya lied. "We've never even heard of that place before," Sanji spoke. "Now that we've had that settled, would you guys just leave already? We're kind of in a hurry," Luffy shouted. "You won't enjoy life if you're always in a rush, but if you have neither pose, then what can be done? I suppose I'll have to settle for your treasure and your ship," Wapol replied. "What?" Luffy blinked. "First things first, I'm feeling a bit hungry." The man gripped the railings of the ship and ripped half of it off and started to munch down on it. "He's eating the ship," Usopp exclaimed. "Hey, this ship isn't your lunch," Luffy shouted, furiously. "Be quiet. Wapol doesn't like to be disturbed while he's eating," one of his men shouted at Luffy, pointing his gun at him. "Shut up." Luffy punched him, knocking him out. "We're under attack. Shoot him." Wapol's men fired at Luffy at the rest of the Straw Hats. Usopp screamed and quickly took cover behind the ship's mast. "Now things are finally getting interesting," Zoro smirked, pulling out his swords. "So, I can beat their asses now?" Sanji asked. "They've been asking for it," Aya smiled, and the 3 of them began to clash against Wapol's men. "Wait, I'm sure we can talk this out," Usopp shouted. "Gunfire. Kuru, stay here and watch Nami. I'll be right back," Vivi spoke after she heard the gunfire coming from outside. She quickly ordered her bird to stay with Nami and ran out to see what was happening. "You shouldn't take on something that you can't handle," Sanji shouted, and he slammed his foot down on one of Wapol's men, slamming him on the deck. Reception. "All bark and no bite," Zoro murmured and quickly took out several crew members as they were coming up from behind him. Aya slammed 2 members' heads together and pushed them off the ship, sending them falling into the ocean. "Hey, Wapol, we need help." Several of his men cried out to him for help. Wapol was starting to munch down more of the ship's railings. "Stop eating our ship," Luffy shouted at him, pushing two of Wapol's men away from him and slammed them against the ship. Wapol burped. "It doesn't taste half bad." Luffy growled and threw back his fist, stretching it. "You fool, you're no match for Wapol," one of Wapol's men shouted at him. Luffy flung his arm forward to punch Wapol. Wapol opened his mouth and chomped down on Luffy's entire body as he was still stretching his arms out. "Now you'll be eaten by the power of the Munch Munch fruit." "Luffy," Usopp shouted. "What's this?" Vivi asked. "Hey, Vivi, everything okay with Nami?" Sanji asked her. "You're tough to chew through, aren't you?" Wapol spoke, still trying to eat Luffy. "Get off of my ship," Luffy roared, and he threw his fist forward, punching Wapol in the gut, making him spit out Luffy. Then Wapol was sent soaring high in the sky as his crew watched in disbelief and quickly sailed after him. Wapol, the rest of the Straw Hats watched them as they left. Crazy. Those guys were really upset. What were they calling that old garbage can? Wapol, Usopp asked. Who cares about his name? Don't worry about it. The guy's obviously a moron. It's best to just forget about him, Sanji replied. Vivi, Luffy and Sanji went back to see Nami only to see that she wasn't getting any better. Are you sure she isn't just hungry? Maybe we should try to feed her lots of meat? Luffy insisted. He was kicked and punched in the face by Vivi and Sanji and sent flying back, crashing into the wall. A picture frame fell down on top of him. This isn't good. The sun's about to set and she's still the same, Sanji said. You're right. Maybe it'll be best if we drop anchor somewhere. We can't navigate at night anyway without Nami. Vivi spoke. The ship docked for the night and Sanji took lookout duty. Vivi continued to look after Nami until she eventually fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Nami woke up to find her sleep by her beside and saw Luffy, Usopp and Zoro and Aya all crashed out sleeping the room as well. Nami made a weak smile and fell back to sleep. Crap, I fell asleep. Sanji sniffed before he noticed he had a blanket wrapped around him. He blinked in confusion before he saw Aya sitting down beside him, keeping looking out duty. She glanced over at him when she noticed that he was awake. Oh, good you're up. How long was I out for? Sanji asked her. For a while. Aya told him. Everyone's tired and worried. The two heard hammering down below and looked down and saw Usopp fixing up the railings that Wapol had torn off, replacing it. You're up early. Can't just sit here and do nothing, Usopp said. I'm going to go check on Nami. Aya spoke and she climbed down the crow's nest, leaving the two-headed Toro followed behind her as the two walked inside. Come on Nami, smile. Just one little one, please. Luffy pleaded. Aya and Zoro stepped into Nami's room and saw Luffy sitting down beside her bed. Luffy, come on. Leave her alone. Aya told him before Luffy turned his head to face the two of them. His face was painted and he stretched his mouth with his hands sticking his tongue out. Ah! Aya screamed. Zoro fell back falling to the ground, startled as well. What do you think? Luffy grinned. You look ridiculous, I had told him. Maybe so, but what's that on your face? A smile perhaps. Luffy grinned some more as he pointed out and Aya smacked his hand away from her. Shut up. I'm going to go check on Ichi and L. She walked out leaving Zoro with Luffy and headed to the medical room to find Ichi by L's bedside, crying. L, please wake up. I can't do this without you, Ichi cried. Aya walked over and slowly began to undress L's bandage, replacing it with new ones. Is L gonna die? Ichi asked her. Aya stared at him, unsure of what to tell him. I don't know. But crying about it is not going to help him. You have to stop. It's only going to make you feel worse. She told him, which only made Ichi cry more. Aya sighed. Hopefully, we'll find the island soon and then we can get L and Nami to a doctor. She patted Ichi on his shoulder, trying to reassure him, then walked out on the deck, meeting with Usopp, Sanji and Vivi. How's the duo doing? Sanji asked her. L's stable for now. Ichi's doing what he can for now. I had told them. Say, Usopp, does this area seem unusually cold? Now that you've mentioned it, it sure does. To be honest, it's freaking me out. The Grand Line just keeps getting stranger. The sniper spoke. That's not necessarily true. Vivi said. Maybe, there's an island nearby. Sanji, can you check the horizon for any sign of land? Sure thing. Sanji nodded and climbed up to the crow's nest to have a look. There's a winter island somewhere nearby, I think, Vivi told them. Winter Island? Aya asked her. Scattered within the Grand Line there are 4 basic types of islands made distinct by their varying climates. Summer islands, spring islands, fall islands, and winter islands. Each one has their own 4 independent seasons. When traveling in the Grand Line there are at least 16 different types of weather patterns you must be prepared to endure. Range from summer to winter. There can even be unknown climates at any given moment. Vivi explained. I think I get it. The Grand Line has different islands one after the other, and that's the reason why the seas in between them have crazy unstable weather patterns, Usopp said. Correct. The closer we get to an island the calmer the sea is around it. Which is why I asked Sanji to start looking for land, Vivi said. That's it. I see it, island dead ahead, Sanji pointed out. Luffy and Zoro heard Sanji, and Luffy quickly turned to Nami. Are you serious, Nami? We've found an island. Do you hear that? This means we can get you to a real doctor. He can fix you up. Wake up. Wake up, Luffy shouted, excited to see the new island. Just go. I've got it covered, Zoro told him. Luffy quickly raced out while Zoro stayed inside to look after the navigator. There it is. Nami's saved. A snow island, Luffy exclaimed, happily. Whoa, Luffy, wait. Just that there's no misunderstanding, we're stopping to find Nami and LA Doctor. We're not here to have an adventure. Are we clear? Sanji told him. I like snow. It's so white. Luffy ignored him, looking around as the snow was falling slowly from the sky. He's gone. Hold on, are you sure this is a good idea? There could be snow monsters. Besides, we don't even know if there's people there or not, Usopp gulped. Oh no, I can't enter, that island disease is acting up. Look at all that snow, Luffy shouted. Luffy, aren't you cold dressed like that? Usopp asked him. The Straw Hat Captain was the only one not wearing a coat. 10 below freezing out here. That's when bears go hibernating, Sanji spoke. The two of them saw Luffy stop running around. Oh boy. Cold, he shivered. You just figured that out, Sanji and Usopp exclaimed at him, angrily and in disbelief as well. It's a stream of melted snow. This may provide a good spot to disembark, Vivi told everyone as they sailed the ship closer to the shore. Hey, guys, I'm about to search. Who wants in? Zoro asked. Luffy raised his hand. I'm in. Me too, Sanji shouted as well. Bye, go have fun, Usopp shouted. However, everyone stopped when they saw many people standing on the cliffs above them pointing at them with loaded guns. That's far enough, pirates, a man shouted at them. Hey, look, people, that was easy, Luffy shouted. Isn't that nice? But they don't seem too friendly, Aya replied. I'll only say this once. Your kind is not welcomed here. Leave immediately, the man spoke again. We only came here to find a doctor, Luffy shouted. We have sick and injured on board, Vivi shouted out as well. You'll have to do better than that. We won't fall for that old trick, the man shouted at them, not believing a single word. This is our island. We won't let any filthy pirates land here, another shouted at the Straw Hat crew as well. That's great. We've barely said hello and they already hate us, Sanji murmured. One of them raised their gun at Sanji. Get out of here. Look out, Aya warned him. Sanji barely dodged the bullet as it hit the deck near his feet. He growled, looking back at the group of people. Big mistake. He charged towards them, about to jump off the ship. Vivi quickly jumped in front of him, stopping Sanji. Sanji, no, she shouted. Then another shot rang out. Everyone watched in shock and horror as they saw Vivi was hit. Vivi, Luffy shouted. Vivi, Luffy shouted before he turned and glared furiously at the men. Why you? He was about to charge at them, but Vivi stopped him. No, stop it. Fighting is not going to help anything. I'm fine, Luffy, it only grazed my arm, Vivi told him, and she knelt down, facing the angry villagers. It's all right, we won't land. But can you please call us a doctor? We have sick and injured on board who are dying. I'm begging you, please help us. Vivi, You're not fit to be the captain of this ship, Luffy. Not everything can be fixed by starting a fight. We can't get into a fight here. Think about Nami and L. What would happen to them? Luffy's eyes widened. You're right. I'm sorry about that. He knelt down beside the princess. Please help us, call a doctor. I'll show you to our village, follow me, one of the men spoke. See, you just had to ask politely. Vivi smiled. Yeah, you're incredible, Vivi. Luffy grinned. Before they left the ship, everyone put on some warmer clothes to protect themselves against the cold and the snow. Zoro volunteered to stay behind and watch the ship and wanted to do some training. Sanji carried Nami on his back while Ichi carried L on his, and the group followed the man as he led them to the village with some of the villagers. Aya shivered, trying to warm herself up. Are you okay? Usopp asked in concern, noticing that her skin was a little blue. Yeah, I'm fine. I just hate the cold, she replied. There is one thing I feel I should tell you. We only have one doctor here is actually a witch, the man told the crew. A witch? Aya asked. You've got to be kidding me. Everything about this island is messed up. What do you people call this place? Vivi asked. This land still doesn't have a name yet, the man told her. An island without a name? I didn't know that was possible. A.B. Bear. Usopp screamed. Hurry, everyone, pretend that you're dead. Ahead, a large white bear with a walking stick was slowly approaching them. It's just a hiking bear. It poses no threat. Don't forget to bow, it's proper manners. The man reassured them, and everyone quickly bowed to the bear as it passed them. As they continued, they finally stopped at a small village. This is the village where we live, its name is Bighorn. There were some rams, goats, sheep, and stranger animals like furry hippos, with people riding them, roaming around. Look at all the weird animals walking around, Ichi gasped in awe. Look Nami, we've made it to a village with people, Sanji told Nami. Thanks for the help, everyone. If you're not a guard, you can continue with your work, the village leader told his watchguards. Are you certain that you'll be all right here by yourself? One of them asked, unsure. They are pirates. Another said as well. I believe these people mean us no harm. That's my hunch anyways. You can trust me on that, he spoke. You mean those men were inland security forces? Vivi asked him. No, they're just ordinary citizens. Come to my house, everyone. Hey, it's one of those hiking bears, Usopp shouted. Another one? Luffy shouted as well. It was a very tall, heavy-set woman, wearing a fur coat. The two of them quickly bowed to her. That's just a lady. I had told them. Dalton, I'll be looking forward to the elections in 2 days. Everyone says they'll be voting for you. A man ran over to him. I hope you're not serious about that. I'm just an ordinary citizen like you. Dalton replied. Then he took the rest of the crew to his house and led them inside and went ahead to start up a fire. You can use that bed and couch over there. I'm going to warm the place up, he told Sanji and Ichi. Sanji placed Nami on the bed, covering her up with some blankets. Ichi set L on the couch and gave him some blankets as well. He noticed that L's bandages were starting to bleed through and quickly called Aya over, and she started to change and replace them. I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Dalton and I am the captain of the island security squad. Please, forgive our unfriendly welcome, he told everyone before he started to give Vivi a strange look. But if you don't mind, may I ask you a question? It's just that you look familiar to me for some reason. And no, I just have one of those faces. Anyway, can you tell us more about this doctor or witch? Nami's fevers has gone up to 107. Vivi answered, nervously. How long has she had it? Dalton asked. It's been several days and it just keeps getting higher. Vivi told him. Then Dalton glanced over at L, who wasn't looking too well, and him. He got shot and he's losing a lot of blood and getting fevers. His wound is getting worse, the longer it's left untreated. I had told him. Dalton sighed. I see. They'll likely die if it gets any worse. Yes. We don't even know what kind of illness she has or how to treat it, Vivi said. We've got to find a doctor as soon as possible. Any doctor will do. Where is this witch? Luffy asked, urgently. The witch? You see those mountains outside the window? Dalton pointed out the window towards several mountains within the distance. A tall one stood out, shaped like a drum. Yeah, I've noticed them earlier, Sanji murmured before he saw Luffy and Usopp outside, making a snowman. "Get in here before I kill you." Those mountains are known as the Drum Rockies. There's a castle at the tallest one in the middle. "A castle?" Aya asked. "A castle that has lost its king," Dalton answered. "What's so important about this castle?" Zoro asked him. "That castle is where our only doctor lives, Dr. Kureha, whom the people call a witch," Dalton explained. "Of all places, why does she have to live on top of a mountain? We need to call her here right now," Sanji shouted. "I'm afraid there's no way to contact her," Dalton frowned. "You can't be serious. What kind of a doctor is she?" Sanji shouted. "Her skills are impressive as a doctor. However, she's an eccentric old woman and almost 140 years old." 140? No wonder she doesn't get around much, Usopp said in disbelief. "What happens when people here get sick or injured? Doesn't she help them?" Vivi asked. "She comes down the mountain whenever she feels like it. She looks around for patients, treats them, and before she leaves, she takes whatever she wants from their houses as payment," Dalton told them. "She doesn't sound like a very nice lady," Usopp said. "She kind of sounds like a pirate," Aya said. "How is a woman as old as she is capable of getting down from that mountain?" Sanji asked. "It's a rumor, but several of villagers have claimed to see her ride down on a sleigh on moonlit nights. That's the reason she is thought to be a witch. There are others who have said that they have seen her with a strange creature. A creature that none of them recognize," Dalton said. "See, a snow monster. I knew that there was going to be one," Usopp shouted. "Dr. Kureha is the only doctor that we have. But she is still a woman that I prefer to stay away from. All we can do is wait for the next time she decides to come down the mountain." "No, damn it. We can't wait here for that long. Nami is getting worse as we speak," Sanji said, firmly. "Hey, Nami, wake up, now," Luffy said to Nami and tapped her cheek trying to wake her up. "Luffy, you idiot. What are you doing to her?" Sanji, Vivi, and Usopp shouted at the Straw Hat Captain. Luffy smiled when he saw Nami starting to open her eyes. "Look, she's awake. Nami, listen. The only way to see the doctor is to climb the mountain. We're going to have to climb it." "Are you crazy? What about Nami? How do you expect to get her up there?" Sanji asked. "Easy, she'll ride on my back," Luffy told him. "That's only going to make her more sick." "What's the problem? I thought that we needed to hurry," Luffy said. "We do, but you'll never get up there. Look at how steep and tall that thing is," Usopp said. "Maybe you can, but climbing that thing will be way too hard on Nami," Sanji told Luffy as well. "An L's wound could open up more if he gets jostled around. BVLL or something, we'll land on snow." "That doesn't matter. A fall like that will kill even a healthy person," Vivi shouted. "Nami has a really bad fever that she's almost dying. Don't you understand that?" Sanji told him. Then Luffy felt Nami grab his wrist and he turned to her. Luffy," she said weakly, smiling at him. "Come on, Captain, let's go." "That's what I'm talking about, leave it to me," Luffy grinned. "I can't believe this. Now our navigator's as crazy as our captain," Usopp sighed. "You're in no shape for a trip like this, Nami," Vivi told her. "Are you sure that you'll be okay? It'll take you hours before you get there?" Dalton asked. "Hey, old guy, give me meat for the road," Luffy shouted. Dalton blinked. "Meat? I'm coming too," Sanji spoke. "Me as well," Ichi said. "Hey, Luffy, be very careful. You can't even fall once or Nami's going to die," Sanji told him. "Not even once," Luffy exclaimed. "Hold still, I have to make sure that this is tied tightly. I'm going to wait for you here. If I came with you guys, I'll only get in your way," Usopp said as he tied the rope around Luffy, securing Nami to his back while he carried her piggyback style. Then Usopp did the same to L, tying him to Ichi's back. Luffy turned to Aya. "Alright, Aya, you stay with them and keep them safe." "Are you kidding me?" Aya said in disbelief. "You know how the cold gets to you. Stay here and look after Vivi and Usopp." "Fine." Aya nodded slowly. "You guys better come back." Luffy glanced over his shoulder at Nami, who was struggling to keep her eyes open. "Leave it to me, okay, Nami. You're really set on going. I'm not going to stop you, but at least climb up from the other side, that way you can avoid the Lappins," Dalton warned. "Lappins? What are those?" Aya asked. They're extremely carnivorous rabbits. If you run into a pack of them, you're as good as dead, Dalton explained. Really? But we've got to get up there. We'll be just fine, Luffy said. Yeah, fine. Sanji nodded. You can't be serious. You know how easily those things can kill you, Dalton said in disbelief. No, we'll be all right. Now, hurry it up, Sanji, before Nami and L dies. Luffy shouted and ran off, heading towards the mountains. Sanji and Ichi followed behind him. Don't say stuff like that, you idiot, Sanji shouted. Are you sure that they'll be all right? Dalton asked Vivi, Usopp and Aya. It's not really those three we're worried about, Usopp said. Nami's the one in trouble. I just hope her strength can hold out that long. She's getting sicker by the minute. And then there's L. Vivi murmured, worried. He's losing a lot of blood, Aya said, concerned as well. Come on inside, it's cold out here, Dalton told them. It's fine. I want to stay outside for now, Aya told him. Me too, Usopp shouted. I see, in that case, I'll join you. Dalton sat down beside the three. It used to not be like this. What do you mean? Aya asked him. The doctors. They're used to a lot of them before they disappeared, except for one. A few months ago this country was destroyed by the hands of pirates. Wah! Vivi's eyes widened in shock, and so did Aya's and Usopp's. The entire country? Usopp exclaimed. So that's why you were so hostile with us, Aya said. Yes. Everyone is still uneasy even hearing the word, pirate. Dalton told them. It was a pirate crew with only 5 people. Their captain called himself Blackbeard. With overwhelming strength, they've destroyed our entire country in a blink of an eye. With only F5 pirates? That's crazy, Usopp exclaimed in disbelief. Blackbeard. Aya murmured. Wait a minute, Aya, you've heard of him? Usopp asked her. His name came across every now and then when I was with the Marines. Be as it may, there are some who say that a good thing our country was destroyed, Dalton said. What? There's no way that it'd be a good thing for one's country to be destroyed, Vivi shouted. Yeah, it's ridiculous. How could that be? Usopp shouted as well. That's because up until this point, the king and his tyrannical rule brought much suffering to the people. The name of this country was formerly Drum Kingdom, and the ruler of this kingdom was a man named Wapol. He was truly a most despicable king, Dalton explained. Wapol? Vivi and Aya shouted in surprise. Him? Usopp exclaimed, shocked as well. It was starting to become night as the sun began to fall. Sanji, Luffy, and Ichi headed deeper into the forest, heading towards the mountains to the witch. The wind began to pick up, blowing a little harder than before and more snow. It feels like it's gotten a little colder, the wind's picking up, Luffy shouted. So why don't you think about putting on some real shoes, instead of sandals, Luffy, Sanji shouted. No way. This is my police, Luffy told him. Sanji stared at him confused. Your police? I think you mean policy. Is this a serious conversation that we should be having right now? Ichi asked. Did you know that there are people in Snow Country who never sleep at all? Luffy asked them. Why? Sanji asked, wondering. Because if they do, they'll freeze to death, Luffy replied. Don't be an idiot. Everybody has to sleep sometime, Sanji shouted. That's not true. Someone told me a long time ago, Luffy argued. Who? Usopp? Sanji asked. No, a guy in a bar, Luffy told him. Then explain this. Why did that Dalton guy have a bed? Sanji asked. That's a good point. Maybe it's a place for him to die, Luffy answered. That's even more ridiculous, Sanji shouted. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that women in Snow Country have beautiful smooth skin? How so? Luffy asked. Isn't it obvious? When you get cold you rub your skin to warm it up, right? It's always freezing cold in country like this. Having smooth white skin is a trademark for women in snowy countries, Sanji said. Guys? Ichi noticed something moving in the trees and tried to warn Luffy and Sanji, but the two were still arguing with each other to hear him. There's something moving in the darkness. Why white? Luffy questioned. Because of the snow seeps into their skin. You're pretty stupid, you know, Luffy murmured. You're the last person I want to hear that from, Sanji shouted, a little irritated. Would you freaking knock it off already? You're becoming a pain in my ass. Sanji jumped up and kicked a large white rabbit, as it lunged at them, that had been following them. "What's up with that rabbit?" Ichi wondered. "Hang in there a little bit longer. We'll get you to a doctor soon," Luffy told Nami, and they continued, heading further into the forest. "The snow's really thick around here," Ichi told Luffy and Sanji. "Hey, Luffy, be more careful when running or Nami's body won't hold up," Sanji said. Then the three noticed a couple of figures on a hill, leering down at them. They were large white rabbits, like the one that Sanji had kicked earlier. "What are these things? They're big and they're white. They got to be polar bears," Luffy shouted. Usopp, Aya, Vivi and Dalton were still sitting and waiting outside of Dalton's house waiting. "I wonder if they're alright," Vivi said, worried. "I'm sure they'll be fine," Aya assured her. "You know who Wapol is?" Dalton asked the three. "Know him? We know him more than that. He's the pirate who attacked our ship not too long ago. But I was able to take care of it. Now that I think about it, I do remember him saying something about heading to Drum Kingdom," Usopp told him. "I remember him now. I've seen him once in a monarch meeting my father took me to. I was still very young, but I remember it to this day," Vivi said. Dalton narrowed his eyes at her with more suspicion. "A monarch meeting?" Vivi's eyes widened as Dalton questioned her. "Who are you?" I mean, the point is we do know Wapol," Vivi sputtered. "We ran into him yesterday when we were on our way here." "Yesterday? Are you sure about that?" Dalton questioned. "But then, I still don't understand what is going on here. He said that he would say anything about being a king," Vivi murmured. "He's calling himself a pirate as a disguise. Who is only wandering the seas trying desperately to return to this island," Dalton explained. "Then Wapol and the people who were on the ship with him were kicked off the island because they were no match for the pirates. Is that what happened?" Aya asked. Dalton shook his head. "No, that's not it. What happened, when we were attacked? Wapol's army didn't even try to fight. In fact, the second he learned how strong the pirates were, Wapol grabbed his cronies and ran like a coward. He abandoned us and left his country." "What sort of king would do that to his country?" Vivi said, enraged. "A king abandoning his people. Just the thought of that makes me absolutely sick." "Vivi," Usopp whispered, softly. "The one good thing that came out was the end of Wapol's tyrannical rule. The people who were left on this island have come together. We're trying to create a new country. So, what we feared most right now is the return of Wapol and his followers. The return of his brutal rule. We can't afford for him to come back now with the country so unstable. It would be the end of us. We want to build ourselves a new peaceful nation on this island," Dalton told them. The Lapins lunged out at Sanji, Luffy and Ichi, and three quickly moved out of the way. "Look out," Ichi warned Sanji. "Seriously, how can it move like that? Is it a gorilla?" Sanji hissed as he kicked one of the rabbits back. "No, it's a polar bear," Luffy shouted. "It's a rabbit," Sanji shouted. "But didn't you just call it a gorilla?" Luffy questioned. "These must the Lapins that Dalton told us about," Ichi shouted. "There's too many of them," Sanji shouted. More Lapins emerged from the woods, staring down the three, completely surrounding them. "We don't have time for this. We need to get to the doctor quickly," Sanji shouted and kicked away one of the Lapins. "Move it, you damn bunnies." "They're coming," Ichi shouted. He jumped out of the way as one of the giant rabbits lunged at him. Luffy was about to attack one of the rabbits, but Sanji stopped him. "Listen, Luffy. I don't want you fighting these guys," Sanji spoke. "Why not?" Luffy shouted. "Nami will be able to feel every move you make. She's too sick to be able to handle it. It would be too much, she could die," Sanji explained. Then he turned to Ichi. "And the same goes for you. If you move around too much, then L's injury will get worse." "Okay, I won't fight," Luffy shouted. Then a Lapin swiped its sharp claws at Luffy. Luffy quickly ducked, holding on to Nami. "Then what should I do?" "Just dodge, dodge and run. But don't run too fast," Sanji shouted, trying to fend off the large creatures. "That's way too hard," Luffy cried out. The three started to run and the Lapins began to chase them. The snow was making it harder as it was getting deeper with each step the three took. "Flank it, shoot," Sanji yelled out and kicked away a rabbit, knocking it back a few feet. "Sanji," Luffy shouted. "Damn it. It's hard to get a good kick with my feet buried in the snow," Sanji hissed. Then the Lapins all charged at the group. They're coming all at once. Ichi cried out. Head for the forest. I'll cover both of you, Sanji told them. The three ran as the rabbits tried to pounce on them again. Sanji was keeping them back. Keep going. We'll head for the mountain. We need to get rid of them somehow. A lapin tried to attack Luffy and Luffy tried to kick it away. Sanji quickly grabbed Luffy's foot, stopping him and quickly pulled him out of the way. Stop, Sanji shouted. I told you to leave it to me. This is a matter of life and death. Sorry, Luffy said. Hey, Sanji, Ichi. We can climb up from here, and he pointed up to a ledge of a cliff. Alright, go on ahead, Sanji told them. Luffy quickly jumped grabbing onto the ledge and pulled himself up. Then Ichi jumped up with ease and Sanji followed behind him when a lapin jumped at him from behind. Sanji kicked the rabbit, giving himself a boost and landed on the ledge with Luffy and Ichi. They saw the lapins trying to jump up to them, but they fell back down. Luffy grinned and began to make faces, sticking his tongue at them. Just as the group was about to leave, they gasped in shock as they saw the rabbits were able to make the ledge and were now chasing them. They're still after us, Ichi shouted. Just keep running all the way to the top, Sanji shouted. Why did you have to taunt them? Back at the village, Usopp, Aya and Vivi were still waiting outside. They noticed the wind was starting to pick up, blowing harder and more snow began to fall down. The snow's starting to get bad. Usopp spoke. Tell me something. Who are you guys? Dalton asked. Why do you want to know? Aya asked, hoping that he wouldn't ask again. They didn't need more attention and enemies on them. A group with only 9 people traveling the Grand Line in a ship without a doctor seems incredibly reckless. Dalton frowned, suspiciously. In case you forgot, we're pirates. That's the reason you guys were pointing all those guns at us. Remember? We may be a small group but with a brave warrior of the sea on board there's nothing to fear from anyone or anything. Even though we are very brave, we are looking for someone to be our ship's doctor. We were hoping to find one here on this island. Of course, I wasn't expecting was that the doctor here was a witch living in a castle. Usopp spoke. She's all we've got. You certainly seem much different from the pirates that we're used to, Dalton said. Hello, Dalton. I was looking for you. A woman ran up to the group and walked over to Dalton. Usopp quickly bowed his head. Bow to the bear. It's not a bear, Aya said. What can I do for you? Dalton asked the woman. I've heard you newcomers were looking for Dr. Kureha. She told Usopp, Aya and Vivi. Yes. The sick woman's friends have already taken off to the mountain, Dalton told her. That's too bad because I've heard the doctor's in cocoa weed right now, the woman said. Usopp, Aya, and Vivi's eyes widened in shock and so did Dalton's. She left her castle, Aya exclaimed. She's where? Vivi and Usopp shouted as well. Then we need to go there now, Dalton shouted. Forgive me. I made a mistake. I got word that the doctor had come down from the mountain yesterday. So I didn't think that she'd come again so soon, but I was wrong. Hey, it's okay. It's not your fault, Vivi spoke. Those three took off in such a hurry. It's not going to be easy to catch up with them. If the doctor's here in Cocoaweed, we'll just have to ask her to return to the castle. Let's hope she'll do it, Usopp smiled. I'm sorry, Dalton apologized again. Huh? What are you apologizing for? Aya asked him, wondering. If this country had more doctors, there's no need to apologize, Dalton, Vivi assured him. Dalton nodded and quickly got a sled ready. The group drove it to Cocoaweed Village and headed to the bar that she visited and treated a little boy, only to find out that the doctor had already left. Huh? She's already left town, Vivi exclaimed in disbelief. No way. We just missed her, Usopp shouted. She made me better a little while ago, a little boy told them. Are you looking for the doctor, Dalton? The storekeeper asked him. It's an emergency. Do you know which way she went? Dalton asked. One of the customers spoke. I heard from someone that she was heading for Gyosta. Where's that? Aya asked. It's a lakeside town just north of here. They like to ice skate there. Let's go. We've come this far. There's no time to waste, Vivi insisted. Suddenly, one of Dalton's men busted through the door and ran inside, panting. Dalton, is Dalton here? What's wrong? You're supposed to be on guard. All the other guards are dead. A submersible ship suddenly appeared out of the sea and its crew killed everybody. Dalton, please save us, We need your strength, he shouted. Dalton's eyes widened in shock and he frowned, trying to calm the man down. Calm down. Who killed them? Wapple, he's back, the man shouted, crying a little. Wapple, one of the villagers cried out in fear. Where is he now? Dalton asked. The village, Bighorn's in danger. Dalton quickly rode off, taking a horse, leaving Vivi, Usopp and Aya behind before they could stop him. Hey, Dalton. What about? Usopp cried out. But Dalton was already gone, he left us. Luffy, Sanji and Ichi continued to run as several Lapins were still chasing after them. Then they noticed that the rabbits had stopped following them and were jumping around continuously. What are they doing? Luffy asked. I thought they'd given up. But what are they up to? Sanji wondered. They're jumping up and down making a lot of noise. Ichi pointed out. The rabbits were making a lot of noise on a mountain covered entirely of snow. Then Sanji's eyes widened, in realization, his cigarette fell out of his mouth. No, wait a minute. They can't be. Let's get the sled and take to Gyosta since Dalton's abandoned us. Aya spoke. The three quickly climbed into the sled and Usopp drove it while Vivi and Aya tried to read the map. Vivi, are you sure this is the way to Gyosta? Where this witch supposed to be? Usopp asked. I'm not exactly sure. Vivi frowned, trying to look at the map again. The snow and the wind was making it harder to read. That's not very reassuring, Usopp shouted. Listen, if Nami makes it to the castle and the witch isn't there, what are they gonna do? You're a princess, aren't you? Do something? How about you look at the map, then, Usopp, Aya shouted. Are you crazy? This whole island is covered in snow, Usopp argued. Weren't you listening? Somewhere along the way there's supposed to be a sign that says, Gyosta? On it. We can't miss it, Vivi pointed out. Usopp shouted. But while the group were talking to themselves, they drove straight past the sign, leading to Gyosta, in the opposite direction. As they drove higher up the mountain, sled got stuck in the deep snow and wouldn't budge. The snow's so thick the sleigh won't move, Usopp shouted. We must be very high up, Vivi said. Wait, do you guys hear that? What's that rumbling? Aya asked them. The two listened, hearing the low rumbling as well. They looked up and their eyes widened in horror and in shock to see a wave of snow coming down towards them, an avalanche. The three screamed and braced themselves as the snow came down on top of them. The avalanche was coming down, fast, at Sanji, Ichi and Luffy. They've gone and done it, those darn rabbits, Sanji growled underneath his breath. Sanji, what's wrong? Luffy asked, not realizing what had happened. We're getting out of here, you two, Sanji shouted. Ichi quickly followed behind him and Luffy as well. Where? Ichi asked him. Anywhere. Anywhere but here, Sanji shouted. Those rabbits are going to pay for this. What do we do, Sanji? What do we do? Luffy shouted. How should I know? But Nami comes first. That's the main thing. Protect her with your life. You got that? Sanji shouted. Got it. But how? Then Sanji saw a ledge in the distance. It might be high enough to avoid the avalanche. He pointed out towards it. There, that ledge. Get to that ledge. Climb to the highest point you can reach. He shouted. Luffy nodded and so did Ichi. They quickly headed towards the ledge, trying to catch their breaths. They saw the avalanche heading towards them. Here it comes, Sanji shouted. Good, we made it. It's no good we're not high enough. The three were knocked off from the ledge and were about to be taken away by the avalanche. We'll be buried alive. Now what? I know. Luffy grinned as an idea came to his mind. Sanji. Ichi. Grab on. He stretched his arms out to Sanji and Ichi and they grabbed Luffy's hands. He pulled them onto a nearby tree that was torn down by the snow. We're not going to get buried by the snow, but we're heading back down the mountain really fast. The three screamed as they rode down the mountain. This is ridiculous. We were almost there to Chimney Mountain. A little further and we'd have reached the doctor. We've got to find some way to stop. Darn those blasted hippity hops. Next time I see them, they're stew. Sanji shouted, angrily. Suddenly, they saw the Lapins sledding down right beside them. Luffy, Sanji and Ichi's eyes widened in shock and in disbelief. What? Luffy shouted. No way, Sanji cried out. That not fair, Ichi shouted. The rabbits tried to attack them again. They tried to dodge their claws, while staying on the tree, which was difficult as they didn't have much room to move around. "What are they so mad about?" Luffy shouted. "Yikes. Luffy, watch out, up ahead," Sanji warned and pointed out a rock in front of them. "Ah, a rock. We're gonna crash," Luffy screamed. "You can't crash, Nami's on your back," Sanji shouted. "And you got L." Then he grabbed Luffy and Ichi and the two looked at him confused. "Mr. Cook, what are you?" Ichi spoke. "Huh?" Sanji quickly threw the two of them off from the tree and Luffy and Ichi landed safely on a ledge nearby. Their eyes widened in horror as they saw the tree that Sanji was on collide into the rock, breaking it. Sanji was knocked off and a sharp piece of the tree scraped his side. "Sanji!" Luffy cried out. It worked." Sanji fell into the snow about to be taken away by the avalanche. "You idiot! Don't try to hog the glory!" Luffy shouted and threw his arm, digging around the snow. "Sanji!" He screamed only to see that he had grabbed Sanji's mittens instead. Luffy gently set Nami down and handed her his hat, placing it on Nami's head. "Nami, are you cold? Just hang in there a little longer. Hold this for me and rest here for a minute. Ichi, stay with her and L." "Luffy, wait! What are you?" Ichi cried out to stop him. But Luffy had already jumped into the snow. "Captain." A few minutes had gone by and Ichi watched looking around worriedly as he didn't see Luffy or Sanji had come out yet. "Luffy! Sanji! Where are you?" he cried out. The avalanche began to slow down and stopped. Ichi wildly looked around, waiting. But still no signs of anyone. Nami was going to die and so was L. He couldn't lose his brother. Ichi couldn't lose Nami either. She was always so nice to him. "Captain Luffy," he cried out again, burying his face in the snow. "I can't do this by myself." In the distance a baby lapin was crying as it tried to pull its parent out as they were buried underneath the snow. A hand shot out from the snow and Luffy crawled and stumbled out, pulling Sanji out with him. He walked over to the baby rabbit and it stood in front of its parent, trying to protect them. It closed its eyes as it saw Luffy reached out and Luffy grabbed onto the adult lapin's paw and pulled them out of the snow. The baby hugged their parent while Luffy walked back to Sanji and picked him up, carrying him. "I'll get you there, I promise, don't die, either of you," Luffy spoke. Ichi's eyes widened and he smiled as he saw Luffy was alright and that he found Sanji, who was unconscious on Luffy's back. He noticed that the two looked worn out and their clothes were slightly ripped. Luffy picked up Nami, tying her onto his back. "Are you alright?" he asked worried. "I'm fine. Let's get up to that mountain," Luffy told him. Ichi nodded and the two headed out. However, they weren't alone. Wapol and his crew had been caught in the avalanche as well, but were saved by Wapol's devil fruit powers as he swallowed them and buried themselves in the ground. He spat them out. One of Wapol's men spotted Luffy and Ichi through his telescope and handed it over to Wapol. "Look, there they are, King Wapol," he pointed out. Wapol growled, grinding his teeth angrily. "I'll beat them to death." As Luffy and Ichi continued to head towards the mountain, they heard a low rumbling sound. They saw Wapol, with his two henchmen, riding a large woolly hippo, and they came to a screeching halt as they stopped in front of the two straw hats. "Halt!" Wapol shouted, furiously. "Boy, your impertinence is unpardonable. Get out of my way, I don't have time for you. Move!" Luffy shouted. "Move! Wahahaha! Why should I move?" Wapol laughed. "Your three friends there are more dead than alive." Luffy and Ichi ignored them and started to walk away. "I said stop." "Aha! I just thought of a new law," Wapol shouted. "Chess, write this down." "Yes, sire. Anyone who ignores the king dies." Wapol smirked and laughed evilly. "Start by killing those three, the sick and the injured ones." "Yes, sire." The second henchman jumped at Luffy, holding a mace, trying to attack him. "What?" Luffy dodged and Wapol's henchman tried to attack Luffy again. "You dirty!" Luffy growled, about to throw a punch at him before he stopped. "If you mix it up with them, every blow you take, Nami will feel it." "Ichi, run!" Luffy and Ichi ran and Wapol and his two men chased after them. "Get back here!" Wapol shouted. "I'll remember this, you jerks!" Luffy shouted, angrily. "Running won't save you, coward!" The jester henchman pulled out a bow and started to shoot arrows at them. Luffy and Ichi continued to run while they tried to dodge the flying projectiles. But when they looked behind them, Luffy and Ichi saw that the two men had disappeared. "Where'd they go?" Ichi asked. "Did they give up?" Luffy wondered as well. Suddenly, the ground began to shake behind them while their backs were turned and a large mouth came out. It was about to chomp down on Luffy and Ichi. Luffy quickly pushed Ichi out of the way and jumped into the air as Wapol snapped his teeth down. Wapol's two henchmen jumped out of the snow surrounding Luffy and Ichi on both sides, attacking them. This is Snow Country combat. The white mantle, snow powder makeup. In their weakened states they'll be killed instantly. Checkmate. Wapol smirked. Luffy's eyes widened when he saw the jester aiming his arrow at him. "Don't!" Luffy screamed. Suddenly, large white rabbits emerged from the snow and jumped into the air, smacking the two henchmen away with their claws. "Polar bears!" Luffy blinked in surprise. "Lapins!" Wapol cried out, shocked. "Hey, it's those rabbit things!" Ichi shouted. "They're protecting them," one of the henchmen shouted. "Impossible! Lapins hate humans," the second shouted, surprised as well. Luffy noticed two of the Lapins looked familiar. It was the one he helped, pulling them out of the snow. "Thanks Lapins. You saved us." Luffy grinned. Luffy and Ichi ran while the Lapins stayed back to fend off Wapol and his men. "Don't let them get away," Wapol cried out. Finally, Luffy and Ichi had made it to the base of the mountain. Doctor! Doctor! Doctor!" Luffy shivered. Luffy and Ichi stopped and looked up to see the tall mountain in front of them. The wind was blowing the snow around wildly, making it hard to see above. "Can't see the top." "Are you sure you're all right, Captain?" Ichi asked Luffy, worried, shaking a little from the cold. He saw that Luffy's skin was a little blue and had frost on it. Luffy shivered. "We're almost there," Luffy said, then he looked back to Nami and Sanji who were tied to his back. "Just hang on a little longer, guys," Luffy said, and he began to slowly climb up, carrying Nami on his back and Sanji with his mount. Ichi followed Luffy as he climbed up beside him. We're almost there." About halfway up the mountain, Luffy and stopped as they felt their fingers were starting to get numb. It's so cold. The wind picked up even more, blowing harder. Suddenly, Luffy's hand slipped on a sharp piece of rock, cutting his fingers. "Ow!" Luffy cried out in pain, and Sanji was now plummeting down to the ground. "Ah! Sanji!" Luffy quickly stretched his neck, grabbing Sanji by his mouth again. Luffy pulled himself back up, holding onto Sanji. Luffy and Ichi continued to climb up the mountain. Luffy's hands and fingers were bleeding, getting more cut up as they headed up. Ichi's fingers were getting scratched as well. Ichi stopped to catch his breath for a moment. As he glanced over at Luffy, Ichi's eyes widened in horror when he saw Luffy falling as he lost consciousness. "Captain!" Ichi cried out. He immediately released his grip and dove down towards Luffy, trying to grab him. The two were plummeting fast towards the ground. He was not a crybaby anymore, he was a man. "Luffy!" Luffy groaned as he heard Ichi's voice calling out to him. His whole body felt completely numb and cold. Luffy was drifting in and out of consciousness as he saw himself going back up the mountain. It strangely felt like he was floating. "Captain! Captain!" Luffy groaned, hearing Ichi's voice calling out to him. "Captain, wake up!" Luffy slowly opened his eyes, seeing Ichi looking over him in worry. "We made it." In front of them was a large castle. "That's a pretty castle," Luffy murmured, tiredly, and he collapsed into the snow. "Captain!" Ichi cried out until he saw something heading towards them. He squinted his eyes trying to see through the blizzard, shouting at them. "Help us!" Aya groaned as she slowly opened her eyes. She saw darkness all around her and realized that she was buried in the snow. Before the avalanche, Aya felt Usopp wrapping his arms around her as he tried to shield himself and her from the falling snow. Aya's eyes widened. Usopp! Where was he? And where was Vivi? Aya tried to move her arms and legs until she dug herself out of the snow. She saw Vivi frantically shouting and crawling around in the snow, calling for them. Vivi quickly turned to Aya when she saw her. "Aya! You're okay. Help me. I can't find Usopp," she cried out. Aya crawled out of the hole and began to search and dig around the snow with Vivi until Vivi saw a large stalk sticking out of the snow. She quickly called Aya over and Aya immediately recognized it. Usopp's nose. Usopp! Aya shouted and helped Vivi dig the sniper out of the snow. Usopp laid motionless. Wake up, Usopp! Vivi patted Usopp's cheek, trying to wake him up. The sniper groaned a little, slowly opening his eyes. What? Vivi, let me sleep. I was having the nicest dream. I was in a garden filled with beautiful flowers and little streams. It was almost out of this world. He smiled before losing consciousness. You're almost out of this world. Vivi screamed and started to violently shake him. Usopp! Wake up! Don't fall asleep, Aya shouted. No, Usopp! Wake up, don't die! Vivi began to punch Usopp, repeatedly pelting him in the face. Usopp! Vivi, stop! Aya shouted, trying to pull her away. Usopp groaned and sat up, seeing the two girls. Aya's eyes widened as she saw Usopp's face was completely swollen. Are you okay? She asked him, trying not to laugh. I thought I was a goner. Usopp replied, Are you okay? I'm fine. Just cold. It was Vivi who actually managed to wake you up. Aya told him. Usopp looked at Vivi. Phew, you saved me, Vivi, he said in relief. But is it my imagination, or is my face swollen? It's frostbite, yeah, frostbite. It's terrible in snow countries. But never mind that. We've got to figure out where we are and what's going on. Vivi smiled sheepishly and got up and walked away. Usopp and Aya followed as they tried to find a village or come across someone. Suddenly, something lunged out of the snow in front of them, startling them. What's that? Usopp screamed. Aya blinked in surprise, seeing that it was Zoro, who was completely shirtless. Rats! I'm freezing and I got caught in an avalanche, what rotten luck. Zoro! Aya exclaimed. The swordsman turned around confused until his eyes widened when he saw her and Vivi. Huh? Aya. Vivi. Zoro shivered before he narrowed his eyes at Usopp, barely recognizing him, seeing his swelled-up face. And, Usopp. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Thought you were back with the ship, Aya asked him. I went for a midwinter swim. Zoro answered. A midwinter swim? Vivi blinked in disbelief. That's right. But there was a fish in the river, and I was surprised to see a fish in such cold water, so I chased after it. But I got out on the wrong side of the river and got lost in the woods, Zoro explained. You idiot! Aya shouted at him. What were you thinking walking around half naked in the cold? Usopp shouted at him as well. Never mind that. Usopp, give me your coat, Zoro shivered. No way. Usopp shook his head. I can't believe you went out in this cold, Aya told him. Then give me your coat, Zoro asked her, and no way. Vivi watched in disbelief at the three of them bickering back and forth. I wonder if putting up with these lunatics is what made Nami sick. Vivi, Aya, Usopp and Zoro continued walking in the snow as the wind was continuing to blow the harsh cold. Zoro shivered, rubbing his arms trying to keep warm. Then give me your shoes then, he shouted at Usopp. No way. You did this to yourself. You can't blame anyone. Usopp smiled. Zoro growled. One shoe. Look at that. Vivi shouted, catching everyone's attention. She pointed out and they saw a village up ahead that looked familiar to them. I've seen those buildings before. Aya murmured. You're right. We're back at Bighorn. Vivi spoke. Then they noticed a large crowd gathering in the center and walked closer to get a better look to see what was happening. Zoro walked over to one of the guardsmen, who were trying to get past the crowd. Hey, what's going on? Where are your clothes? One of the men exclaimed in shock looking at Zoro in disbelief. The avalanche buried Mr. Dalton, the second guardsman cried out. But those men won't let us dig him out. Zoro, Aya, Usopp and Vivi pushed past the crowd to see several other guards with swords strapped to their backs, holding guns and were standing and sitting on a pile of snow that were preventing anyone from helping Dalton. Get back! Dalton is dead. One of the men threatened aiming his gun at the crowd. Mr. Dalton wouldn't die that easily, one of the villagers shouted. You used to serve under him. Don't you even care? Another one shouted as well. We're King Waipal's vassals. To defy him is death. The man smirked evilly. I've seen that uniform before. Am I mistaken or didn't we meet them at sea? Zoro wondered, trying to remember. Yeah, you're right. They're the ones who attacked the ship earlier, Aya spoke. Then they're not our friends, right? They're the enemy, right? Zoro asked. They're the enemy, all right. But what's gotten you so worked up? Usopp shouted. Anybody that doesn't like it can take us on, if you have the guts without Dalton to lead you. Then Zoro suddenly slammed right into Man, knocking him down. Mr. Bushido! Vivi cried out. The villagers and Waipol's men were shocked as well. Who is that guy? One of the pirates shouted. Stop, you fool! If you fight them! A man shouted at Zoro, trying to stop him. Zoro grabbed the coat from the man he had knocked out and put it on. Zoro also took the man's gloves, putting them on as well. Ah ha ha, nice and warm. He laughed. You just wanted his clothes, Usopp exclaimed in disbelief. Then Waipol's men suddenly began to charge at the group, aiming for Zoro. Kill him? Oh? They never learn, do they? Zoro smirked, turning towards them. Nami groaned as she slowly began to wake up. She weakly opened her eyes and felt a cold ice pack on her forehead. Then Nami heard footsteps coming closer to the bed and she quickly sat up. Who's there? To her surprise, Nami saw a blue-nosed reindeer standing upright on two legs like a human. They were wearing a large red hat as their antlers protruded from the sides, with an X in the center of the hat and maroon shorts. Eek! They squeaked in surprise, startled by Nami when she sat up. The reindeer quickly ran, cowering behind the corner of the door entrance, peeking out, staring at Nami cautiously. You're peeking the wrong way, Nami told them. She saw the reindeer tensed up and quickly move a little to the side of the frame as they continued to peek out. I can still see you. What a moron. What are you anyway? Gee, get lost. Human, by the way, is your fever better? The reindeer shouted. You can talk. Nami gasped in shock. The reindeer screamed. Stop that ruckus, Chopper. Nami heard an older woman's voice shouted, angrily. Then she saw a tall woman with long graying hair walk into the room, carrying a bottle of wine. She was wearing a shirt bearing her midriff, a navel ring, bracelets on her left arm, purple blazer and purple low-riding pants and a small pair of sunglasses. The woman walked closer to Nami. Nami could tell from the way that she was walking the woman was drunk, and the woman put a finger to Nami's forehead, checking her temperature. Your fever seems to have gone down a bit, girlie. Are you happy? Who are you? Nami asked but was cut off. 176F, it's tolerable. The woman smiled, pulling up her sunglasses. I'm Kureha. I'm a doctor. A doctor? But, you want to know the secret to my youthful appearance, is that it? I didn't ask that. You're in the castle on the mountaintop. The woman explained. Where are the four who were with me? Nami shouted. They're sleeping soundly in the next room. They're unusually tough. Nami sighed in relief, relaxing a little. She saw the woman sitting down on the bed in front of her and she pulled up Nami's shirt, revealing her stomach. What are you doing? Nami cried out. Looky here. The doctor pointed out and Nami looked down to see a small bruise forming near her belly button. Huh? This is what made you sick, Kureha spoke. What is it? You were bitten by an insect called Inkeskia. They live in hot steaming jungles. It's an infectious tick. Its bite infects the victim with virulent bacteria. Over the course of 5 days, the ravages the victim. It causes a fever that never drops below 104 F, super infection, myocarditis, arteritis, encephalitis. Judging from the bite, I'd say you were infected 3 days ago. You severed terribly, but it would have been over after the 5th day. Just 2 more days and you would have been dead. Kureha spoke as she finished explaining. Nami felt her blood run cold and paled as she stared at the woman in shock. What? It's called the 5 days sickness, but Kashuas are supposed to have been eradicated 100 years ago. Lucky for you. I kept a supply of the vaccine just in case. Where did you people come from anyway? Were you traipsing around in a jungle on a prehistoric island with your belly exposed? Cack cack cack. But that's absurd. The woman snickered. I was. You were? Silly girl. Kureha tsked and pushed Nami down back on the bed. Stay in bed, your treatment's not complete. I appreciate all you've done for me, but my fever's much better now. I'm fine, really. Can't I finish convalescing on my own? Nami asked her. Don't be foolish. You mustn't underestimate this illness. The treatment normally takes 10 days. Do you want your sickness to come back and kill you this time? You'll lie here and take your medicine for 3 more days. 3 days. But I can't. We're in a hurry, Nami insisted, and suddenly Nami was pinned down with a surgical knife by her throat by Kureha, leering over her. There are only 2 ways a patient leaves my care. Kureha smirked. Fully recovered or dead, you're not going anywhere. But then the reindeer from earlier came busting into the room with Luffy and Sanji, latched onto him, screaming. Ah! Help! Hold it, deer meat! Luffy grinned, chopping down on the deer's side. Wait, Luffy, I'll cook him up, Sanji shouted. It won't take a minute, and they ran out of the room. Luffy, Sanji. And what is that? Some kind of cute blue-nosed talking deer? Nami wondered. Incredible! They're up and about already, Kureha exclaimed in disbelief. Inside the castle, Kureha and the reindeer were looking down at Luffy, Nami, Sanji, L, and Ichi, who was shivering in a corner, in shock and in disbelief, surprised to see anyone out in the blizzard. Just as Luffy had passed out, Ichi saw something in the blizzard coming towards them and started to call out to them, crying desperately for help. Who are these guys, Chopper? Kureha asked. That one climbed up here with the girl on his back, Chopper told her. All the way to the top of 15,000-foot drum rock. He's nearly frozen. What was he doing dressed like that? Chopper wondered. Boil up some water and toss him in it. Chopper began to check over Sanji. This one's bleeding badly. 6 broken ribs and a cracked spine. Shall I operate on him? Then he pulled off L's hood, seeing that he was sweating a little, revealing short dark spiky hair, and noticed L's injuries. Shot and is losing a lot of blood. The wound appears to be infected as well. The girl's the most critical. She's barely alive. Chopper, get the fenical and the cardiotonic and chiolcilin. Focus on her first, then we'll work on the dark-haired one. Kureha told Chopper. Is it an infection? Chopper asked her about Nami, wondering. Yes, and it's not local. Kureha spoke, about to pick Nami up, before a hand reached out and grabbed her arm. She looked down and saw that it was Luffy. It's okay. I'll fix up these blood-splattered kids and the girl, too, have no fear. My friends. They're my friends. He shivered and lost consciousness again. I'll take care of them, Kureha ordered. Chopper, get going. Yes, doctor. Chopper came back running into the room with Luffy and Sanji still attached to him. Wait, humans. Hold it, deer meat, Luffy shouted. Luffy, I told you not to eat him yet, Sanji shouted. I hate you people, don't you know what he is? Kureha told Nami. That's Chopper, he's your basic blue-nosed reindeer. Reindeer don't talk, Nami replied. Get off me, you. However, I'm not food, Chopper roared. Nami's eyes widened when she saw the reindeer grew larger in size, becoming muscular. He punched Luffy and Sanji, knocking them off of him. You fiends. He ate the human fruit. Kureha explained. Which enables him to do anything a human can do. I've taught him all of my medical skills. In another room, L groaned as he woke up hearing the loud noise. What is up with the racket? Where am I? He said weakly and a little tired. L heard Ichi cry out and he was body slammed back into the bed when Ichi jumped onto it. L yelled out in pain, holding his side. Ichi had bandages wrapped around his hands and was wearing a blanket around him, keeping himself warm. I thought you would never wake up. We made it. L, we found the doctor, Ichi cried, dripping some of tears and snot on L. L pushed him off. How did we get up here? I thought it was a high climb, L wondered. It was. The captain and I both climbed up. It was hard carrying you guys with the wind and snow blowing everywhere. About halfway, Luffy lost consciousness and slipped, and I grabbed him and brought him up to the top with Sanji and Nami. Ichi grinned. L tensed up. Did anyone see you? L frowned. No, I made sure of it. Nobody could see anything in that blizzard. Ichi spoke. Then the two saw Chopper run into the room as he tried to lose Luffy and Sanji, who were chasing him. Chopper immediately froze when he saw Ichi, then looked at L, seeing that he had woken up. Food, Ichi shouted, grinned, drooling a little, and got up. Chopper screamed and ran out of the room and Ichi chased after him, leaving L sitting in his bed still stunned by seeing Chopper. Luffy and Sanji ran across the doorway, chasing after them. Get back here, that's my meat, Luffy shouted. Luffy and Kureha were sitting across from each in Nami's room, while Nami rested on her bed. Sanji had prepared some food for them as well, sitting down as well. L and Ichi, who was crashed out on the floor, were sleeping together, resting. "I want you to join my crew, please. I beg you," Luffy pleaded. "Please, Granny." "Your name's Luffy, right?" Kureha asked him. "Yes." Kureha slammed her leg into the side of Luffy's face, sending him flying into the wall. "You better watch what you're saying. I'm just 130 years old. I'm still young," she shouted, irritated. "You want me to become a pirate? That's ridiculous. I don't want to waste my time doing that. Besides, I'm not interested in the ocean anyways." Luffy got up, rubbing his cheek. "It's okay if you don't care, just come with us," he insisted. "Let's have an adventure, Granny." "Didn't I just warn you to watch your mouth?" Then Luffy noticed the reindeer, peeking out through the door, watching them. Sanji and him quickly chased after him. "Hey, reindeer! What, don't you give up and let us eat you?" Luffy shouted. "Stop it, you little brats!" Kureha followed after the two. "Nami, my love, please wait a second, I'll cook some reindeer soup for you," Sanji smiled. "Maybe you'll be eaten by me before I'll let you eat my reindeer," Kureha smirked. Both Sanji and Luffy screamed, running faster, trying to get away. "Granny's coming after us," Luffy shouted. "She's got a knife with her too," Sanji exclaimed. L groaned as he opened his eyes, seeing that he was in Nami's room. He looked down to see Ichi lying on the floor next to him, snoring very loudly and had some drool dripping out of his mouth. He was confused when he saw snow blowing in from another room across, and so did Nami. "Snow? Why is there snow in the castle?" Nami questioned. "It's cold. I better close the door. You two just rest." Nami looked, and so did L, and they saw the reindeer sneak into the room, looking around for Luffy and Sanji. He walked over to the other door to close it. "You still have a fever and you shouldn't move around too much. Are they still here?" "No, my fever's almost gone." Nami smiled. "They're making it difficult to sleep. Almost worse than my brother constantly asking if I'm alright," L groaned. "Well, you did get shot and lost a lot of blood," Nami pointed out. "Don't remind me. You both still need rest anyway. Because Doc Trenu's medicine is very strong, your fever's almost gone. However, you still have the cactus bacteria in your body. You still need more injections and rest," Chopper told them. "Thanks," Nami smiled. The reindeer blinked. "Huh? Thank you for taking care of us," Nami told him. "I suppose I should say thank you as well," L said. "Shut up. I don't want any gratitude from humans," the reindeer shouted, blushing a little, doing a little cute dance. "You don't hide your feelings very well," Nami murmured. Luffy and Sanji were exploring the castle and were at the entrance, seeing all the snow inside. "Do you think it's weird, Luffy?" Sanji asked, and Luffy looked at him. "There's so much snow in the castle." "Cold." Luffy shivered. "You're just realizing it now?" Sanji shouted in disbelief. "Look, the entire castle is covered and all the doors are frozen." Before Luffy could speak, a knife flew past the two of them, startling Luffy and Sanji. They saw Kureha still chasing them. "Die, you little brats!" Luffy screamed, and Sanji and him still continued to run. "Luffy, I think you better not ask her to join us. She's not a good doctor and she's trying to kill us," Sanji shouted. The reindeer sat down, looking at L and Nami, talking to them, checking them over. "Are you pirates?" "Yes," Nami replied. "Do you have a pirate flag?" "Yes, it's on our ship." Nami asked him, "Do you want to be a pirate?" The reindeer's eyes widened and he quickly backed up, bumping into the bookcase. Some books fell off as he knocked them over. "Don't be stupid. Who said I wanted to be a pirate?" Okay, sorry," Nami answered. "Anyway, do you want to come with us?" "What, just come join us? If you're interested, that would be a whole lot better for me. If I have a doctor on board, I wouldn't have to stay here for 3 days. Besides, we don't have a doctor, right now." Nami smiled. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm a reindeer. How could I live with humans?" he shouted. "But aren't you scared of me? I am a reindeer who can talk and stand on 2 legs. I've seen weirder." L replied. "You want me to be scared of you?" Nami laughed a little. "My nose is blue, too." Then Luffy suddenly slid into the room along with Sanji. "There you are, reindeer!" The reindeer screamed and ran, and Luffy and Sanji chased after him again. Kureha sighed as she walked into the room, taking a seat in the chair. I can't believe those kids. You're not a cute little girl after all. While I wasn't here, you must have told my reindeer some stupid idea without my permission, am I right? Eh, do you have to ask your permission to flirt with a guy? Nami smirked. Kureha laughed. No, just take him with you, but it's not going to be that easy. Because he has a wound to the heart, not even a doctor can heal it. Nami blinked in confusion. Elle stayed silent, listening as she continued. When he was born, he was rejected by his own parents. Because of his blue nose, he was left to walk alone in the back of his tribe since he was young. That's so cruel. Nami spoke, until one day he accidentally ate the human fruit. So, everyone treated him as an outcast and chased him away. He's no longer a regular reindeer. However, he still needs friends. So, he changed into a human. However, his human form was not perfect. Why? It's because of his blue nose. And he didn't know whom he should blame. He just needs a friend, but people call him evil. He's neither reindeer nor human. That's why he's always alone. Can you cure his heart? Kureha asked them. Luffy and Sanji were back at the entrance to the castle, noticing the door opened. Snow was blowing inside from the heavy wind. Look at that door, Luffy. Someone must have left it open. Sanji wondered. It's so cold in here. Anyway, let's close it. It's no different between inside and outside. So that's why it's so cold in here. Luffy shivered and the two started to walk closer to close it. Stop, don't touch that door. The two turned and saw the reindeer, standing on top of the first floor, looking down at them. Don't pay any attention to him. Just close it. I'm freezing here. Sanji told Luffy and the two continued towards the door, ignoring the reindeer. Yeah, I said stop, don't you understand? The reindeer grew larger, slamming his fists into the railing. The railing flew directly and Luffy and Sanji and both quickly moved out of the way as it flew outside. What's wrong with him? Luffy shouted. Hey, Luffy, come here and take a look at this. Sanji pointed out, stepping outside. Luffy walked over and looked up to where Sanji was looking at. There was a small nest sitting on top of the open door with a few baby birds inside of it. A snowbird nest. If we closed the door, we would have destroyed their nest. That's why we can't close the door. Luffy hummed, realizing. The two shivered and quickly ran back inside the castle. Cold, wait a minute, didn't he just talk? Luffy realized. That's right. He also stands on two legs. Sanji noticed as well. The reindeer walked away, leaving the two as they continued. Evil monster. Both of them shouted at the same time. That's so weird. He's a reindeer but can stand on two legs. And he can change into a big body, he must be evil. But he looks like a nice person. Let's ask him to join us, Luffy grinned. Back in Nami's room, Kureha continued to explain Chopper's story to Nami and Elle. However, there was one man. Huh? Nami wondered. The only man he ever talked to. His name is Dr. Hiralik, who used to live here in the Empire. He is just a fake doctor who gave Chopper his name and call him a son. Back at the village, Zoro had defeated every single. They were all lying on the ground, knocked out and beaten to a pulp. Already over? What a bunch of wimps. Zoro walked back over to Aya, Usopp, and Vivi. Vivi stood, completely stunned and in awe, by the swordsman's strength, seeing that he had defeated every single one of Waipal's men by himself. Amazing. Alright. Good job, Zoro. Just what I ordered, Usopp smiled. The villagers quickly rushed over to the snow pile, desperately trying to find Dalton buried inside. So what's the commotion all about? Zoro asked. I'll tell you about it later. We've got to help too, Usopp told him. They quickly went over to help the villagers find Dalton. Vivi, Aya, Usopp and Zoro managed to help the villagers find Dalton in the snow pile. His skin was completely blue and he wasn't moving. Dalton's still alive. He's just frozen, one of the villagers shouted in relief. Leave him to us. Everyone saw more people approaching them. It's the 20 doctors, one of the villagers cried out. Look at all those doctors. Where'd they all come from? Zoro wondered. Are those the doctors from Waipal's ship? They're evil doctors, Usopp said, fearfully. Then why are they here to help if they're working for him? Aya questioned. Wait, we can't trust them. They work for the king, one of the villagers shouted angrily, preventing them from getting closer to Dalton. More stood with him, blocking the doctors. "What do you intend to do to Dalton?" another demanded. "If you want to save him, do as we say," one of the doctors shouted, insisting them to stand aside. "We're still doctors, but we're forced to do the king's bidding. But our medical research will benefit the entire kingdom," another one shouted. "One quack doctor taught us to never give up hope. We should listen to fools like that more." As Luffy and Sanji were walking back up to the first floor, they were surprised to see Chopper transform into a reindeer as he ran past them, heading towards Nami's room. "Wow, he looks like a normal reindeer. Awesome," Luffy shouted, amazed. "This is bad. I must inform the doctor." He busted open the door, running inside. He saw Kureha talking with Nami and L. She glanced over when she noticed him. "Doctor, terrible news. Wapol's back." "I see." At the front of the entrance to the castle, stood Wapol and his two henchmen. "It's just as I left it, and now I shall reclaim the throne of Drum Kingdom." "Wait, your majesty, there's a strange flag flying from the spire." One of his crewmates pointed up to the castle. There was a flag flying at the top with a skull and crossbones with cherry blossoms scattered around it. "What?" Wapol exclaimed in shock as he saw it. "A pirate flag. What happened to the flag of Drum Kingdom?" "That old flag. I burned it." Kureha stepped outside, smirking. Chopper was standing beside her. "So, Dr. Kureha, it's you, the survivor of the Great Doctor Hunt. You just won't die, will you?" Wapol shouted at her. "I've turned your castle into a mausoleum for Hiralik. You rotten brats aren't welcome here anymore. Now leave this island. Drum Kingdom is no more." "Mausoleum for that charlatan. Don't make me laugh," Wapol shouted. Chopper glared at him. Luffy and Sanji stepped outside, hearing the commotion, and saw Wapol and his men standing in front of them. "Huh? It's him," Luffy shouted. "I've got a score to settle with you guys." Luffy immediately ran at them, running past Kureha and Chopper. "Lord Wapol, it's the Straw Hat," the jester crewmate spoke. "Gum gum." Luffy threw back his fist, stretching his arm. "Hey!" Sanji shouted, trying to stop Luffy, but it was too late. "Bullet!" Luffy slammed his fist into Wapol's face, knocking the tyrant back. Wapol landed on the ground with a hard thud, knocked out cold. His two crewmates stood where they were completely stunned and horrified. "King Wapol!" Both of Wapol's crewmates cried out, running over to him. They both quickly caught Wapol before he went over the edge of the mountain. Kureha and Chopper watched in shock and in disbelief, seeing Luffy's devil fruit power. "What's going on?" Kureha questioned. "That was a close one." One of Wapol's men sighed and the two pulled Wapol back up. "I owe you guys some lumps," Luffy grinned, giggling a little, "and I don't have to hold back anymore." "How dare you attack King Wapol, the exalted ruler of Drum Kingdom?" the Afro henchman shouted angrily. "He is the king, the absolute ruler of this entire island. You'll pay for your insolence," the jester-looking crewmate shouted, furiously. "A king? Who cares? You guys stink," Luffy shouted, sticking his tongue at them as he stretched his mouth. "You know them, boy?" Kureha asked. "Yeah, they're a bunch of annoying pirates. They keep getting in the way. That one even tried to eat my ship. But I'll fix him," Luffy shouted. "Never mind that. Aren't you cold?" Sanji asked Luffy. "Huh?" Luffy blinked in confusion, ignoring Sanji, recalling what one of Wapol's men said. "Did they say he was a king? They're not pirates?" "It took you that long," Sanji shouted in disbelief. HMPH. The fool just realized his blunder. "Indeed, this personage is the king of Drum Island," the Afro henchman spoke. "Hey, it's cold here," Luffy shivered. "You're now realizing that, too?" Sanji exclaimed. Neither were paying any attention to Wapol's men. "They're ignoring us," the jester crewmate shouted. Then Wapol suddenly regained consciousness and woke up. "King Wapol, you maggots, you have incurred my wrath. I'll eat you alive," he growled, sitting up. "Can you wait a minute?" He went to get some warmer clothes. Sanji spoke. Luffy had gone back inside to grab his coat. Wapol gaped in disbelief. "He did what? Can I ask you something? That boy can stretch, right?" Chopper asked Sanji. "That's right. He's a rubber man." "What's that?" Chopper questioned, still confused. "Basically, he's a monster." Sanji grinned. His sister is an amazing woman and pretty terrifying as well. But don't let her know that I said that. Chopper blinked at him. Luffy has a sister. And she's even more scary than him. Who are these people? The reindeer wondered to himself. Dalton is dead. All that's left is that insurgent witch. And the Straw Hat. Once we take care of them, nothing will stand in our way. Wapol told his men. They both nodded and smirked evilly at the group. Yes, your majesty. Your rule will be restored at last. Leave it to us, King Wapol. We'll crush those rebels, the jester crewmate agreed. I don't know what you're thinking, Dr. Kureha. But it was foolhardy of you to move into the king's castle, the Afro crewmate spoke. I have no interest in this rundown heap of rock. But this fellow insisted on erecting a memorial to Hirolik here. Kureha frowned. Then one of Wapol's men noticed Chopper, recognizing who he was. King Wapol, it's the monster, the jester crewman cried out. Yes, it's the monster that followed Hirolik, the other one shouted as well. Dr. Hirolik wanted to save this country. I won't let you set one foot in this castle, Chopper shouted. And I won't let you take down his banner of faith. At last, everyone I really want dead is here. Show no mercy, kill them all. Wapol ordered his men. The two began to slowly approach the group. Sanji sighed. I wasn't even interested in fighting these guys. Are you gonna fight them too, old lady? He received a bump on the head when Kureha kicked him. I suppose if you can't handle it. She smirked. Thanks a lot. Sanji groaned, rubbing his head painfully. For turning this castle into a memorial for that bumbling quack. You'll die first, Dr. Kureha. The Afro crewmate launched a large ball of wool like hair like his, aiming at the woman. Doctor! Chopper cried out. Sanji quickly caught the hairball with his leg. Hey, Afro man! Throwing hair? That's no way to treat a lady. Sanji glared at the man. You're in trouble. Kureha spoke. You fell for it. The Afro crewmate smirked. Sanji's eyes widened, noticing that the hairball wouldn't come off his leg. No matter how hard he tried to shake it off. Huh? What the? It won't come off. What's with this stuff? And I've got lots more. The henchmen fired more hairballs and Sanji, hitting him. They clinged to Sanji's body. Hey, reindeer, don't just stand there. Help, Sanji shouted. Chopper blinked. Right, He walked over and tried to pull one off, but it stuck to him as well. Get these off of me. They're just hair, but they're grossing me out, Sanji shouted. Ah, it's stuck on me. Take it back, Chopper cried out, placing it back on the cook. Don't do that. Take one, at least. Yuck. What are you two doing? Kureha shouted at the two as the back and forth at each other. Luffy walked into Nami's room and L heard him come in. Luffy shivered as he frantically began to look around trying to find his coat. Brr. It's cold. Clothes, clothes, clothes. What are you doing? What's with the noise out there? L asked him. What's going on out there? Nami asked as well. Luffy didn't answer them and continued to look for his jacket. It's cold. Where are my clothes? I'm not talking about the weather. What's with the ruckus? Nami shouted. Oh, just a fight. Luffy replied, casually. Is it serious? Nami asked. Nah. Go back to sleep. Luffy told her. L groaned as he sat up. I'm going out there. No, I've got this covered. You need rest. Luffy pushed him back down and L fell back weakly. You can wear my jacket. Nami pointed over to her coat. But it doesn't look cool, Luffy argued. It's better than yours, Nami retorted. You think so? Luffy asked. Then he walked over and picked up Nami's coat and put it on. Okay, as long as it's warm. Alright, now I'll clobber that nuisance. He ran out of the room, heading back to the fight. Ah well, probably just playing around. Nami sighed tiredly and went back to sleep. L glanced over to see Ichi still fast asleep, lying next to him. I want to fight. This sucks, he growled. He winced as he felt a sting from his wound. Ow, ow. Your teamwork is terrible. You should know about Marimo's hair. It's extremely flammable. The jester crewmate smirked and pulled out a bow and arrow, lighting it on fire. He aimed at Sanji and Chopper. Uh-oh, he's going to set fire to the hairballs. Sanji's eyes widened. The two quickly scrambled trying to dodge the arrows. They were only a distraction, Chopper cried out. And I was bait, Sanji growled. Checkmate, the jester crewmate fired some more arrows, catching the hairballs on Sanji on fire. Sanji tried to use the snow to put it out. Hot, snow, snow, get off this island. Chopper lunged at the jester crewmate trying to punch him. Move, Chess, Wapol shouted, opening his mouth wider. King Wapol. The henchman quickly moved out of the way and Wapol snapped his mouth shut, trying half off Chopper's body inside of it. Wapol began trying to eat Chopper. Blast! Sanji gritted his teeth. Chopper, Kureha shouted. Ah! Nice and warm. Luffy sighed, smiling as he walked out. Sanji quickly looked over at him. Luffy, stretch out and grab my feet, he called out. Luffy blinked, wondering what he meant. Feet, okay. Like this, he smiled and stretched his arms and grabbed onto Sanji's leg. Good, now, don't let go. Sanji quickly threw Luffy and launched him straight at Wapol. Luffy began to twist his body, spinning wildly. Then Luffy slammed straight into Wapol's stomach, making Wapol spit out Chopper. Wapol was sent flying and he crashed into his large pet hippo and the hippo was sent soaring to the sky, vanishing. Wapol's two henchmen watched in horror. Thank you, you guys are amazing. Chopper thanked Sanji and Luffy, who weren't paying attention. Hey, that's Nami's jacket. Take it off, Sanji shouted. He's still alive. The hippo flew off somewhere though. Luffy spoke. Wapol's two crewmates quickly rushed over to him. King Wapol, are you hurt? The Afro henchman asked. They were stronger than we thought, the jester crewmate shouted. I'll kill them. Luffy, Sanji, Chopper and Kureha heard Wapol roared out angrily and he quickly sat up, glaring at the group. It's time for Munch Munch Factory. I'll show them the true power of the Munch Munch fruit. Wapol shouted, furiously. He can stand up after that? Sanji asked, surprised. Wow, he's tough, Luffy said, impressed as well. King Wapol. Both of Wapol's henchmen cried out. Chess, tell them what I had for breakfast. Wapol smirked and his henchmen blinked at him. He smiled. Yes, sire, heir. This morning on the ship you had 1 cannon sautéed in butter, 1 fresh cannon, a bomb, and an explosive salad. And in the village you had 1 grilled house, the jester mentioned. He eats funny stuff. Luffy murmured. Doesn't sound healthy, Sanji said as well. Now you will tremble before my power of the Munch Munch after a meal, Wapol laughed. He's going to do something. Chopper frowned. The things I eat eventually become my blood and flesh. Munch Munch mutation. Wapol shouted. What's that? Sanji shouted. Wapol's body began to transform and turned into a steel house and his arms turned into cannons. Wapol's house. A house? Sanji shouted, shocked. Wow, Luffy exclaimed, excitedly. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Behold the royal technique, Munch Munch Factory. Wapol shouted and he chomped down on his 2 henchmen and began to eat them. He's eating his own men, Sanji shouted. Cannibal, Luffy shouted as well. Now the miraculous fusion. What the those two couldn't have, Sanji frowned. Merged, Luffy wondered as well. I am the mightiest warrior of the Drum Kingdom. Chess and Marimo stepped out revealing themselves as they were merged together. Chess Marimo. Are they Kidnick? He's just riding piggyback, Sanji spoke. That's so cool, Luffy shouted. That's not cool, it's stupid, Sanji shouted. Don't underestimate him. Kureha spoke. If they were weak the citizens would have risen up and stopped them from taking all the doctors. The first article of the Drum Kingdom's constitution states, whoever defies the king's wishes shall die. This is the foremost law of the land. This is my kingdom and this is my castle. Wapol shouted and pointed to Hiralik's flag. That quack doctor's flag must come down, it ruins the whole look. And he fired a round from his cannons. Everyone watched in shock and in horror as the cannonball exploded as it hit the flag. Usopp, Aya, Mr. Bushido. Let's go up that mountain. We have to help them. And I'm worried about the avalanche, too. What if Wapol went up there, and Dr. Kureha may have come home, and Nami's fever was so high, and Vivi shouted. And there's Dalton, and Alabasta. Calm down, Vivi. You worried too much, Usopp told her. You've seen my idiot brother and Sanji fight. They'll be fine, Aya said. Nami and L are in good hands. I have faith in them, Usopp insisted. You're right. Thank you, guys. Vivi sighed. You're afraid to go up the mountain, huh? Zoro taunted Usopp, poking him in the forehead. Well, I heard there's a snowman up there and bear like rabbits. Then just admit it. Don't worry, those two will be fine. And so what if I'm scared? You got a problem with it, Usopp shouted. Will you two stop it already? Aya frowned. He started it? Both Usopp and Zoro pointed at each other. Dalton, don't get up. Everyone turned and saw that Dalton was now conscious, struggling to stand up. Out of my way. If we don't fight, then when will we? Dalton, Vivi shouted. Who's that guy again? Zoro asked. This is our one chance to be free of that tyrant. We must fight him now or our lives as slaves. Dalton shouted. I'm going to fight, whatever the cost, even if I have to become a villain myself. Aya stared him, feeling a little sorry for the man. What did he mean by that? She wondered to herself. Then she saw Usopp move, wondering what he was doing, and saw him walk over to Dalton and bent down. Get on my back, I'll carry you to the castle, he told Dalton. Vivi stared at Usopp in surprise. Usopp. Aya smiled. Back at the castle, everyone was shocked to see the flag had gotten blown up and saw it fall from the castle. The pirate flag. Luffy said, shocked. Chopper still stood where he was, still shocked and worried. Hey, reindeer, that flag, what have you done to the doctor's flag? Chopper shouted enraged. Wapol laughed. Fools. Kill them, he ordered his merged henchmen. They charged at the group and was surprised by Chopper when he ran underneath them and charged at Wapol. He transformed into his human form and jumped on him. The doctor even tried to save you, Chopper shouted with his fist raised, but he didn't punch Wapol. I won't hurt you, but leave this country, forever. What are you saying, Chopper? You can't reason with him, Kureha shouted. Wapol smirked and shot Chopper, while he was distracted, with his cannons, knocking Chopper off of him. Chopper. Hey. Nuisance. Luffy shouted out. King Wapol. Look, everyone looked up and saw Luffy on top of the castle. What's he doing? Sanji wondered. Luffy had retrieved Hiralick's flag and tied it back on top of the castle from a sleeve of Nami's jacket. Straw Hat. Wapol shouted angrily. You're a bunch of frauds. You pretend to be pirates, but you aren't willing to risk your lives. You don't know meaning of this flag. Don't worry, I'll carry you to the castle. Usopp picked up Dalton and started to carry Dalton on his back. He struggled to do so because he was taller than Usopp and heavier as well. It won't work, Usopp. Dalton spoke, softly. Yes it will, I'll carry you all the way. Usopp shouted. You want to fight for your country and defeat Wapol, right? Well, don't worry, I can't let such heroism be wasted. That idiot. Zoro sighed. Aya watched her boyfriend as he continued to carry Dalton, struggling. He was such an idiot sometimes. She sighed and smiled, looking over at Zoro. Come on, let's go help him before he throws his back out. Aya spoke. Usopp continued as he struggled to carry Dalton. Then he was confused when felt Dalton being removed off his back and was shocked to see Aya carrying him. Zoro was standing next to her. To the mountain, right? Usopp teared up and smiled. I couldn't have handled it on my own if I wanted to. Sure, you could. Aya replied. Hold it, if you insist on going. 30 minutes. Give us 30 minutes to fix one of the ropeways to the castle. It'll make the trip a whole lot easier, one of the villagers shouted. But how? There aren't any ropeways connected to the castle, anymore, another one answered. There's one. Somebody stretched a white rope from a giant tree outside Gyasta to the castle, one of the villagers remembered. Gyasta? Usopp said shocked. That's the village where Dr. Kureha was going to, Aya remembered. The meaning of that flag, you say? MWA ha ha ha, there's no meaning to a stupid pirate rag. Wapol laughed. That shows how much you know. Luffy shouted and Wapol stopped. This flag isn't something you fly on a whim. Fool. I'm the king. I'll never fly a pirate flag except as a joke. Now stop raising that eyesore. Wapol shouted and he fired another round from his cannons, aiming directly at Luffy. I told you this is my kingdom. I'll keep shooting that silly rag down until it stays down. Crap, not again. Sanji shouted. Get away, Chopper cried out. You can't break it, Luffy shouted. The skull and crossbones is a symbol of faith. The cannonball exploded as it hit. Luffy! Sanji shouted. That was a direct hit. Kureha frowned. Wapol laughed. I blasted him to pieces. As the smoke cleared, Luffy still stood on top of the castle, his clothes a little blasted off and scorched. However, Luffy was still holding Hiralik's flag, half the pole was blasted off. See, it's unbreakable. Wah? Impossible. He's alive. The two merged henchmen exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Wapol and Chopper shocked as well. I don't know who it belonged to, but this flag is a promise of life. You don't fly it lightly, Luffy shouted. Wapol clenched his teeth as he glared at Luffy. It's not something to be laughed at or shot at. Wapol and Chess Marimo both to say a word. Luffy looked at Chopper who was still stunned. Hey, reindeer. I'm gonna clobber these guys now. What are you gonna do? Luffy asked, snapping Chopper of his thoughts. Me? Fool. If you're determined to protect that flag, I'll destroy you along with it, Wapol shouted, aiming at Luffy again. That does it. Sanji charged at Wapol to attack him. Even with broken ribs, I like your spirit, but it's still too soon. Kureha spoke and she kicked Sanji in the back, knocking him down. Doctor, stop, Sanji cried out in pain. Wapol laughed. What are you fools doing? Well, just watch. I'll vaporize him. King Wapol, look out, Chess Marimo cried out and they got in front of Wapol, blocking Chopper as he tried to throw a punch. Alright, get him, reindeer. Luffy grinned and he slammed the flag down, attaching back in place. That snot-nosed kid is trying to show some gumption. Kureha laughed. Chess Marimo began to clash with Chopper. I won't let you lay a finger on King Wapol, he smirked. But you must be the strange snowman that everyone used to fear. You poor thing. I bet you lived a lonely life despised by everyone, eh? Chopper didn't answer him. So why risk your life for them? The henchman laughed. Shut up, I may not have any friends, but I can fight, as long as the doctor's flag is up, You have a friend right here, Luffy shouted. Chopper's eyes widened in shock. Luffy stretched his arms and pulled himself back on the flag, preparing himself. I am your friend. Luffy launched himself, slamming into Wapol and his henchmen, knocking them off their feet. They two both landed on the snowy ground with a thud. Straw Hat, are you alright? Chopper cried out in worry. Luffy laughed. Don't worry, I'm made of rubber. Then he pointed over to Chess Marimo. Hey, reindeer, can you handle that guy? That guy? Easy. Chopper snorted. Good. Then I'll deal with the big nuisance. Luffy got into a fighting stance, facing Wapol. Blast you, Straw Hat. Stop bouncing around, Wapol growled. I'm not playing anymore, Chopper shouted, clashing with Chess Marimo. You'll finish me off, ha. Just try it, freak, Sanji growled as he tried to push Kureha off of him, who used her leg to hold him down. Get off of me, you old crone, I wanna fight. Just be quiet and keep watch. Keep moving, and you'll end up crippled for good. He'll be fine. When the time comes, my reindeer will act. My name is Tony Chopper. That name was given to me by the world's greatest doctor, Chopper shouted. He might have forgiven you for mocking him, but I won't. You'll pay for this monster. We'll blast you to smithereens, Chess Marimo shouted. Then Chopper pulled out a small pellet. Rumble Ball. This Rumble Ball lasts for 3 minutes. That's all the time you have left. Chopper explained and he ate it. Don't make me laugh, Chess Marimo pulled out 2 bows with flaming arrows. What can you do? And he fired at Chopper. Chopper quickly transformed, turning into a reindeer and dodged the arrows. So, that's your trick. You've eaten the devil fruit? A half-beast like Dalton. You're a reindeer man. Chopper turned into his human form and charged at Chess Marimo. Wrong. I'm a man reindeer. I've seen what you've got. You're just like Dalton. You get stronger with each transformation. Chess Marimo pulled out many hammers and slammed them down on Chopper. But you stand no chance against me. Chopper quickly transformed and jumped into the air, dodging the attack. It looks like he's flying, Sanji exclaimed in shock. Chopper's body was half transformed, the upper part human while the lower reindeer. Chess Marimo tried to attack again, smacking Chopper down. However, Chopper had changed again, turning into a large puffy ball and bounced on the ground. Chopper got up. You can't win. Impossible, Chess Marimo cried out. Zone fruits are limited to 3 transformations, how can you? Rumble Ball is a medicine that can modify the transformation of the devil fruit. After 5 years, I've discovered 4 more transformations. 7 stages of transformation. Chess Marimo sputtered in shock. Luffy turned looking at Chopper in awe. 7 stages. What a cool reindeer. What's wrong with the boy? Kureha asked. The idea of 7 transformation was too much for him. It made him delirious, Sanji replied. Are we going to fight or not? Wapol shouted. You can't fool me with that cheap trick, Chess Marimo shouted, about to attack Chopper again. It's no show. Chopper transformed, standing on 2 legs, and his arms became more muscular. He destroyed several of the henchmen's hammers. I should warn you, my iron hooves can destroy boulders. Chess Marimo growled and dropped his hammers, then pulled out some axes and sliced at Chopper, knocking him back. Chopper winced a little from his cut until he noticed the slice attack had crashed into the castle as well. Chopper quickly transformed back into small reindeer form and ran, and Chess Marimo chased after him with his axes. What happened, little reindeer? If you run away, how do you expect to win? Chopper attacked the henchman again and dodged one of his blades, jumping back. I'm not running. I'm figuring out your weak point. What? It's over for you, Scope. Chopper placed his hooves together. He has some kind of death ray attack, Luffy exclaimed. That's dumb. Sanji spoke. No, it's not, Luffy shouted back. Are you going to stare at me to death? I have no weak points, you're just a stupid zone. It's all over for you, Chess Marimo roared, charging at Chopper. Chopper transformed and leapt into the air at fast speed. Chess Marimo was unable to keep up with Chopper's speed. Chopper transformed again, his arms turning muscular. Cloven rose. Chopper striked under Chess Marimo's chin, slicing him. Chess Marimo was knocked into the air and they flopped on the ground with a thud, unconscious. 3 minutes. Chopper smiled, fixing his hat. He did it, the reindeer did it, Luffy cheered. Hey, Luffy! Sanji shouted. What, where'd he go? Luffy noticed that Wapol was nowhere to be seen, he had disappeared. Wapol's gone, Sanji shouted. He climbed up here on that furry hippo. He can't get down on his own. Kureha spoke, wondering where he went as well. But when did he leave? Luffy shouted. When you were going gaga over Chopper's transformation, Sanji shouted. Why that dirty? I'll find him and fix him real quick, Luffy growled. But what if he found a way inside the castle? Nami, Sanji exclaimed. Luffy's eyes widened. If that hippo touches 1 hair on Nami's head, I'll chop it into 100 pieces. Sanji shouted, angrily, and started to crawl quickly. Hey, hold it, Kureha called out, trying to stop him. But Sanji was already gone. Does he want to die? Inside the castle, Wapol was shocked to see snow and ice everywhere. What happened? Is this my drum castle? What have they done to my castle? He cried out. Unforgivable, I'll kill them all. Wapol blinked when he heard a door open from the upper floor and looked up. Nami sneaked out, looking around, hoping not to run into Kureha. She noticed Wapol staring up at her down below. Oh, who are you? One of the Straw Hats, eh? Wapol smirked, evilly, chuckling a little. Me, a pirate? Why, I'm just an innocent young girl. Nami smiled. Wapol's smirk dropped a little, confused. Really, I'm just a navigator just passing through, Nami waved, walking away. Goodbye. Wapol waved back, still confused. Miss Nami, where's the cook? I'm hungry. Ichi whined as he stepped out of the room. Nami twitched and immediately stopped in her tracks. Liar! Wapol roared, quickly running up the stairs after them. Nami screamed as she ran. Ichi blinked in confusion. He kicked Wapol in the face, then quickly jumped over him and kicked Wapol again from behind. Wapol rolled like a ball at fast speed behind Nami, who screamed, trying not to get flattened. Nami quickly ran down the stairs and Wapol ended up getting stuck in the gap. You idiot, you almost got me killed, Nami shouted at Ichi. Sorry, Ichi apologized before he looked over at Wapol, who was still struggling to get out. Hey, that guy looks familiar. I guess I put on some more weight lately. Munch factory. Wapol's mouth grew large and he began to eat himself. What is he doing? Nami exclaimed. Wow, he has a bigger appetite than me, Ichi shouted. Wapol shrank down and bounced down the stairs and landed in front of Nami. He turned into a bucket. Done, my miraculous physic restoration technique. Wapol began to crawl out of his mouth, revealing himself to be Skinner. The Wapol slimmed down. You can't escape me. He rushed at Nami. Nami screamed and quickly scrambled to get away. Help! Coming. Miss Nami, Ichi shouted. Get away from me, you weirdo. Hey! Leave her alone. Ichi cried out, hopping over the railing. Wapol tackled Nami down, pinning her to the ground. You're dead, he smirked, before Ichi could rush to help Nami. There you are. A foot slammed into Wapol's face, knocking him off of Nami. Wapol flew back and crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. Captain, Ichi called out, smiling, seeing Luffy. He ran over to Luffy and Nami and helped Nami up. Hey, was he always this thin? Luffy asked. Luffy, what did you do to my jacket? Nami said. Getting even more furious, she slammed her fist down on Luffy's head, hitting him. Do you know how much that costs? 28,800 berries, and it was on sale. Sorry, but he was throwing bombs at me and, Luffy spoke before Nami cut him off. Oh well. It's all right. I forgive you. I knew if I lent it to you, you'd just tear it up anyways. She smiled. So maybe you can pay me 3 times plus its value interest. That's 100,000 berries you owe me. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. What, you planned this all along? MWA ha ha ha, enough. They looked at saw Wapol standing in front of them, getting up. Wow, he's really in shape. Luffy replied. This is the weapons room, and I have the only key. Weapons of every shape and sizes are stored in there. I will devour them all and incorporate them into my body. And you will see a terrifying human weapon standing before you, Wapol shouted, pointing to the large door behind him. Now I shall open the door. The key to the door of fear, it's gone. You mean this key? Ichi said, holding up the key. Wapol's eyes widened like saucers, going silent. Nami stared at Ichi, a little surprised. Luffy gaped surprised as well. Wapol began to run away again. I'm not done yet. Get back here, Luffy growled, chasing after him. Sanji crawled over to Nami and Ichi. Nami, are you alright? Luffy chased Wapol up the spiral staircase until they were outside again. Wapol saw another door to the weapons room and quickly ran over opening it. Blast it, the whole castle is covered with snow. Absolutely unforgivable, they will all pay. They'll know the meaning of my wrath. I'll show them my real power. The ultimate weapon of the Drum Kingdom. There was something large sitting in front of him, covered up. Wapol quickly rushed over to it, pulling the covers off, revealing a large cannon in the shape of a hippo. The Royal Drum Crown 7 SHOT Tin Tyrant Cannon. I've got you now. This is the end, Luffy shouted, running into the room. Wapol sneered, turning to Luffy. Prepare to die, Straw Hat. I'll blast you to bits. He quickly lit the fuse to the cannon. Luffy's eye widened, bracing himself. But nothing happened. They both blinked. Then they heard chirping noises coming from inside the cannon and several birds began to pop out of it. A nest. Snowbirds. Luffy grinned. A bird hopped on top of the cannon chirping loudly in Wapol's face. Why you? How dare you mock me? I am the king of Drum Kingdom, I am your ruler. Luffy quickly charged towards Wapol, grabbing him by the face. Your history, I don't care if you're a king or not, there are things that matter more than power. Chopper and Kureha were still outside, waiting. Chopper still hadn't moved from his spot, still recalling what Luffy had said to him. Doctor, he called me his friend. Wapol stared at Luffy, fearfully, as he tried to break out of Luffy's grasp. Luffy grinned. Because I am a pirate, at the village, Zoro, Aya, Vivi and Usopp followed several villagers as they led them to the ropeway with a lift to take them up to the castle. Down below was a bottomless chasm. A village kid stumbled onto it. We were surprised to see a ropeway here. This used to be Dr. Kureha's old house. One of the villagers explained. Everyone got inside and several villagers began pedaling the lift as it slowly went up heading towards the castle. The lift was shaking slowly and bouncing against the wind. Hey, is it safe with this many people? Usopp said, nervously, considering they were up about 100 feet above the chasm. "We can't let Dalton fight alone. He's injured," Vivi shouted at him. "If we don't move around so much, we should be fine," Aya reassured him. "We want to fight, too," several of the villagers shouted. "I understand, but this stupid thing won't move." Then Aya heard Dalton groan and saw that he's struggling to get up. "Hey, you shouldn't be moving around so much. You're badly hurt," Aya told him. "Dalton, don't overdo it," Vivi said, softly. "Pedal harder," Usopp shouted. "It's got a nice view," Zoro spoke, looking outside the window. "WHO cares about status. WHO cares about the king," Dalton suddenly shouted out loud, surprising everyone. "Be because you're a pirate. You think my status doesn't matter?" Wapol laughed. "You're an idiot, Straw Hat. The Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government. You've committed an international crime. I don't care about the either. I'm going to beat you up." Luffy frowned, narrowing his eyes at him. "Why, you insolent pup?" Wapol opened his mouth wider. "I'll digest you, huh?" Luffy had stretched his fingers, preventing Wapol from chomping down on him. Luffy laughed. "Just try and eat me." "Not yet. Munch munch mutation, tongue cannon." Wapol shouted and his tongue turned into a cannon. Luffy. His tongue turned into a cannon. Die. Wapol fired the cannon at Luffy. Dalton began to cough up some blood. "Dalton," Vivi shouted, trying to stop him. "I must end his reign. It's the only way. Who cares about power and order? What's so wrong about wanting your country having a heart?" Dalton. Vivi covered her mouth in shock. "Now, listen, people, when we get there, and I enter the castle, I want you all to take cover." Dalton told everyone, then he reached into his coat and pulled out some dynamite. "Dynamite?" Usopp cried out. "Hey, why are you getting so worked up about this guy that you're risking your life?" Aya asked him. "Because I couldn't stop him even with my devil fruit powers. I used to serve under Wapol's father before he passed. The former king was nothing like his son, who was spoiled rotten, and the king realized his mistake. Our country is suffering because of my failure," he cried out, angrily. Aya sighed, placing her hands on Dalton's shoulders. "Sorry about this." Aya punched Dalton in the stomach, knocking him out. She caught him before he fell over and laid him back down. "Aya, why did you do that?" Vivi screamed at her, and Usopp did so as well. "He was in no shape to fight." Aya spoke. "I would have done the same," Zoro murmured. "But still, you didn't have to go and hit him," Vivi shouted. "Mwa ha ha ha. You fool. You let down your guard?" Wapol laughed as he saw the large hole blasting through several rooms. Luffy was nowhere to be seen. "Nope. You did," Luffy said from behind him and slammed his hands on Wapol's shoulders. "What? 1 and 2, Luffy hopped onto Wapol's back and began to spin, curling himself up. "Wah, what are you doing?" Luffy laughed. "Gum gum. Stop," Wapol cried out. "Bow gun." Luffy flung Wapol straight up the castle. Wapol crashed through many floors as he went up until he reached the top of the castle. He saw Hiralick's flag in front of him. Wapol struggled to get himself free but was unable to move his arms to do so. He screamed as he saw Luffy jump down in front of him. Luffy smirked, slamming his fists together. "If you're not willing to put your life on the line, then don't ever touch the skull and crossbones." "Gum gum," Luffy stretched both of his arms back. "Wait, I'll give you a title. Medals. Look, at the top of the castle. Someone's up there." One of the villagers shouted and everyone looked and saw 2 people on top of the castle. "Doctor, Drum Kingdom is." Chopper watched from down below with Kureha. "The king has lost to the skull and crossbones." Luffy roared and pushed his arms forward, making fists, bazooka. He slammed them into Wapol and Wapol went flying in the air. Aya stepped out from the lift alongside Zoro and Usopp, who clung to the swordsman fearfully. The snow crunched beneath their boots as they surveyed their surroundings. The imposing castle stood in the distance, its stone walls dusted with snow. There was no sign of Luffy, Wapol, or his henchmen anywhere. "I'll go take a look around," Zoro said, his hand resting on his swords. "You all wait here." "Hey, quit pushing," Usopp complained, jostling against Zoro. Aya sighed, tugging her coat tighter around her shoulders against the biting cold. "All right, I'll help you look." "If you're scared, Just wait with them, Zoro said to Usopp, smirking slightly. The long-nosed sniper straightened his back indignantly. I'm not scared, because I. His protest was cut short by a loud scream from above. RRAHH. They looked up to see a familiar figure plummeting toward them from the castle tower. Luffy, Aya called out, recognizing her twin brother instantly. With no time to move, Luffy crashed directly into them, sending snow flying in all directions. What are you doing? Zoro shouted, pushing himself up from the snow pile. Luffy grinned as he disentangled himself from the group. Oh, Zoro, Aya, Usopp. His smile widened in recognition. Your clothes looked familiar. So, I thought you were more of his men. He tilted his head curiously. So you guys climbed up here, too? I thought you couldn't climb, Usopp. Usopp brushed snow from his coat, puffing out his chest. Don't be silly, I climb like a mountain goat. But this climb was the real adventure. Aya shook snow from her hair. We used the ropeway, Luffy, she explained, pointing to the cable car system. The lift doors opened again as Vivi and several villagers stepped out, supporting a now conscious Dalton between them. The big man looked weak but determined. Are Nami and Sanji all right? Vivi asked anxiously, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. They're fine, Luffy assured her with his characteristic certainty. Relief washed over Vivi's face. Thank goodness. So what were you doing on top of the castle? Aya asked, eyeing the tower that Luffy had fallen from. Luffy cracked his knuckles proudly, kicking the king's butt. So that thing that flew across the sky was Wapol. Usopp exclaimed, eyes wide. What about the other two? The reindeer clobbered them, Luffy announced, bouncing on his heels with excitement. Oh, yeah, I found another crewmate to join us. The villagers murmured among themselves. The reindeer took care of Wapol's men? One asked in disbelief. Dalton's eyes widened in recognition. The blue-nosed. You're that creature. The villagers began cheering, their voices ringing through the snowy mountain air. Thank you, this land will be born again. Near a cluster of trees at the edge of the castle grounds, a small figure shifted nervously. As he stepped into view, the villagers' cheers turned to gasps. Huh, what is that weird creature, a monster? Aya stepped forward protectively, leave him alone. A monster? Usopp screamed, diving behind Zoro when he caught sight of Chopper. The little reindeer, startled by the reaction, turned and fled into the forest. Usopp, Aya scolded, giving him a sharp look. You idiot, Luffy shouted, waving his arms angrily. That's my new crewmate, now you scared him off. Usopp peeked out from behind Zoro. What is that thing? Wait, reindeer, Luffy called, starting to run after him. You people, a stern voice interrupted. They turned to see an older woman approaching them, her purple coat billowing in the wind as she marched across the snow. Her eyes were sharp beneath her sunglasses, and despite her age, she moved with remarkable agility. Dr. Kureha. Several villagers stammered. She planted her hands on her hips, surveying the group. Happy to see me? Take that injured man and get to the infirmary, she commanded, pointing at Dalton. Meanwhile, Sanji and Nami were hiding behind a piece of rubble near the castle entrance, trying to escape unnoticed. Nami, you better go and get treated, Sanji whispered, concerned despite his own injuries. Quiet, Nami hissed back. If I go back there, we'll have to wait 2 more days before we can set sail for Alabasta. Do you want Vivi to get even more despondent? Before Sanji could respond, a shadow fell over them. Kureha had found them, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Get back to the infirmary, she ordered, grabbing them both by the collar. Sanji and Nami were forcibly marched back into the recovery room. Kureha immediately began examining Sanji's injuries, her touch professional but not gentle. Your wound is worse. You overdid it, she said, frowning at the bandages. You're reckless, all of you. Turning away from her patients, Kureha addressed Dalton, who had been brought in by the villagers. Dalton, do you know where the key to the castle weapons storeroom is? Dalton looked puzzled. Weapons storeroom? What are you going to do? That's my business, she replied curtly. Wapol always kept the key on him, Dalton answered, wincing as he adjusted his position. If that's the case, it probably went flying with him. Oh, if you're talking about the key, I got, Ichi began, patting his pockets, but Nami quickly cut him off. "How about waiving the fee for treating the crew and releasing me immediately?" she proposed to Kureha, her eyes glinting with negotiation. The doctor laughed. "Impossible. What a silly thought. And I'll be taking all the goods and treasure on your ship as payment. And you're going to stay here and rest for 2 more days." "She's right, Nami," Vivi said gently. "Let her finish your treatment." Nami waved her off. "I'm fine. I don't feel like I'm going to die at all now." "That's not very convincing," Vivi muttered, noticing the feverish flush still on Nami's cheeks. "I have the key right here," Ichi announced, pulling a small brass key from his pocket. Kureha turned to him, surprised. "How did you get it?" "I took it off of him," Ichi explained simply, as if stealing from a tyrant king was the most natural thing in the world. Kureha studied Nami with newfound respect. "You got guts bargaining with me, clever girl." She snatched the key from Ichi. "Fine. Your account is paid in full. However, releasing you, I can't do that as a doctor." "Hey, wait. Give me that key back," Nami protested. Kureha ignored her, walking toward the door. "Now, listen here, girlie. I'm going downstairs for a while. My coat is in a drawer in the back room, and I don't have any guards posted. And the boy with broken bones is complete. And the one with the gunshot wound is healing." She paused at the doorway, looking back with an exaggerated wink. "However, don't try to sneak away. You others, come with me. I have a job for you." As the door closed behind Kureha and the others, Nami and Vivi exchanged glances. "Did she just tell me to take her coat and get Sanji and L and sneak away?" Nami whispered. Vivi nodded slowly. "I think so." Outside the castle, Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, and Aya waited in the snow. Luffy kept scanning the tree line, until finally he spotted Chopper cautiously returning. "Hey, reindeer!" Luffy shouted, waving excitedly. From his hiding place behind a tree, Chopper mumbled to himself, "He's still looking for me." "Let's be pirates together," Luffy called, his voice echoing across the mountain. Zoro crossed his arms. "Give it up, Luffy. You're wasting your time." "He doesn't want to be a pirate," Aya added, though she watched the little reindeer with sympathy. Luffy shook his head stubbornly. "You're wrong. I'm bringing him with us." "You can't just force him to come with us," Aya said firmly. "If he doesn't want to go, he doesn't want to go." "But he's a doctor, and I need one for my crew," Luffy insisted. His expression softened as he looked at his sister. "And maybe he can help you with your allergies as well." Aya's hand unconsciously moved to touch the small medicine pouch she kept tucked inside her jacket. "Luffy, you know how I feel." OICE dropped to a whisper. "I don't want to be disappointed. Again and again." "Then I'll drag him with us," Luffy decided, turning back toward the trees. "Reindeer," he shouted again. This time, Chopper stepped fully into view, his small frame trembling slightly in the snow. "There you are." Luffy grinned broadly. "Come on, let's be pirates together." Chopper shook his head. "It's impossible." "It's not impossible, it'll be fun," Luffy countered. Usopp sighed. "He just doesn't get it." "I'm grateful to all of you," Chopper said, his voice growing stronger. "Chopper," Aya murmured. The little reindeer suddenly burst out, his emotions overwhelming him. "But, I'm a reindeer. I have antlers and hooves and a blue nose." His eyes filled with tears. "Of course, I want to be a pirate. But I'm not a human like you, I'm a monster. I can never be a part of your group. But I want to thank you," he sniffled, trying to compose himself. "Thank you for asking me. I'm going to stay here. But please, come back someday when you feel like it." Luffy's response was immediate and direct. "Just shut up and come with us." Zoro smirked. That ought to change his mind. Chopper's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face as he realized what was happening. "Yeah," he cried, his voice full of joy. "Let's go and say goodbye to the old doc and that Dalton guy," Usopp suggested. Aya nodded. "We should let Chopper go alone. This is going to be a tearful farewell." "Are we really going then?" Vivi asked, approaching the group with Nami, Sanji, and L in tow. "Of course, when Chopper returns we'll head right down the mountain and set sail for Alabasta," Nami said, adjusting her jacket against the cold. She turned to Vivi with a gentle smile. "Does that make you happy, Vivi?" The blue-haired princess nodded, relief washing over her face. Yes, especially since we'll have a doctor now. Her eyes drifted toward the castle, worry for her homeland never far from her thoughts. I'll go check on the ropeway, Usopp announced, puffing his chest out. We need to make sure it's working properly for our descent. Luffy, come help me, he added, grabbing the rubber man's arm. Luffy's eyes lit up. There's a ropeway? Cool, he bounded after Usopp, his earlier disappointment completely forgotten. The remaining crew members huddled together in the snow, stamping their feet to keep warm while they waited. Zoro leaned against a tree, seemingly unbothered by the cold, while Aya paced back and forth, occasionally glancing toward the castle entrance. Chopper's been in there a while, she murmured, her breath forming little clouds. I hope Dr. Kureha isn't giving him too hard a time. Suddenly, the peaceful mountain air was shattered by crashes and shouts echoing from inside the castle. The noise grew louder with each passing second. What a bunch of rowdies, Nami said, shaking her head. Can't they control themselves for 5 minutes? The castle doors burst open, and they saw Chopper running out in his reindeer form, pulling a sleigh behind him. His eyes were wide with panic, and he was moving faster than they'd seen him move before. Is that him? Vivi asked, squinting through the snow. What's going on? Aya exclaimed, taking a step forward. Zoro's eyes narrowed as he spotted a figure chasing after Chopper. Somebody's chasing him. Hey, the ropeway's ready, Luffy shouted from the cable car station, waving his arms excitedly. Chopper didn't slow down as he approached them, his hooves kicking up snow. Everybody, get in the sleigh. We're going down the mountain, he yelled, skidding to a halt beside them. Behind him, Dr. Kureha emerged from the castle, brandishing what appeared to be surgical knives. Hold it, she bellowed, her face a mask of fury. What? The crew shouted in unison as they scrambled into the sleigh. Hurry, Aya urged, helping Nami climb aboard. Sanji was already settled in, still half conscious, while Elle secured their supplies. Chopper didn't wait another second. With everyone barely settled, he took off down the steep mountainside, the sleigh cutting through the snow like a knife. Wahoo! Luffy cheered, his arms stretched out to grab Usopp, who had been left behind at the ropeway station. Usopp screamed as Luffy's elastic arms yanked him into the moving sleigh. The sleigh picked up speed as it careened down the mountain, bouncing over bumps and narrowly missing trees. Everyone held on for dear life as Chopper expertly navigated the treacherous descent. That was fun, Luffy declared when they finally slowed to a stop at the base of the mountain, his face split in a wide grin. Let's do it again, he suggested, already turning back toward the peak. Nami grabbed him by the collar. Idiot, we have to set sail. Vivi needs to get to Alabasta. Usopp lay sprawled in the snow, his face pale. I thought I was gonna die, he muttered, still shaking from the wild ride. Sanji stirred in the sleigh, his eyes fluttering open. Huh, where are we? He asked groggily, trying to sit up despite his injuries. Sanji, you're awake, Nami exclaimed, her expression softening with relief. As they gathered their bearings, something extraordinary began to happen. The air around them shifted subtly, carrying a sweet fragrance that hadn't been there moments before. Chopper was the first to notice, his sensitive nose twitching as he lifted his head. Do you smell that? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Before anyone could respond, the dormant cherry trees that lined the mountainside suddenly burst into bloom, as if responding to some invisible signal. One by one, like a wave of pink spreading across the white landscape, the barren branches exploded with delicate blossoms. What's happening? Vivi gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. Pink petals floated through the air, swirling in gentle eddies before settling on the snow like a delicate pink blanket. The contrast between the vibrant blossoms and the stark white snow created a dreamlike panorama that stretched as far as they could see. Wow, Aya breathed, turning in a slow circle as she watched the spectacle. She reached out, letting a few petals land on her outstretched palm. I've never seen anything like this before. Luffy jumped up and down excitedly, trying to catch the falling petals in his mouth like snowflakes. It's amazing. Look at all the pink snow. The sakura are blossoming in winter, Elle murmured, his normally stoic expression softening. It's truly incredible. Ichi commented on the cherry blossoms excitedly with Luffy wondering if they could eat it. It's not snow, you idiots, Sanji corrected weakly from the sleigh, though even he couldn't suppress the smile that formed on his lips as he gazed at the transformation happening around them. Pink blossoms continued to fall, transforming the stark white landscape into something magical. Even Zoro paused to take in the sight, his usual stern expression softening as he watched a petal land on the hilt of his sword. "Yeah, it's so pretty," Nami said softly, catching a petal in her palm. Chopper stood frozen, his eyes growing misty as he stared up at the mountain. Tears began streaming down his face, but unlike before, these weren't tears of sadness or fear. His small body trembled with emotion as he watched the cherry blossoms dance across the sky. "Doctor," he whispered, his voice cracking. Aya noticed his reaction and knelt beside him. "Chopper? Are you okay?" The little reindeer nodded, unable to speak for a moment. When he finally found his voice, it was thick with emotion. "Dr. Hylaluk. He spent his whole life trying to make the cherry blossoms bloom on this winter island." Chopper sniffled, wiping his tears with his hoof. He believed that cherry blossoms could cure any disease of the heart. "Your late mentor," Vivi said softly, understanding dawning on her face. Chopper nodded vigorously, crying loudly now, his joy impossible to contain. His dream, it finally came true. He looked up at the mountain peak where Drum Castle stood, knowing that Kureha was watching the same miracle unfold. Usopp, who had finally recovered from the wild sleigh ride, put a hand on Chopper's shoulder. "I bet he can see this right now," he said with unusual gentleness. "Wherever he is." "You think so?" Chopper asked, hope shining in his eyes. "I know so," Luffy declared with absolute certainty, gazing up at the pink canopy above them. "Dreams don't die that easily." The crew stood in silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts as they witnessed the beautiful phenomenon. The falling petals seemed to bless their journey, christening their newest members' first steps into a life of piracy. "I think this is Dr. Kureha's farewell gift to you," Nami said eventually, smiling down at Chopper. "The old witch does have a soft side after all," Zoro commented, his usual gruffness tempered with a hint of respect. Chopper wiped his eyes, his chest swelling with gratitude for both his mentors, the doctor who had given him a dream and the witch who had given him the skills to pursue it. "We should get going," Sanji reminded them, though he made no move to rush the moment. "Alabasta is waiting." Vivi nodded, though she too seemed reluctant to leave the beautiful scene. "You're right, every moment counts now." "All right then," Luffy declared, punching the air enthusiastically. "To the ship, and then to Alabasta." He turned to Chopper with his characteristic wide grin. "Ready for your first adventure as a pirate, Dr. Chopper?" Chopper's face lit up at being addressed by his title. He cast one last look at the mountain, at the curtain of cherry blossoms that had transformed his homeland, before turning to face his new crew, his new family. "Ready," he confirmed, his voice steady despite the tears still glistening in his eyes. As they made their way toward the harbor where the Going Merry waited, pink petals continued to rain down, marking the path of their departure with nature's own celebration. The crew began celebrating on the ship for their new ship doctor. Luffy had chopsticks shoved in his nose, wiggling them back and forth while making silly faces. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were laughing at him, their voices echoing across the deck under the starlit sky. "Hey, Chopper," Usopp called out, waving a mug in the air. "Chopper, are you going to sit there and stare all night?" Zoro asked, his voice carrying a rare hint of friendliness. "Have a drink," Sanji offered, sliding a small cup across the wooden deck. Chopper sat nervously at the edge of the celebration, still not quite believing he had found a place to belong. His small hooves clutched at his hat, eyes wide with wonder. Nami stood over them, her hands her hips. "Hey, you guys, can't you show them a little sympathy?" she shouted, pouting over Karoo, who was half frozen, his feathers still stiff with ice. "He's alive, isn't he?" Luffy blinked innocently, the chopstick still dangling from his nostrils. Vivi knelt beside her feathered friend, carefully covering him with a thick blanket. Her blue hair fell forward as she leaned closer. "Karoo, how did you end up frozen in the river?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. "Probably slipped, so clumsy," Zoro laughed, taking another swig from his cup. "Shut up, Mr. Bushido," Vivi shouted, her usual politeness forgotten in defense of her companion. Chopper waddled over to the bird, placing a hoof gently on Karu's wing. Karu says that Zoro was swimming in the river and he disappeared. So he dove in to save him but got frozen, Chopper explained, understanding the bird's weak squawks and translating them for the others. So it was your fault, Nami shouted, marching over and slamming her fist down on Zoro's head, creating a bump that made the swordsman wince. Aya tilted her head in surprise, her dark hair swaying with the movement. Wait a minute, Chopper, you can understand him? Sure. I was originally an animal, you know, he said bashfully, pulling his hat down to cover his face, his little blue nose just barely visible. That's amazing, Chopper. Then medicine isn't just your only talent, Aya exclaimed, her eyes bright with genuine admiration. Stupid. Don't think you can flatter me, Chopper protested, though he was clearly delighted, his body doing a little wiggle of happiness. Then why are you blushing? Zoro, Usopp, and Luffy asked. Suddenly, Chopper's eyes widened with realization. Darn it, I came down the mountain so quickly, I forgot my medical supplies. His small hooves clutched at his hat in distress. Is this it? It was in the sleigh, I had told him, holding up a small bag with an X embroidered on it. The bag looked worn but well cared for, clearly important to its owner. My backpack. How? Chopper's eyes filled with wonder as he took the bag from Aya. You put it in the sleigh, didn't you? Aya asked. Chopper shook his head slowly. The doctor. She knew that you were coming after all, she said softly, understanding dawning in her eyes. Across the deck, Usopp and Luffy had escalated their antics, now dancing in circles with the chopsticks still stuck up their noses. They hopped from one foot to the other, making silly faces at anyone who looked their way. Will you two be quiet? Nami shouted, her patience clearly wearing thin. Chopper, curious about the strange human customs, picked up a pair of chopsticks and started to copy them, inserting them into his blue nose. You, too. Nami groaned, slapping her forehead. Alright, attention, everyone, we have a new crew member, Usopp announced, standing on a barrel with his chest puffed out, but everyone ignored him, each preoccupied with their own activities. Vivi was still attending to Karu, wrapping him tighter in the blanket. Hey, cook. Make some more food, Zoro called out, his stomach apparently unfazed by the amount he'd already consumed. Sanji's visible eye twitched with annoyance. I don't take orders from you, he shot back, though he was already heading toward the kitchen. Let's give a big welcome to the new ship's doctor, Tony Chopper, Usopp announced, standing on a barrel with his arms spread wide like a carnival ringmaster. He pulled out a small confetti popper from his pocket and set it off, colorful paper bits raining down on the little reindeer's hat. Chopper shuffled his hooves, his face flushing beneath his fur. Stop it, you jerks. I don't need your welcome, he protested, while doing a wiggly dance that completely contradicted his words. Luffy slung an arm around the reindeer, stretching it 3 times around Chopper's small body. To Chopper, he shouted, raising his mug so enthusiastically that half its contents splashed onto the deck. To Chopper, the crew echoed, clinking their drinks together. Across the deck, Vivi finished wrapping a small heat bandage around Karu's wing to warm him up. The duck quacked appreciatively, nuzzling against her hand before waddling off to join Usopp's impromptu dance line. The princess's eyes drifted toward the mast, where Elle leaned against the wooden pole, occasionally sipping from his mug while watching the celebration with detached interest. Something about his quiet demeanor drew her. Perhaps it was because amid all the chaos of their voyage, he seemed like an island of calm. Or maybe it was because of those words he'd spoken to her when he lay injured, words that had somehow lodged themselves in her heart. Smoothing down her skirt, Vivi walked over to him, her steps hesitant but determined. So, enjoying the party? She asked, leaning against the mast beside him. Elle took another sip from his mug before answering, it's all right. His eyes tracked Luffy attempting to stuff 3 kebabs into his mouth at once. A little loud though. Silence fell between them, not uncomfortable but pregnant with unspoken thoughts. The sounds of the celebration, Luffy's laughter, Usopp's tall tales, Aya's playful banter with Zoro, washed over them like waves against the hull. Vivi twisted her mug in her hands, the cool ceramic grounding her as her mind raced with worries about her homeland. How do you know Alabasta is going to be okay? She finally asked. her voice soft but urgent. Her teeth worried at her lower lip as she gripped her mug tighter, knuckles widening. "You seemed so certain when you were." She trailed off, not wanting to remind him of his injuries. L turned his head slightly toward her, his normally impassive eyes studying her face. "I don't know," he admitted with a small shrug. "It's just a hunch." "A hunch?" Vivi echoed, disappointment creeping into her voice. "Yeah," L nodded, his gaze shifting to the horizon. "But my hunches are usually right. There's something about this crew." He gestured vaguely toward where Luffy was now attempting to use chopsticks as walrus tusks. "They're idiots, sure, but they have this way of making the impossible happen." Vivi felt a small smile tugging at her lips. "That's actually quite comforting." "Plus," L added, his voice dropping lower, "I saw how you stood up to those Baroque works agents. Your country has you fighting for it. That counts for something." Before Vivi could respond to this unexpected vote of confidence, a blur of motion and the smell of sake announced Ichi's arrival. He practically launched himself at L, wrapping his arms around the taller man's neck in a clumsy embrace. Why are you two hiding over here?" Ichi slurred, his cheeks flushed from drink. His weight caused L to stumble sideways, sloshing drink onto the deck. L shoved him off with an irritated grunt. "Personal space, ever heard of it?" Undeterred, Ichi wiggled his eyebrows suggestively, looking between L and Vivi. "Talking to your girlfriend, L?" he teased, swaying slightly on his feet. "Getting all cozy in the moonlight." Heat rushed to Vivi's cheeks, her eyes widening at the insinuation. "It's not like that," she sputtered, waving her hands frantically. "We were just discussing." "Alabasta," L finished for her, his normally pale complexion sporting 2 spots of color high on his. "Strategy. Nothing like that." "Suwar," Ichi drawled, making kissy faces. "Strategy. Is that what the kids are calling it these?" "Go dunk your head in a barrel. You're drunk," L growled, giving Ichi a firm shove toward the center of the deck. "I'm not drunk enough to miss whatever this is," Ichi cackled, stumbling backward but managing to stay upright. Zoro, passing by with a bottle in hand, raised an eyebrow at the scene. "Trouble in paradise?" "Not you two," L groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Vivi couldn't help it. A small giggle escaped her lips. The sound seemed to surprise even her, and she quickly covered her mouth. But the laughter wouldn't stay contained. After weeks of fear and worry, the simple absurdity of the moment broke through her defenses. L stared at her for a moment before his own lips quirked upward in the ghost of a smile. "See? Things can't be that hopeless if you can still laugh." "I guess you're right," Vivi admitted, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. "Thank you, L." "For what?" "I didn't do anything. For the hunch," she said simply, turning her gaze toward the stars above them. "Sometimes a hunch is all you need." "Hey, Sanji. Do we have any more dinosaur meat?" Luffy asked, bouncing on his heels, the chopsticks finally removed from his nose. "Let's toast to Chopper," Usopp shouted, raising his mug high. Chopper smiled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears of joy. This is the most fun I've ever had," the little reindeer admitted, his voice thick with emotion. To our new shipmate, everyone finally joined in, raising their drinks. "Hooray!" The cheer echoed across the night sea. "Who's ready for a checkup?" Chopper asked excitedly, already thinking about how he could help his new friends. Both Zoro and Usopp pointed to Aya. Aya nearly spit out her drink. "What?" she exclaimed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Why me? I'm perfectly fine." Her protest was punctuated by a small cough that she tried to disguise as clearing her throat. "You're a terrible liar than he is," Zoro smirked, pointing at Luffy who was now attempting to fit an entire bread roll into his mouth. "He might have something for your allergies." Besides, Usopp chimed in with an exaggerated wink, nudging Aya with his elbow. "Someone's got to be the first to try out our new doctor's skills. Consider it a test run." Aya crossed her arms over her chest. "So I'm the guinea pig now? Thanks a lot." Despite her protests, there was no real anger in her voice. Chopper approached her cautiously, his medical bag clutched tightly in his hooves. "I don't mind starting with someone else if you'd prefer," he offered politely. Luffy bounded over, slinging an arm around his sister's shoulders, nearly causing her to spill her drink again. "Ah, come on Aya. Let Chopper check you out. You've been coughing all day. It's fine, really, Aya insisted, trying to shrug off her brother's arm, a small flush of color rising to her cheeks. It's just the cold air. If Aya's swan is sick, I should be the one to tend to her, Sanji declared, hearts practically visible in his eyes as he spun toward them with a fresh drink for Aya. Nami bonked him on the head. Shut it, lover boy. Chopper's the doctor here. Aya sighed in defeat, realizing she was outnumbered. Fine, fine. I guess a checkup wouldn't hurt. Chopper's face lit up with professional enthusiasm. We should do it properly though. Is there somewhere quiet we can go? You can use my navigation room, Nami offered. Just don't touch any of my maps, she wagged a warning finger, though her tone was friendly. A few minutes later, Aya sat on a small stool in Nami's navigation room as Chopper examined her. His tiny hooves were surprisingly gentle as they checked her pulse, the steady rhythm ticking beneath his touch. Then Chopper pulled out his stethoscope from his bag, the metal catching the light from the small lantern on Nami's desk. I need to listen to your lungs, he told her, his voice taking on a more confident, medical tone. Aya hesitantly pulled up her shirt, the material rustling softly in the quiet room. Chopper placed the cold metal disc against her back, and she suppressed a small shiver. As Chopper moved the stethoscope around her back, his ears twitched with concentration. Suddenly, he froze. Aya could see a strange look in the reindeer's eyes before they turned to panic, his pupils dilating visibly. How are you still alive? He whispered, the stethoscope dropping from his hooves to dangle around his neck. That's what I've been getting from all the doctors, Aya replied with a wry smile that didn't reach her eyes. The shadows from the lantern accentuated the slight hollowness of her cheeks. What do you mean? Chopper's voice was hushed, medical curiosity mixing with genuine concern. His gentle hooves moved to check her lymph nodes, his professional demeanor remaining despite the shock evident in his eyes. Aya took a deep breath, wincing slightly as if the action caused her discomfort. I have an incurable illness that no one can fix. Had it since childhood. It causes me to cough up blood sometimes. I've been given these pills to help lessen the pain, she explained, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a small vial filled with round white tablets that rattled softly against the glass. Chopper took them from her, examining them carefully, turning the vial in the light to study its contents. His medical mind was already working, analyzing. He popped the cork and sniffed the contents, his sensitive nose picking up on the various compounds. This is a complex mixture, he said, more to himself than to Aya. Some pain suppressants, but also. Interesting, there are elements here that would slow the progression of certain types of cellular degradation. How long have you been taking these? Since I was about 7, Aya said, watching him inspect the medicine. Different doctors have tweaked the formula over the years. None of them could do much else. Chopper recorked the vial, his expression thoughtful. The medicine is addressing your symptoms, not the underlying cause. He handed the vial back to Aya. From what I can hear in your lungs and the symptoms you're describing, it sounds like a progressive degeneration of the pulmonary tissues. Aya nodded, tucking the vial away. That's what the last 3 doctors said. They told me that I wouldn't live to see 10. A hint of defiance flashed in her eyes. I turned 17 a few months ago. Chopper's eyes widened with admiration. Your will to live must be incredibly strong. He placed a hoof gently on her hand. I'd like to try formulating something that might work better. I've studied rare diseases extensively under Dr. Kureha. She's unconventional, but brilliant. You think you could help? Aya asked, a flicker of hope crossing her face before she quickly suppressed it. I mean, I've learned not to get my expectations up. I understand, Chopper said, his voice soft but determined. But I wouldn't be much of a doctor if I didn't try. And I'd need to monitor you regularly, especially after exertion or in extreme weather conditions. Aya smiled, a genuine one this time that softened her features. I'm in your capable hooves then, Dr. Chopper. Chopper blushed and did a little wiggle that belied his serious demeanor moments ago. Don't think calling me doctor makes me happy, you jerk, he exclaimed, clearly delighted. Aya laughed, then caught herself as the laugh triggered a small coughing fit. Chopper immediately handed her a handkerchief from his bag, watching with professional concern as she pressed it to her mouth. When she pulled it away, both of them pretended not to notice the small flecks of red staining the white cloth. Has Luffy? Chopper began, then hesitated. Aya folded the handkerchief carefully, tucking it into her pocket. He knows I have spells, sometimes. But not how serious it is. She looked directly at Chopper, her eyes suddenly fierce. And I'd like to keep it that way. My brother has a new. She trailed off, shaking her head. Chopper nodded solemnly. Doctor-patient confidentiality. I won't say anything. He packed his medical supplies back into his bag. Doctor-patient confidentiality, Chopper assured her. But I think you underestimate him, he cares about you. That's exactly why I can't tell him, Aya said firmly. He put his dream on hold for me, and I won't let that happen. She stood up, adjusting her shirt. So we have a deal? You help me manage this, and we keep it between us? Chopper nodded solemnly. I'll start working on a better formula right away. But in return, you have to promise to be honest with me about your symptoms. No hiding things because you think they'll worry everyone. Fair enough, Aya agreed, extending her hand. They shook, sealing their pact. Thank you, Chopper. It's good to have a real doctor on board. As they left the navigation room to rejoin the others, Aya put on her usual cheerful face, the weight of her secret momentarily lighter for having been shared. The next morning dawned clear and bright. Luffy, Chopper, Ichi, Karoo, and Usopp sat side by side, fishing rods in hand, dangling lines over the side of the ship. The gentle rocking of the waves and occasional tug on their lines kept them occupied as the ship sailed smoothly through the blue waters. I'm going to catch the biggest fish today, Luffy declared, leaning dangerously far over the railing. Not if I catch it first, Ichi challenged, nudging Luffy with his elbow. Sanji, with a dark look on his face, stalked across the deck toward them. His blonde hair gleamed in the morning sun, but his visible eye was narrowed in suspicion. What happened to the food? He demanded, coming to a stop directly behind them. I don't know nothing, Luffy quickly answered, his back stiffening noticeably. Sanji leaned forward, his shadow falling over Luffy. Then why won't you look me in the eye? Now answer me. I loaded this ship with enough food that will get us to Alabasta. So how did it disappear all in one night? His voice grew increasingly agitated. Don't try to fool me. You're a terrible liar. Luffy gulped audibly, a visible lump traveling down his throat as he swallowed. What's in your mouth? Sanji's eye twitched dangerously. Food. Luffy admitted without thinking, crumbs spilling from his lips as he spoke. So it was you? Sanji exploded, his leg lashing out in a powerful kick that sent Luffy rolling across the ship like a rubber ball. Nami, see what I'm up against. He called out to the navigator who was charting their course nearby. I need to get a lock for the refrigerator. Usopp, Chopper, Karoo, and Ichi sat with their backs still turned from Sanji, hunched over their fishing rods and pretending to be intensely focused on catching fish. But the sounds of their chewing gave them away. Sanji stalked over, catching sight of the food bulging in their cheeks. With quick movements, he began administering punishment kicks and smacks to each of them, their protests lost in mouths full of stolen food. Ow! I only took a little bit, Usopp protested, shielding his head. Quack! Karoo flapped wildly, trying to escape. It was Luffy's idea, Ichi yelped, ducking under Sanji's swipe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, Nami and Vivi were deep in conversation, unaffected by the commotion of Luffy and the others being disciplined by Sanji. Aya approached them, followed by Ichi, L, and eventually Sanji, who had finished dealing with the food thieves. So, is this Sir Crocodile a hero in Alabasta? Nami asked. Vivi's expression darkened, shadows passing over her normally gentle features. One of the 7 warlords of the seas. In the pay of the world government, she explained, her voice taking on a bitter edge. The citizens don't really care whether they chase pirates off for treasure. Or the Navy does it for the sake of justice. Either way, the threat is eliminated. Aya leaned against the railing beside them, her movements careful, as if conserving energy. Her eyes, so similar to Luffy's but with a sharper awareness, studied Vivi closely. So they see him as a protector, she murmured. Some hero this guy is. And no one really suspects his real goal is to take over Alabasta, Sanji concluded. Whatever, I just have to kick this crocodile's butt, right? Luffy shouted, bouncing back from Sanji's kick as if nothing had happened. Yes. If we can end the rebellion and expel Baroque works from Alabasta, the kingdom will be saved, Vivi affirmed, a glimmer of hope visible in her eyes for the first time in days. Usopp joined their group, still rubbing a lump on his head. His long nose twitched as he asked, "But what exactly is Baroque works? What's with the numbers?" His curiosity overrode his usual caution when it came to dangerous organizations. L leaned forward, also interested in understanding their enemy better. His dark eyes analyzed every word Vivi spoke, filing away information that might be useful later. Ichi sat cross-legged nearby, his keen eyes never missing a detail of Vivi's explanation. The system is simple. Mr. Crocodile, alias Mr. Zero, is at the top, and taking orders from him are agents, 12 people and a beast. Her hand moved across the paper, drawing a pyramid structure. They all have code names. The men, numbers, and the women, the days. Each man is paired equally with a lethal woman. The crew gathered closer, shadows overlapping on the deck as they peered at Vivi's drawing. The princess continued, her voice gaining confidence as she explained what she knew. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday are special. They execute anyone who fails. She drew 2 small figures at the side of her diagram. All agents from Mr. 5 and up are called officer agents. Most of them have devil fruit powers. They handle the important missions. After them are the frontier agents, Vivi continued. They command the lower operatives and collect booty for the company at the entrance to the Grand Line. She put down her pencil and looked up at the crew. That's the criminal organization known as Baroque Works. Her face was solemn, the weight of her country's plight evident in her eyes. The shadows cast by the ship's sails moved across the deck as the Going Merry continued its steady journey. "Oh yeah. Then we'll get this crocodile guy, and kick his butt," Luffy shouted, punching the air enthusiastically, his eyes bright with determination. "You didn't follow any of that, didn't you?" Sanji said, shaking his head but unable to hide the small smile on his face. "So, if Baroque Works' ultimate goal is to take over Alabasta," Nami began, her brow furrowed in thought. Then, Aya continued, catching on to Nami's train of thought. "The remaining officer agents will," Usopp added, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. "Yes. We'll be coming together," Vivi nodded, her eyes fixed on the horizon where her kingdom waited, unaware of the danger it faced. The ship creaked beneath them as it cut through the waves, carrying them steadily toward a battle that would determine the fate of an entire nation. "So, if Baroque Works' ultimate goal is to take over Alabasta," Nami began, her brow furrowed in thought. Then, Aya continued, catching on to Nami's train of thought. "The remaining officer agents will," Usopp added, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. "Yes. We'll be coming together," Vivi nodded, her eyes fixed on the horizon where her kingdom waited, unaware of the danger it faced. The ship creaked beneath them as it cut through the waves, carrying them steadily toward a battle that would determine the fate of an entire nation. T had been 5 days since they left Drum Island, continuing their journey to Alabasta. The mood aboard the Going Merry had grown tense as their food supplies dwindled rapidly. Luffy and Usopp took to fishing, using poor Karoo as bait despite Vivi's protests. The duck quacked nervously as they dangled him over the water. "Don't worry," Usopp assured Vivi with a confident grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "We're experts at this." Suddenly, Ingrod bent dramatically. "We got something big," Luffy shouted excitedly, his hunger momentarily forgotten. As they quickly reeled up their catch, they were flabbergasted to find that it was not a fish but a person. A flamboyant man wearing elaborate makeup and a pink swan coat. "That's a weird fish," Luffy exclaimed, tilting his head in confusion. "Oh dear. How did I manage to get caught by a duck?" the strange man exclaimed, releasing Karoo, who immediately ran to hide behind Vivi. The man lost his grip and fell into the ocean with a dramatic splash, immediately sinking beneath the waves. Realizing he couldn't swim, Luffy and Usopp hastily reeled him back up, dropping the soaking wet man unceremoniously onto the deck. The commotion brought the rest of the crew running from various parts of the ship. "Oh my, Swan thanks," he thanked Luffy and Usopp with an elaborate twirl, water dripping from his coat. "My life has been saved by pirates I've never met before. I am forever in your debt." He pressed a hand to his chest dramatically. "Do you think I can have a bowl of warm soup?" No way. Both Usopp and Luffy shouted in unison. We're the ones starving here, Zoro added gruffly, his hand resting habitually on his swords. The strange man's attention shifted when Vivi emerged from behind Nami. His eyes widened appreciatively. Oh, you're just so cute. Just my type. I could eat you up, he cooed, making exaggerated kissing noises. Vivi cringed, shivering a little in disgust as she stepped back, Karoo flapping his wings protectively in front of her. So you can't swim? Luffy asked, curiosity overriding his hunger momentarily. Of course not. I've eaten a devil fruit. The man told them with a flamboyant wave of his hand, as if this explained everything. You have what kind? Usopp asked, leaning forward with interest despite himself. The man struck a pose, water still dripping from his swan coat. Well, my ship will come for me soon, so I guess I can entertain you all for a bit. Behold my power, he shouted and suddenly lunged forward, slamming his palm against Luffy's face with surprising speed. Luffy was knocked back, stumbling against the railing. Luffy! Several voices cried out in alarm. Zoro was instantly on alert, his hand moving to unsheath one of his swords. Who is this guy? He growled, eyes narrowed dangerously. Wait a minute. You'll see this is part of my act. The man stopped him with a raised hand. To everyone's stunned silence, they watched as the man's face began to shift and change, molding like clay until it was an exact replica of Luffy's. Tada! This ain't no joke, he announced in Luffy's voice. Huh, he's me, Luffy shouted, pointing with his mouth hanging open in shock. Surprised, the man laughed, using Luffy's laugh perfectly, and with the swipe of my left hand, voila! I'm back to normal. That is the power of the clone fruit. With a dramatic gesture, his features shifted back to his original appearance. Even his voice. Nami stood stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. And his physical appearance was just like Luffy's, Usopp exclaimed in disbelief as well. That's amazing. Luffy cried out, stars practically shining in his eyes. Do me again. Well, actually, I didn't have to punch you, the man added with a sheepish smile. Just a touch will do. He strutted across the deck, touching each of the Straw Hats' faces with theatrical flair. Aya sensibly stepped back, moving out of his reach with a wary expression. When he approached L, the mysterious crew member's hand shot out, grabbing the man's wrist in a vice-like grip before he could make contact. Touch me, and you'll get a broken hand, L threatened, voice low and dangerous. The man quickly pulled his hand away, laughing a little nervously. Right then, with my right hand, I just touch your face and just like that I can look like anyone, he said, demonstrating by cycling through transformations. First Usopp, complete with long nose, then Zoro with his stern expression, followed by Chopper's adorable form, and finally Nami. That includes my body. He pulled down his coat, revealing Nami's body to the rest of the crew. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper's mouths dropped open in shock while Sanji let out a strange gurgling noise. Nami's face turned crimson with fury as she slammed her fist on the man's head, causing him to revert to his normal form. Stop that, she shouted, wrapping her arms around herself protectively. That's awesome, Luffy shouted excitedly, clapping alongside Ichi. Do more, Usopp encouraged, momentarily forgetting his earlier suspicion. The man bowed with a flourish. I'm sorry but I can't show you any more of my powers, he smiled, shrugging his hands. Once I touch a face, it's mine forever. To demonstrate, he rapidly shifted through a series of faces, men, women, and children from all walks of life, showing them his extensive collection of identities. Idiots! Zoro tasked, looking at Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper with exasperation. His keen eye didn't miss how one particular face made Vivi stiffen, her complexion going pale. L noticed too, exchanging a meaningful glance with Vivi. Vivi's hands trembled slightly as she recognized the face. Her breath caught in her throat as a chill ran down her spine. L moved closer to Vivi, positioning himself slightly in front of her in a protective stance. His eyes narrowed as he observed the man cycling through more faces, calculating the potential threat this ability represented. That face. Vivi whispered, so quietly that only L could hear her. Her voice trembled slightly. L gave an almost imperceptible nod. I saw it too, he murmured back, keeping his voice low. Someone you know? Yes. Vivi nodded. The man transformed back to himself, spinning gracefully on his tiptoes. How did you like that trick? I never show that to anyone, you know. Cool. Luffy, Ichi, Usopp, and Chopper clapped their hands in appreciation. Do it again. Luffy shouted, bouncing on his heels. The man laughed, striking a pose. A performer never repeats his best acts. Darling, always leave them wanting more. Aya hung back, arms crossed as she observed the scene. Unlike her brother, she hadn't been swept up in the excitement. Her sharp eyes hadn't missed Vivi's reaction either. Hey, she said quietly, sidling up to Elle and Vivi. Everything okay? Vivi forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It's nothing, she said, but her hands were still shaking slightly. Caught up in the moment, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper joined the strange man in an impromptu dance around the deck, their steps becoming increasingly elaborate and synchronized. Idiots! Nami sighed, rubbing her temples. She glanced up, noticing a ship approaching from the distance. Hey, there's a ship coming this way, is it yours? The man paused mid-pirouette and looked out to sea. Oh, it is time to depart already, too bad. Huh. Luffy, Usopp, Ichi, and Chopper sounded genuinely disappointed, their faces falling in unison. Don't be sad. Every voyage must come to an end, the man consoled them, striking a dramatic pose. Just remember one thing. Friendship is not determined by how much time you spend together, he smiled, winking at them and holding his thumb up in a farewell gesture. I hope we can meet again, Luffy shouted, waving enthusiastically. With surprising agility, the man leapt from the Going Merry and somehow appeared onto the approaching ship in a single bound. Standing proudly on the deck, he called out orders to his crew. Aye aye, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, his men responded in unison. The atmosphere on the Going Merry instantly transformed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as realization dawned on them. They had just entertained one of Baroque Works' officer agents. Did they just say? Usopp stammered, his long nose twitching in alarm. Mr. 2, Nami gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. That was Mr. 2 Bon Clay, Vivi sputtered, her hands covering her mouth in horror. Vivi, you worked with them, how could you not know him? Aya asked high in her voice. Vivi shook her head frantically. I've never encountered Mr. 1 or 2 before. I don't even know what their powers were. She slumped to the deck, gripping the wooden railing for support. I'd only heard rumors about Mr. 2. They say he wears makeup and talks like a girl and wears a swan coat that says, "Oh come my way," on the back. Are you blind? Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro spoke simultaneously, giving her identical deadpan looks. That's exactly what he looked like, Usopp added, gesturing wildly. Vivi sank down to the deck, her face ashen. One of those faces he showed us. It was my father's. Her voice cracked with fear. He had my father's face. What does it mean? She gritted her teeth, shaking visibly now as fear for her father gripped her heart. Elle placed a steady hand on her shoulder. It means we need to be even more cautious when we reach Alabasta. He might have been captured or, Aya suggested before she paused, not wanting to voice the darker possibilities that hung in the air. Either way, if he were to pass himself as king, it would do a lot of damage, Zoro spoke, his tactical mind already assessing the implications. He could issue orders, change laws, even incite civil war. We let a bad guy get away. Usopp frowned. Chopper looked confused, his innocent eyes wide. He was our enemy. That guy could be a lot of trouble if he decides we're his enemies. Nami spoke, pacing the deck nervously. He knows our ship, our faces. And he touched your faces, Aya pointed out, grateful she'd kept her distance. He has most of our identities now. If he disguises himself as one of us, we wouldn't be able to trust each other, Nami continued, the implications becoming increasingly clear. You think? Luffy asked, seemingly unconcerned as he picked his nose. Listen Luffy. Nami began exasperatedly, but Zoro raised his hand, cutting her off. Hold on. Luffy's opinion may be groundless, but I don't think we have to worry about Mr. Bon Clay, Zoro smirked, crossing his arms over his chest. This was a lucky encounter for us. Now we can plan our strategy. The crew gathered closer as Zoro's mind began formulating a plan that would turn their unexpected meeting with Mr. 2 to their advantage. The battle for Alabasta was approaching, but perhaps now they had a chance to be prepared.